coordinator then. So I have to move around to see if the program is being monitored, is being coordinated according to the plan from the federal states. Because then it was, we are working for federal government.
So you were working for the federal government?
Federal government.
Somebody that was looking for a job?
For a job, yes.
And now you have been contracted as a coordinator by the federal government.
Yes, and also doing my own farming stuff.
Just look at that.
Yes.
You know what? We'll be back after this short break. There's so much more to unpack on this episode of Career Success. I wish we don't even finish, but you know what? Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to Career Success. We still have Taiwo at the studio. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our School of Eloquence studio right here in Lagos. Taiwo, I will start calling you Minister of Agriculture because I don't even think the Minister of Agriculture, you know, but what I'm saying is that the impact of the work that you are doing is just phenomenal.
Thank you.
I can say that over and over again. So let's look at the Outgrower program. I understand that it focuses heavily on women and youth.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it has to do with agriculture, like also strengthening the food security in Nigeria. Please talk about that.
Well, like I said earlier on, when I started, it's not just about to teach you how to plant alone. It's to teach you how to go about, know the in and outs about the whole industry. From the point of your site selection, to the point of sourcing for your seed, for the point of planting, for the point of marketing. So you have to navigate it all. So I want to, myself as a case study, when I started, I have no idea. In fact, fine, I have the background of farming, but farming not the same. Because the one that we are talking about is about when it comes to modern mechanized farming.
Yes.
We use irrigation on our farm because you asked me that time that we plant every week and we harvest every week. Because with the help of irrigations, this makes us to plant all year round, rain or no rain, we are planting, we are producing, we are giving out produce for our communities so that they would not run or shortage of food. This makes us to be up of our whatever we are doing. So back to your questions. The Empower program is not just a program that anybody can just say, oh, it's meant for national cake. It's not about national cake. If you are the person that is well determined that I want to grow with this, so definitely you will grow. So when it comes to agribusiness, you can decide to go into, even if you don't have a farm of yourself. There are some people among me, like my colleagues, they decide to be in the marketing department of take from the production, the farmers, because they will tell you that you cannot do it all. You cannot be the producer and be the marketer and also be in the processing. So like my Gary now, I told you I farm my cassava myself. So there should be another department that will take it for me for another processing. Once they finish processing, another people will take it over to do marketing. So, but now, me, I'm doing all the three. I'm the producer, I'm the processor, and I'm also into the marketing. Because I realized that in agribusiness, if you are not into processing, you are not making it big.
Wow.
Yes. I learned that in processing, you get more money in processing than to off-take. It has happened to me in the past whereby one of the off-takers directly or indirectly, I can say he robbed me.
Okay.
He robbed me because when he came to me to buy, to bought tons of cassava from me at the rate of 33,000 naira, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. So I later get to know that, yes, you can blame me for that I do not do my market research well, which I accepted that I didn't do my market research well. So I later find out that it's selling at the rate of 50,000 naira. And I sold at 33,000 naira. So, well, that is it. But when I now convert it to the processing stage, you could see the double money I will make. So a bag of gari is selling at the rate of 75,000 naira now. If I'm to sell to you, I might not make up to like 50,000 naira as a tubers. Do you get? So in Empower as a whole, as a farmer, there are a lot of things I've learned, which I also urge every other people that wanted to go into farming to see it as not just I want to plant, to see it as a life, as a survivor.
You know, this story that you just shared right now talks about your challenges, some of the challenges. You have a fantastic success story.
Thank you.
But let's because I know that every successful story has challenges. Because I know that you cannot just, it's not a bed of roses. It can never be. Okay?
Yeah,
so let's just talk about, for the people that are going through these challenges right now, if you could share, what are those challenges that you had from the beginning?
Let me change my position because the challenges, if I start, we don't have much time. I'll first of all start with land, accessibility of land. First of all, because I've experienced it and I still have some people that is still in that issue at the moment. You see, farming now, there are some lands that we know that is meant for agricultural purposes.
Yes.
It's not really so now. You will see that real estate, I'm sorry because I kept on saying this on my page, that real estate have taken all over the land that is meant for agricultural purposes. Developers, thank you. Because that is number one. My colleague, even me, I've planted on a land of, as in not acres, as in acres, that they just got there and uproot what we have on the land.
You don't say.
Yes. Uproot everything that this land has been sold to so if you want any agreement, just go and meet them and have the new contract, you know, and those ones cannot wait, so they have to uproot. And that is number one. Number two, laborers. How to get a commitment as in that we see your job as your own. Not to talk of a young lady trying to see something to do for ourselves. Some of them will look at you like, see the ones that is not even older to my last born. You want to order me around to do this. You know, as a young girl growing up or trying to do something and you are in power or engaging somebody that can be your grandparents as your staff. You know, sometimes I can say I don't have the control over them. If you ask them to do this, they'll tell you, once she leave like this, they will also find their way. They don't see, that is what I can say when it comes to labors. They do things as they want. You will plant down like this, and before you know it, your co-workers that he or she meant to be on the farm at the time of harvesting or weeding, you will not get them on the farm. Even to see them, it's another problem. Aside that, finance, Yoruba people will say anybody, any business, it requires money. If you don't have money, you could see that, oh, Taiwo is doing very well. He has everything. But there are sometimes that we need to, maybe I want to diversify. I want to expand. I want to go into some processing. Like this ofada rice that we are doing now. I can tell you, a lot of people walk across to me that, come and sell paddy to me. I want to process. But if I look at my pocket that I don't have enough money to process this, let me sell it out. But if I have money, I'll be able to process to whatever tons of rice I want or I wish to have within this circle. But because of that, we could not fly as in the way we want it. So I can say finance, labor, that is human capital, land, and security.
That's a big one because I was going to ask you about that. How are you coping with
security? That? Well, I can say that we have hunters because I'm a village girl. Yes, I'm a village girl. We have hunters, I have to engage them. Sir, please, if you want to monitor my farm for a certain period of time, and that time, maybe period that, you know, okay, I have to break this down. There is all this Fulani, you know, and there is other thefts that will just burst into your farm
with
and harvest.
Food insecurity now.
I'm telling you.
I understand.
So, and once I just woke up to them that, sir, please, I want you to monitor this this farm for me for a certain period, because maybe when we realize that it's getting to harvest time, so I will have them on the farm to secure that space for me. So if not, before you know it, they will just come into your farm and harvest. They will not just say, they will, it's not just by taking little to just eat.
No, they will harvest the
They
entire
will
farm.
harvest. Like, by the time you come back the next day, you just see everywhere cleared
on your behalf.
What is happening? So you get, so now this has been really helpful, that engage some local hunters, pay them at the end of the month. If it is wages, I pay them, then they secure the farm for me. Then when it comes to, though we've not experienced that in my locality where we farm, about Fulani esmen, so God will not let them reach our side.
Amen.
But
Amen.
for that, you know, there is hunger in the land, so we have to protect that by engaging some local farmers to look after the farm for us.
Okay, so very quickly right now, for the future, because right now you've done so well, where do you see Timah Farms in the next 5 years? Just
well, I hope and I wish to see myself like, because now I forgot to tell you that we have a farm store here in Obalende. Okay. So every produce coming from farm comes to store, so that everybody can have access to food. It's not that your farm is far, I cannot come. So I hope to see my farm across the 36 states in Nigeria.
Fantastic.
Yes. So have another branch here in Lagos. We're on island now, mainland, then maybe in Abuja, Port Harcourt, because those are the, because we do have a lot of orders from Port Harcourt, Abuja, Benin, in fact some Akwa Ibom, I don't know.
We're going to visit your store.
Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly right now, just in a minute, if you could just tell our viewers that are watching you and aspiring to also be farmers, do what you are doing, just in 1 minute. Motivate them, inspire them. What do you have to tell them?
Well, I have to say that whatever they want to do, they should just be focused, be determined. There are a lot of challenges that will arise. You might be hearing from other farmers, maybe your mentors, that, oh, this is what they are facing, but I don't think I have the mind. You can do it. Forget about the challenges. In as much you are determined and you are focused, then, believe me, you will overcome it.
That's it. You've heard it all. You can overcome all of your challenges. We've had a fantastic time with you, Taiwo, at the studio. I really did not want this to end. But that's it for today on the episode Career Success. We've had Taiwo share her amazing work from Timah Farms, showing us that the power of passion, purpose, and community can make a real difference. We hope her story inspires you to pursue your dreams and make bold steps in your careers. Join us next time for more inspiring stories on Career Success. I'm Christine Davis. And remember, success starts with you. Bye for now.
The future of any nation is hidden in the potential of its children. At Catching Them Young, we don't wait for greatness to grow. We ignite it early. This is where champions are noticed, where leaders are born, where purpose begins. Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
Hello and welcome to Catching Them Young on the Achievement Channel, your #1 platform for inspiring stories and purposeful conversations that spotlight those shaping young minds and future leaders. I am your host, Sarah Undu, and as always, we bring you compelling discussions with change makers who are catching them young right where it matters. We are broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, and today we are delighted to have with us a remarkable woman whose passion for education and deep commitment to inclusive learning have touched the lives of countless children across Nigeria. She is an educator, a development advocate, and the founder of the Penna Paul Foundation. Penna Paul Adedoyin, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
So, tell us, take us back to the beginning, Penna, the beginning. How was it like for you? And what planted the seed for the passion you have currently in education and for advocacy?
I was confessed, you're looking gorgeous. I wanted to celebrate you actually. Okay, so, you know when they say making life a better place to be, that is just the push. So disheartening to me during school hour, see some certain children on the streets, so disheartening. And then you know when they say education is every child's right, but to some extent education is not accessible. So I have actually choose this part of making education accessible. I may not have money, but my words are actually valuable. My words are very, very much important, more than money. People might not see my name in the headline, but I tell you that how you make them feel is very, very important. How you put your name in their hearts makes you much more important. So now what makes me do this advocacy of it is because I want education to be accessible. You know when they say education and inclusion, so that is why I am advocating for this, so that everyone in the world will have access to education. I used to tell myself, I wish I have a superpower to send all the children in underserved community to school. So I feel we need to push to make the life a better place to be.
So that's great. So was there a seed? Was there something that pushed you? Was there something that pushed you into the advocacy and inclusion?
Yes, for me, feedback is a push for me, and most times I tell people that if you don't see feedback, then definitely you need to re-strategize. So many times, I remember when I was in university, I happened to school in Olabisi Onabanjo University, and it happens to be a semi-urban community. I used to trek all the way from my hostel to the community to teach children. So most times, these children need to be in school, but I see them taking cutlass to the farm, and I will ask them, why are you not in school this particular hour? And they told me that their daddy did not have money. So during my own leisure time while I was in school, I takes me like 45 minutes to trek to that village. I will go there to go and teach them, to educate them. My own personal savings, I'll have to buy school bag for them, notebook for them. So in my own way, I started my own school in that underserved community. Now, what plant have I been able to get from what I have planted? Because now most of them are now prefect in their school. It's a push. Leaders are already emerging. And I remember Benjamin. I used to mentor Benjamin then. And when Benjamin gained admission into the university, I gave him 2,000 that I do not have money, but take 2,000 naira for your matric. But at the end of the day, Benjamin gave me a gift. What gift? A artwork. And putting that artwork in my room, waking up every morning to see that artwork, it's just a joy to my heart that indeed this is a seed, this is a harvest. So feedbacks most times is a push for you. And if those feedback are not coming forth, try to re-strategize for you to get that feedback and don't give up.
So you're saying that the passion, what has pushed you so far, is that the feedback from the children, that you see that they are unable to access education, or probably due to finance or thereabout, right?
Yeah.
So in all of these things, has there been any specific child that was a trigger point for you, that pushed you into this as a life calling?
So many, like I can't count them. But like I said, I mentioned Benjamin earlier. Yes, yeah. Benjamin. Now, aside Benjamin, I have, we call him Keke Yawo. That's his name, underserved community. So they have all those funny names and all like that. Keke Yawo is just a little boy that cannot speak in English fluently. And I remember when I was growing up, I can't even communicate in English very well. But I had to share Bita Grammar. Do you know this textbook, Bita Grammar? Yes, it helps him. So I gave him that book and I said, I'm already living in this community, but the little one I've been able to put you through this book. I know it will help you. Now, Kekeyawo is leading his school in competition, debate competition. And I remember he won a scholarship. So those things are actually a positive push for me that you don't need to give up. You know, sometimes I tell myself that if your faith, F-A-T-E, should fail, don't forget the faith of God. So those things, the faith I have in God in these things, this is a purpose for me. You know, the difference between you having a purpose and you cannot fulfill that purpose. I am fulfilling the purpose with the result that God has actually called me into this field of giving inspirational talks, giving textbooks to children in order for life to be brighter in future.
Wow. Wow, Penna, that's inspiring.
Thank
you.
you.
Now let's talk about your foundation. Okay. Tell us about the Penna Paul Foundation. What inspired it and how did it begin?
Okay, Penna Paul Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start with, I like giving fact and figures. I remember when I finished university 2018, and after university, you know, I said I graduated in an underserved community. So I had to come back to Lagos, and I'm like, okay, Lagos is not an underserved community. But then, I remember 25th of May 2019, I was just in my room, and the burden of, there is more. Agogoye is not the last place for you to just finish this purpose. So that particular day, I just called my friend. My friend is a graphic designer. Damn, Larry, please, can you just design these graphics for me? Freedom to go, freedom to experience, freedom to explore. That's the team. And I got the team from Unilever. I attended a seminar about Unilever that particular year, and that's just, I'm like, I don't know this thing, but the information I got through that conference, I had to re-strategize them in order for it to get into the context of secondary school children. And 25th of May, I created the graphic design, and 26th of May 2019, I went to over 20 schools. Most of them rejected me. I used my phone, you know, technology is actually taking over. So I used my phone to create the lecture and everything. I printed it out and knocking the gate of each schools. Like, where is this small girl? You know, I have a small stature already. I'm accepting that already. Who are you? All those. So most of them rejected me. I went to over 20 schools. And I must say, only 5 schools accepted me. So don't forget, I said 26th of May, 2019. So the second is actually a children day. So 28th of May 2019, the first school that accepted me said they will only give me 7 minutes on the assembly ground. 7 minutes turned to 15 minutes. And it happened that I featured in one magazine then in a newspaper. I had to share that magazine, and they saw my story, my inspirational talk there. And the principal was like, wow, small but mighty, your words are valuable. And this is the first time my students will be hearing this from an outsider. Lo and behold, I started Penna Paul. I went to different schools. 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, the principal, the first school I attended, the principal called me and said, ever since you stepped into my school, there is a transformation. Ever since then, I know that, okay, Penna Paul Foundation is not just a foundation. I had to transit my body into responsibility, and my responsibility now is raising leaders, and that is how Penna Paul Foundation came into existence. And to the glory of God, we'll be celebrating our 6th year anniversary with positive results, leaders emerging through Penna Paul Foundation, awards, and all like that. We are grateful to God.
Amazing. Oh, you said something. You said, can you share with us what you actually shared with those children or the assembly girl that the principal had to call you and say that ever since you came, the words you said? Can you just give us a bit of insight?
I remember remember the first, I said freedom to go, freedom to explore, and freedom to experience. That's the theme of my first outreach in Penna Paul Foundation. So I used to tell them that irrespective of who you are, you have the right to succeed. I'm a kind of person that as an inspirational teacher, I call myself, though I teach civic education, but through civic education, that context of civic education, there are inspiration in that subject. So I tell myself, I am an inspirational teacher. So I used to tell them that you have the right to succeed, despite the fact that there are limitations to you. And I tell them that you are in your comfort zone, and your comfort zone is your parents' place. But I tell you that the best comfort zone you can ever get is in the presence of God. Your parent place is, but if you are not careful, you will not know that the best comfort zone is in the presence of God. So I used to tell them that you have the right to succeed in as much as you are in your comfort zone, which is the presence of God. That school, I remember vividly, the principals, they don't used to do fellowship and all sort like that. I brought out school fellowship in that school.
Wow.
So ever since then, they used to have they used to do assembly debates. They used to do they have president for their fellowship. You know, from SS3, when they have those particular position aside school prefects, it's just that we are trying to bring out the leadership in them. So I remember the first one I told them, your comfort zone is in the presence of God. I used to say that everywhere I go. So that's just it.
Wow. Now I see why they had to call you back. That's good.
Thank
So
you
now
so
tell
much.
us your project. It span book drives, outreaches, and even storytelling. So tell us, how do you choose where to focus?
Okay, you know, intentionality is very, very important. There's a difference, in economics, they tell us that there's a difference between needs and wants. So many times, we see NGOs go to orphanage homes, they just want to take pictures. There are so many orphanage homes people attend that those orphanage homes have enough of foodstuffs. It is not about the picture. It is about the fact that we need to bridge the gap, meeting the needs of these people. So I am so intentional to the point that I do my critical research. Like I said, my targeted audience are underserved children. So I do my critical research, and permit me, I'm a Christian. I pray, I pray, God, please give me this direction. Which community do you want me to go to? Then after that, I do my critical research. You know, in a community or in a local government, there are communities. If this community should need this community do not need this. So I do my critical research. I meet the elders in those community, and I let them know that, okay, I will not go in the form that I want to bring something to them. And I just see somebody going on the street, and I ask them that, do you people have a school in this community? Another person tell me they don't have. I just do on-our personal interview with people living there. Then I know that, okay, these people really need it. Then I just tell them, can you take me to your community leader? So from there, I pick it up and I execute the project. So intentionality and trying to meet the needs, not the want of community. And it is not about the pictures, it is not about the documentation. Despite the fact we need documentation for us to have result and backup. But then I tell them that it is not about pictures. There are so many outreaches that I have executed, I did not post the pictures on social media. So many. And so people, you know, like the Bible will say, if you are doing something to the right hand side, don't let the left hand know. So it's not everything I post personally to social media, but then we just need to post for branding's sake and all sorts like that. But then intentionality and direction of God and meeting the needs of the community is very, very important.
Yeah. Wow. So you made mention of undeserved children. So what has been your biggest challenges so far, and how did you overcome reaching out to those children?
You know, when they say Okpo, permit me to use that word Okpo, it's plenty. But I tell people that challenges are inevitable, and at the same time, challenges are channeled to your success ground. So if you are not facing challenges in your journey of life, then definitely something is wrong somewhere, or something is wrong somewhere. So when we talk about challenges, I have a whole lot of challenges. Is it the days of going to bed with empty stomach? Is it days of begging for urgent 2K? Yes, I will not deny it. I beg for urgent 2K because I want these children to be happy. Is it the days of people that place value on me, and I tell them that, please, can you borrow me 2K? And at the end of the day, they'll be like, people, me that they call Auntie Penna, Then I call me Penna. It is not about the auntie. You get what I'm trying to say? But the fact that because we beg for donations, we don't have value again. But we get to know that it is not about the value, but about the life we want to meet. So the days of rejections, the days of embarrassment, the days of we losing value in order for me to meet, in order for us to place value. So children. Yes, those challenges are inevitable. But you know, if I don't have challenges, my success story will not be interesting. True. And my success story is actually in process, and I know one day, to the fullest, we'll share it. Wow. So that's just.
It's been an interesting conversation with Penna Paul, and we will go on a short break. We will be right back.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
My name is Ome Sylvia. Stay tuned to Achievement Channels for more positive information.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinedu Ndugwe. If you know you are looking out for anything to do with innovation, motivation in Nigeria or Africa, please watch out for Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Zeole. Keep watching Achievement Channel for daily motivation and you're good to go.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Welcome back. Penna, you developed a version of Snakes and Ladders to teach mathematics.
Yeah.
Tell us how that works and why play is actually important in learning.
Thank you so much. Most people have been asking me this question. Okay, so you see, dice. Every portion of a dice has a value. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We all know numbers as values. So if you should roll a dice, if you should put it on 2 on the snake and ladder board, then you have to put your seed on 2. Then if you should roll 6, so 6 plus 2 is what? 8. So normally they will play that, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you understand? But then for the educational aspect of it, I put it on my board in my community there, and I tell them that don't count. From your head, what is 6 plus 2? So they should not count. Now, most of these children don't know how to calculate mathematics. True. But when you tell them that 1,000 minus 800, they will tell you what? It is 200 naira. Now, we need to inculcate it in the aspect of snake and ladder. I said 8 the other time, right? Now, if you should roll the dice again and they happen to play, let me say, 6, which is the highest number. And at that particular point, they have to get to that particular number. Let me say, that particular person put it in, let me say, 12. Yes, 12 or 14. Let me use the word 14. And that particular spot of 14, snake has actually, you know, snake, the rules of snake and ladder, and there's a snake there. So definitely for snake to bite you, if you are on the tree, if snake should bite you on the tree, definitely the person will actually go down. So if you should go down from 14 to 10, so they can't just go from 14 to 10. So I tell them, what will you subtract from 14 that will give you 10? Wow. I put that on my board. So it's just for them to calculate. Then I put 14 plus question mark equal to 10. So what should be in that question mark? Should be 4. So they should not just play it as 4. They should not just play it as them counting. Snake and ladder should help you to calculate quick. Now, if from that 14 you roll another dice, and you have 6, that is 14 plus 6 is 20. So at that particular 20, you've been able to climb the ladder to 60. So, and I ask them again, don't just climb this ladder to 60. What have you been able to calculate? 20 plus what will give you 60? Then I put it there on my board again. 20 plus what will give you 60? That question mark. So now fill in the gap of that. Use your head to calculate. They tell me it is 40. 40 plus 20, it is what? 60. So snake and ladder should not just be a game of fun. Should be a game of addition and subtraction, in order for you to be able to calculate without you using pen and biro or pen and book.
Wow.
That is not the first game I've been able to craft in pen and ball. I crafted another one, Scavengers. I don't want to use the word, it's more like a draft, but because of the name draft, I don't want to use draft. So I had to pick up covers of bottles, and I tell there's a way I had to craft it, and I tell them, think critically. How will I be able to cross over to the other side without pushing you to decide? So in my community, in Pen and Ball Foundation, I don't just dish out words, despite the fact that inspirational words are important. I let my children know that you need to know how to think critically so that you can be smart. You know, education is beyond the four corners of the world. So if you cannot do well in class, you should be able to do well outside the four corners of the classroom.
That's right.
So that's just it.
Wow, that's interesting, and I see that because a lot of children love to play. Children love things that are fun. They love interesting activities, and I see that with that would, you know, bring them into the point where they actually want to learn, especially when it comes to mathematics, where they find it quite difficult. So with such games, it would, you know, inspire them into learning maths. That's amazing, Penna.
Thank you
That's
so
amazing.
much.
So how do you use creativity to make education more accessible for children with no resources?
All right, so I used to tell people that every sport in this world is a classroom. And every tool God has created is an instrument for everyone in the world to learn. This cup is an instrument for me to learn. This place is a classroom for me to learn. I've been able to learn from you. You have been able to learn from me. Do you understand? So in Pen and Ball Foundation, I make sure every sport, anywhere I find myself, I make it a sport for everyone to learn. That is why if I'm on the streets, I make sure somebody beside me is learning. I can just, hello baby. I love little children so much. Hello baby, do you know that you are a future and your future is bright? And I use affirmation words to help them. I tell yourself you are a star. Tell yourself you are a champion. Tell yourself, I believe in myself. That is just a classroom for me. So if that particular baby is holding probably a school bag, and I tell them that, do you know that this school bag is not just for me, it's just not for you to put your note inside. Do you know it's an avenue for you to keep secrets? Because our mouth is also a bag for us to keep secrets. So in anything we find ourselves, let's make it a means for us to learn and for the future coming behind us. Wow. So that's just it.
Wow. That's good.
That's
good. So Penna, you said something, you made mention of something as a challenge. That was one of the challenges that you faced. And what you said was on funds. Yeah. So tell us, you use your personal funding for this foundation.
Obviously.
What is the sacrifice? What is that drive? What has been, you know, pushing you into making such sacrifices?
Okay, so if your pocket is empty, you don't have a purpose. But if you have a purpose, you are rich. If your pocket is empty, you don't have a purpose. But if you have a purpose, you are rich. Now, I got to know that this is my purpose. I might not have money. I might face challenges. I have the days of me crying. The days where everybody decided to leave me alone. In my room, my pillowcase are soaked with tears. But because within a twinkle of an eye, the devil used to fail. And God will show up. You know, He's a miracle God. He is not a magician. For the fact that even when I choose to give up, within a twinkle of an eye, He will definitely show up. So He wants me to face those rejections because He wants my success story to be interesting. And because I'm doing this because the children I'm talking to are now leaders.
Wow.
They are prefects in their schools.
Amazing.
So I'm happy about the JAMB results recently. Most of my students passed.
Wow.
Most of them passed. It's a joy to my heart. So God is putting me there. I'm still in the incubating room. After 9 months, the 9 months, you understand, when God gave birth to me, then God will know that indeed I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and the story is yet to be told. That's just it.
Wow. So what drives your sacrifice is that one, you understood that it's a passion or it's a purpose.
Okay, you know, like I said earlier, the days of me giving up, but in a twinkle of an eye, you will definitely show up. Judas, he betrayed Jesus. I have Judas. But at the end of the day, what a friend we have in Jesus. I'm sorry I have to say Jesus because I'm so proud of Jesus. Do you understand? So, what pushed my sacrifice is the fact that I know that God has actually created me into this calling of purpose. You know, the book of Jeremiah 1, I have to quote Bible.
Feel free.
Book of Jeremiah 1, verse 5 says, I have known it from your mother's womb. I have ordained you as a prophet. So I know that God has ordained me. Right? So I had challenges even while I was growing up. My English were not fluent. I struggled to read and assimilate easily. But I got to understand that for me to be successful, so I picked up when I was in GSS 3. So from SS1, I featured in newspaper, going for competitions, those sacrifice alone, and the result I had and I will still have, are just the fact that God indeed has called me into this purpose, and at the end of the day, sacrifice will not just go in vain because God wants you to sacrifice. You know, when we sacrifice our ram, when we sacrifice our listing, at the end of the day, you go enjoy them now. But I'm not doing this because I want to enjoy. I'm doing this because I am planting something. And when December comes, we go harvest. The rain will soon fall. And we will harvest our fruits.
So in a nutshell, you know that God had sent you into doing this, and regardless, you have to put in your all and see how God shows up for you in the midst of the storm.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so amazing, Penna.
Thank you.
So what message do you have for young Nigerians currently watching you who feel powerless but they want to make a difference?
Okay, so I tell people that people are not looking for perfect people, but they're looking for the presence of people. Volunteer. Tunde Onakoya used to say something. You can do a big thing from a small place. Recently, I volunteered for one event, and one of my friends said, Penna, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be volunteer. You're supposed to be on that stage talk. I said, no. if everybody should package themselves to be on the stage, we will plan this program to be successful. So most times, you don't need to be in the front to volunteer. You don't need to be in the front to do big things. Whatever your hand find doing, do it well and do it diligently. You will stand before big people. So in anything your hand find doing, please do it well. You might not be a perfect person. I am never a perfect person, but your presence is very, very important. So you are planting that seed. By the time it will germinate, people will marvel at your work. And I know every Nigerians out there, our future will definitely be bright. Nigeria is a good country.
Of course.
If we go to Jamaica, if we go to Canada, please let's come back to our home, because we know Nigeria will be a better country. Or let me say the best country someday, sometime. That's just it.
Oh, that's amazing. So Penna, what's next for you and your foundation?
Okay, a whole lot. But according to the leading of the Holy Spirit and what God has actually placed in my heart, we are shooting a movie very soon. And the movie will be not just for children. Educators, teachers will learn from it. Parents will also learn from it. So the movie, we are already in the process of it. So we are shooting a movie very soon. And there's a project we're actually working on, making education beautiful. We've started it already. And we are going to 15 underserved community to make education beautiful. How? You know, when you are in an environment and that environment is not enticing for you to learn, you will give up. So we are trying to create a learning aid, a banner in a classroom whereby we'll place a banner in schools that don't have. We'll craft out a banner according to the educational curriculum, school curriculum. So in nursery class, we have a banner of A to Z with pictures. You know, children, they like anything animations. So A for apple. When they see A, when they see apple, they know that definitely A is for apple. When they see B, B is for baby. When they see baby like them. So we are creating a banner whereby when they get into the classroom, even if they are at home, they will tell their parents, Mommy, I want to go to school today because in my classroom, education is actually beautiful. So we are going to 15 underserved community to create a learning aid for them. So the theme of the program is making education beautiful. So that's just...
Oh, that's amazing. You have so great plans. That's amazing.
Thank you so
much, Penna Paul. You've made us understand that you need purpose, you need passion, you need a vision. You also need the plan instructions from God. Right?
Definitely.
You made us understand that. And thank you so much for your inspiring story. Thank you so much.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today. Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
And to our viewers, we hope you've been inspired by this story of faith, vision, and resilience. Remember, the future is shaped by what we invest in our children today. So let's all play a part in catching them young. Let's keep the conversation going. Follow us at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring stories and updates. Use the hashtags #WeSeePossibility and share your own experiences with us. I am Sarah Undu, and join us next time for stories that inspire action and ignite purpose.
On Sunday, February 8th, 2026, the Harbor Point Event Center in Lagos became the epicenter of excellence and celebration. The Center for Values and Leadership, CVL, gathered the nation's finest to honor a titan of intellect and integrity, Professor Pat Utomi, on the occasion of his 70th birthday. The evening was a tapestry of testimonies. One after another, colleagues and mentors took to the stage to share how Professor Utomi had shaped their lives and careers. Beautiful tributes flowed, painting a picture of a man whose influence transcends academia and enters the realm of national transformation.
Perhaps one of the most fantastic opportunities apprenticing under this man. Learning from him, listening to him, and having him support what we have done over the years, right up to where we are today with the School of Eloquence that we set up. The School of Eloquence is 20 this year. And the Achievement Channel that we set up, including the Blue Economy Academy. So, Prof, all I want to say today, and I know you've done so much, we're glad that you're alive and well.
The celebration crossed borders and boundaries. Dignitaries who could not attend in person sent their regards via video, their voices filling the hall from the big screen. Most notable was the message from former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who joined many other world leaders in wishing the professor a landmark happy birthday.
What you have done for me, you are a wonderful man. Except that you still owe me on the job. And until you give me that on the ground, you will not have celebrated your birthday. Make sure that my birthday yam is ready for the birthday. Otherwise, I won't die until I get my birthday yam.
I said, yes, we are our papa will be vampire. Make our boys vampire. We, the wife, the children, none of them will find one thing. Long life and prosperity. My wish for you, Dr. Tony, is that in your lifetime you are able to see the Nigeria of your dream.
I'm happy that God has kept and sustained you till this day, 70 years. Pray that God will continue to keep and sustain you, continue to do what you believe best. You symbolize the truth we need in leadership. The God always bless you. Now only have good health, long life, and to make beautiful children and have one more child. One more child, and it's the kids. I love his kids, one more.
Prayers that you have a long life, in good health, and that you need to see your students children, and that you continue to be happy and be a fulfilled person. In Jesus' name. Many more years of good health, ability to read a zillion more books, and the peace and joy of a life surrounded by people who love and cherish you. I wish you so much happiness, good health, all your aspirations will come to pass, and that indeed your joy will be full on this landmark anniversary. The angels of God will always be for him and his family. Wishing him the best of the best. I pray that God will give him testimony, landmark testimonies, and God will answer all his prayer in the name of Jesus. As Prof turns 70 on February 6th, I would like to wish him a very happy birthday.
I wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Complete happy birthday. I'm very happy.
It will be a wonderful celebration. Happy birthday.
You're always calling me Oka, what's that? Well, now, Oka Paruri. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Whether it's back home or birthday, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Please let's put our hands together for the
Achievement Channel went behind the glamour to speak with those who know him best.
History must join part as one of the major players, not in terms of revitalization of June 12. It formed a group of high professional bodies, people, and they formed what they call concerned professionals. That's professionals who are concerned about the future of this country. In 1993, imagine 1993 to this time, 33 years ago, of the validation of June 12 and restoration of democracy in this country.
The SDP family is proud to be associated with Professor Patutomi, who was the pro-national chairman of the SDMP that later transformed into the SDP. Professor Patutomi was also the first presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Media Party in 2011. And his burst of wisdom and experience, the SDP achieved a lot through him. We wish him many happy returns. May God continue to spare him in good health so that Nigeria can continue to learn from his blessings and wisdom. Thank you. May God bless.
The one thing you cannot take away from Professor Patutomi is that he has as equal eye view of Nigeria.
Okay, my name is Niya Adesanya, a business consultant and a business engineering expert. He is a man that has been there from the beginning. My company is over 20 years, but Patutomi has been with us forever. I mean, when people did not believe in us, he believed in us. And then his level of sacrifice is unparalleled. It's very commendable. He sacrifices, he goes the extra mile and extra length for you. And I really appreciate him for that. And also I want to use this opportunity also to appreciate his beautiful wife. Because many people have been talking about Professor Patutomi, but nobody has said anything about her so far. She's a gem, she's a mother, and she's a beloved woman. We love her. Thank you for taking care of our Patutomi for us. God bless you, man.
My name is Ben Gashason. I'm the Executive Director at Paradigm Initiative, and the chairman of our board is Professor Patutomi. Prof, thank you. When we started, you believed in us when we didn't even know what we were going to do. And that belief led to valuable currency in relationships, in partnerships, in funding, in impact, and in work. And because of you, because of the foundation you laid, we are now able to reach thousands and hundreds of thousands of young people across 28 countries on this continent. Thank you for being our trustee and for being our chair. And I pray that you will eat the best of the land.
Prof and I grew up in Kano. Went to different schools there. And for about 13 or more years of our growing up, we didn't even know until we met in Lagos. And I must say that Prof was one of my very good friends. When I turned 70, going on 3 years now, he was there with the wife. And since I've been celebrating my birthdays, he never misses out. So tell me why I would be here today. Your hands please together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
His children shared intimate reflections on Pat Utomi, not just as a public figure, but as a father and a guide.
My name is Patrick Utomi, and I am the son of Patutomi. So my father has been an inspiration ever since I've known. He's always been concerned about the nation and his family. Those are the closest two things to his heart. And every blood, every sweat, all his tears, everything he gave up for us, his family, and for the nation. And I'm glad that he is getting his flowers, but I hope that in his life he sees the nation become what he expected it to be. Thank you.
My name is Claire Utomi, and I'm the youngest daughter. I think the first thing I admire about my dad is that everyone knows his political achievements, his achievements in, academic arenas, but he is such a family man, a dedicated person to being a good father, and always showing up despite his busy schedule. And so I thank him for the plays, for the school visits, for showing up for my friends, for me, no matter what he's doing.
It was a truly glamorous affair. From soulful musical performances to vibrant entertainment, the night was a fitting tribute to a man who has given so much to the soul of our nation. 70 years of value, 70 years of leadership.
Privilege for the gift of life, for the opportunities that we have had, and how this has enabled us to, stimulate some thinking. So I'm really happy that I'm here today. My greatest fulfillment is that in spite of all the running, I have managed to find a wonderful family that has been there all the time, and we have peace, we have joy. Thank God.
As the curtains fall on this celebration, the legacy of Professor Pat Utomi continues to inspire a new generation. Reporting for Achievement Channel, we celebrate a life well lived.
We wear their khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host, Nofisat Adeyola, and you are watching us right here on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic, Bloom Where You Are Posted, is all about turning those unexpected moments into opportunities for growth and purpose. To help us explore this inspiring conversation, I'm joined by two amazing guests. Bankole Emmanuel is an aspiring accounting professional from Kwara State, Nigeria. He holds both ND and HND in accounting from Kwara State Polytechnic and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in accounting while working towards the ACA certification with ICANN. Passionate about numbers, integrity, and growth, he aims to make a meaningful impact in finance and auditing. Egwuoti Favour, a fresh graduate and newly called barrister, embarking on a year of national service. Favour is currently serving at NYSC at the esteemed School of Eloquence, Ikoyi, Lagos State, where she is applying her knowledge and skills to make a positive impact with a passion for the law and a commitment to excellence. Favour is poised for a bright and successful future. So, whether you are serving in a busy city or a quiet village, in a classroom or a corporate office, this episode is for you. Get ready for inspiring insights, real stories, and practical tips on how to turn your service year into a season of growth and purpose. Welcome to the show. I'm very glad to have you guys here, Emmanuel and Favour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So today we'll be discussing Bloom Where You Are Posted on today's episode. So many core members found themselves in unexpected places they never imagined serving.
Yeah.
So how can a corper turn unexpected posting into an opportunity for growth and impact? I'll start with you, Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you, Nafisat. From my own perspective, I would like to say, as a corper, have it, you be seeing yourself posted to where you are not wanting to. It is like, how would I put it? Firstly, the place might not look like a blessing to you, but probably it should look like a journey or a training ground to the journey of your destiny. Because being a corper, you might not want to be in this or particular place being posted to, but seeing yourself there, you have to first look at it. What is my purpose here? Instead of seeing yourself, why am I posted here? This is not relating to what I study or something. You take it, have that mindset. Instead of thinking, why are you posted here? You can calm down and relax and observe. Then see it that what is my purpose here? How can I help this particular organization with what you have? So thinking and seeing it as, okay, yes, because people have that mindset that if you are not posted to where you actually have, where you study or something you have relating to what you read in school, so people see it like as not well, how would I put it? You are not well welcome there. But even life itself, whenever you meet yourself, you need to work with how it is. So by then, and working with things along with how it goes, you definitely get good opportunities, and consistency matters.
Thank you for that answer. What about you, Favor? What do you have to add to it?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to add to what he said, and I'm going to use what he's using as an example, which is mindset. So when NYSC puts you to where you are not even expecting to, maybe because you didn't study what they posted you to go and do and all that. Don't see it as a punishment from NYSC. Do you understand what I'm saying? See it as an opportunity for you to grow and impact like other people around you. That's everything about NYSC post, everything about life is just mindset. Don't see it as a punishment, see it as an opportunity for you to grow. I'll use myself as an example. I'm a lawyer, quite alright, but I was not posted to a law firm. You understand? So what I understood and what I want to take from where NYSC posted me to is that there is no knowledge in this.
That is wasted.
Yes, that is a waste. I will learn something from where I'm being posted. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not, some people are saying, it's not a law firm, but I'm like, let me just calm down. You understand? This is 1 year. It's not a waste. You understand? You are going to, no matter what, you're going to learn 1 or 2 things from where you are being posted to. And you don't know where you're going to apply it in life. So it's going to be useful to you, and you never know when it's going to be useful. There's another thing. Anywhere they post you, to just be flexible. Life comes with adjustments. Let's just learn how to adjust to some certain things in life. So you have to adjust. Let's not be static. This is how I want to be. This is how I want it. Change. Everybody should just learn how to change and be, dynamic with wherever he or she finds his or herself. Yes. And something else. Let's learn how to connect with people around us. Whether they posted it to a rural community or a corporate life, just let's learn how to connect with people. No matter how small that place is, starting from trying to learn languages that you don't know, or learn how to greet them, or just be jovial with people. You don't know how connecting with people can, make you grow in life. So it's something that we also have to learn. So that's just what I want to say.
Thank you very much for that answer, because I actually have something to add to that. Because there was a day I was strolling on social media and I saw something like, if you keep cursing out or saying negative things about your place of work, there's no way you will grow out of that place, and there's no way you will be happy. And I think when I saw that, it actually changed my mindset. Fine, when in life, at a point in time, we always find ourselves in places or where we never imagine. Let's even put NYSC aside. Journey to life, you find your place in. There's something like that. It can never be me. The way it will be you will not even expect it. So you keep saying no every day. I don't like that place. I don't. Whether you like it or not, that's where you spend the next 1 year of your service here. So at first it may be challenging, and I used to say something about turning your struggles into opportunity. So just make the most out of it. Make sure you are, like you said, be flexible. Make sure you just see it as an opportunity to grow. So thank you very much for that wonderful answer. Thank you.
Okay, concerning what you said earlier, that you said aside NYSC, it made me remember someone. This friend of mine is well learned. Is that kind of person. When I met him, I saw his thinking and his academic ability. I was like, okay, why are you in this polytechnic, like the way we also came? I was like, no, because from his 100 level down to his final year, he was in first class, distinction, HND distinction, HND2 distinction, graduated with distinction. So now, we will say that kind of person now that graduated with distinction from 91 down to HND2, we will say that kind of person is supposed to be in university, but due to that, the way life generally, and he was able to manage the way the life of a thing is. So it's part of how life will actually treat you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful answer, which brings me to the next question. Can you share a story? It may be yours, it may be someone close to you, of a couple that turned their unexpected posting experience into something imaginable. for someone that posted to a place they don't want to be. So how they turn their posting their NYSC year from a place they don't want to be to something very, very impactful. Do you have a story to share, or maybe yours, maybe one of your experience, maybe one of your very close friend?
Okay, thank you for that wonderful question. I would like to put an illustration of somebody I know.
Okay.
He was posted to Kwara State for his NYSC.
Okay.
In a remote area, remote village.
Okay.
So the place is, they have a lot of things that are lacking: the lack of light, lack of electricity, lack of power, lack of water. Like the area itself is just, it's a school they posted him. Okay. Then it was just like, you know, as a copper now, that alone, you know, as a copper, you feel like the area where you are, you need some things like the way you like light and everything. But the way where it was posted, it was bad. Like it was posted to a school. But this copper that I'm trying to talk, the school he was posted to, he realized that those students, they lack how to read. Then he took it. He didn't take it as a problem. He took it as an opportunity that, okay, let him start some weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, coaching lesson for them. Then from there, those students became very good in reading. From there, the parents of those children were like, yes, this is good. And this, during the processing, it gave him some opportunity, like to connect with some different people that he didn't expect, because what it took from the start, like taking them. But if you see some coppers now posted to that kind of area now, it doesn't. So I feel seeing that place as opportunity, like the scenario I said now, I can use myself as an opportunity, because I'm being posted to a place where it's not relating to accounting. Okay. But due to the fact that I have a skill at hand, it's actually one of the important things that is even keeping me going in where I'm working as my PPA. So it's very important that don't just see yourself that, okay, where you are posted, or wherever is being posted to is you don't have what you are doing. Like the way my lawyer said earlier, that where she's being posted is not relating to a law firm. So if you can see where you are as an opportunity and ability to grow, to use it to grow, it will go a long way.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to use CDS as an example.
Okay.
So my CDS says a lady, she was posted to sports CDS. That's her CDS.
Okay.
Sports CDS.
A CDS group.
Yes, a CDS group, sports CDS. And she happens to be in volleyball. You
Okay.
understand? You know, at first it's like, we're just wasting our time. Do you understand? What are we even using this thing to do? Who actually uses volleyball? I know in Nigeria we don't really, apart from football, and there's not really football. Those ones are not really there yet. So, but to her greatest surprise, she used it as a means to eat. Even now, that's what she's using. She has her own small, academy where she trains young people. You understand how to play volleyball. How to play volleyball. At first, it was like, let's just do this and
and let's get it done
with it. But now she uses it and she trains, young people how to play volleyball. And who knows? It might go international one day. You never can tell. You understand what I'm saying? So wherever you find yourself, just use it. Learn it very, very well, no matter how little. You don't know if you're going to use it to teach people in the future, or if you're going to use it to even apply it, to even make yourself greater, make yourself grow the more. Yes. So that was, and then there are still so many other stories where people, especially people that have been posted to rural areas, where they end child marriages, because they are graduates and they speak up, and the government hear them eventually. They end child marriages, end female mutilation, genital mutilation, all those kind of things. So that's just simple.
Thank you very much for that wonderful answer. Thank you very much. That's a very inspiring story. Thank you, listeners for staying with us. Now we'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078 or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
This is Corpus Can, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back, and it's still Corpus Can. Thank you for still staying on the show.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So the next question I'll ask now is, what practical step can Corpus take to adapt, lead, and add values in communities that are completely different from what they are used to?
Okay. Well, I'll say, for starters, immerse yourself in the way of life of that community. That should be like number one. And that is learning the culture of the people, learning the languages, because you have to communicate, you understand? You have to, whether it's to go to the market or enter a bus or transport or anything at all, you have to learn how to, and they don't speak English. So how are you going to,
communicate?
Yes, so you have to communicate, you have to learn their languages, learn their cultures, you understand? And you should listen more than you can speak. And this is why I say this is because, we are all graduates.
Yes.
And we are enlightened. Let me put it that way. We are enlightened. And then there's some communities that they will post some of us to and won't like their way of life. So what I just want to say is, don't just rush into it.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Calm down. Even though you want to change something, there are ways to go about it. You understand what I'm saying? Just calm down, listen, observe how everywhere is first before you start doing anything, before you start trying to change anything. And lastly, what I want to put in is, you can initiate projects that you think, this project is going to be good for the community, or this project is going to take the community up, you understand? Or this project, I'm doing it because I also want to grow, you understand? To see that I can actually do something for this place I'm being posted to. Then my 1 year not just be a waste, you understand? And secondly, I want the community to grow because I don't really like how it is. Wow. Yes. So just number one, like I said, learn their languages. Yes, learn the cultures. You understand? And that's just.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, what do you have to add to what
Okay,
you
thank
said?
you. Concerning from my own perspective, whenever you are being where you are, firstly, you have to observing first, because you have to observe where you are, because you have to know the kind of people are there. You have to know the kind of culture that is there, you get, and have to know how things are being done in that place. Then secondly, you have to create a relationship by connecting on how you can flow with how people is at that place. Then while making those processes of connections and relationship within them, you try to carry them along, and in any place you find yourself, have it at the back of your mind that you must have that mindset that you are here to learn. Because if you are in a place and you believe you know everything, or you are not ready to learn, it's not a good, or will I put it might not help in a good way. And also, if you are in a place where you've been appointed or been said to be a leader there, my own advice for you, being a leader, to everybody the person at the head leading the others. But being a leader, you must ensure you are doing things like, how would I put it, ensure you lead in a way that you are not seeing yourself as a boss or as the head or leader. You are seeing yourself working together. Like, you should be like working with your people, like, not that, okay, you do this. Yes, you give instruction, but there's a way you do things, like when even the way you, okay, let's do this, you walk along with everyone. So those are that's why I said you have to observe, because for an instance now, posted to a, or you applied for something and you've gotten there, and now you met people there. You can't just, okay, being the leader, you can't just say, oh yeah, these are things. That's why I said observing the way the things are, the culture, the nature of how the work and the environment is. Then you can now lead and do the necessary things.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. I also like to add to what Favour said the other time. Okay. So he said something about learn their language, learn their culture, and that take me back to when I was in camp. I camp in Kwara State, and I remember then inside camp, the tribe that dominates Kwara State include Yoruba and Nupe. I think that's the majority of people there. So they took it upon themselves, the camp officials, to teach the Nupe's Yoruba.
Wow.
They taught the Nupe Yorubas on the assembly, on the parade ground. And also, even some Yorubas did not really know how to communicate in Yoruba. So they took it upon themselves to teach the Nupes on how to communicate in Yoruba. And the major thing they taught us there was how to communicate, greetings. Because to me, I'm a Yoruba person, but let me just say, as a Nigerian, anywhere we go, even you greet people you don't know.
Yes.
You meet people on the way, you say hi. Yes, and this is just normal courtesy that we Nigerians do. So even if you want to ask question or anything, the first thing you do is greeting, hello, hi. But if you don't know the language to communicate with them, there's no way you will be able to do that. So they taught the Nukwe how to speak Yoruba and the Yoruba how to speak Nukwe. So that wherever you find yourself, yourself posted in, you won't find it difficult to communicate with people. Imagine you want to communicate with a Nukwe. There are some Nukwe's that actually understand Yoruba, but there are some that they don't understand Yoruba at all. Imagine you want to communicate, find yourself in the Nukwe community that posted there, and you want to communicate, and you don't even know how to communicate. So how do you want to talk to them? So I think that's something they actually did that's very, very good. It's an opportunity they thought, and I think I kind of give them kudos for doing that.
Oh, that's great.
So, if you could give a new core member posted to where they don't want to be, what advice will you give to them? How will you tell them to bloom where they are posted?
Okay. What my advice is that you don't have to love where you're posted, but you should love the people that are there. You understand what I'm saying? Love people that are there and see it as an opportunity for you to learn. Don't see it as a punishment. See it as, I'm going to grow. Let it be like a challenge. This place I'm being posted to is not really, I don't really like it, but I'm going to make something out of it. So that's just keep being persistent and be patient. That's just my advice I have for them.
Okay. Thank you. What about you, Manuel?
Thank you. From my own perspective of view, for a newly copper being posted, my advice for the copper is, firstly, don't be in an hurry or rush to reject where you've been posted, because for every posting of your PPA, there's tendency of you having a lesson to learn from there, and who knows, probably an opportunity might even open for you. You might, there's this thing that I believe that you might be in a place where it's small. Like the place where you are might be small, but don't think your destiny is like below that place. Think like if the place or where you are being posted is looking small, you are aiming higher, but that place shows you a journey that you are starting. And for being for a couple being posted to where he or she wants to be, like posted to where he or she does not want, it might not be of his or her own favor, but take that opportunity, because most of coppers generally, will I say 75 or 80%, does not have an experience of working before, because immediately you finished your institution, it was doing few months later you applied for NYSC. So there is no enough experience you have in the world at large. So it's like a journey, like, so take it as an opportunity, because where you are, some people are looking for it, so you might not see that place as what you value, but take it important, and eventually you get a good thing from there.
Thank you very much. That was very, even me, I would say, turn your, like I used to say, turn your struggles into opportunities.
Yeah.
Out of 100% core members, 80% does not like where they are posted. But we can turn that struggle into opportunities. I think it will serve as this guiding stone or a stepping stone of your destiny to where you want to be. And I think that's that's the most important thing in life. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
My name is Christiana Salmon, Mrs. State Coordinator, NYSC Lagos. Keep watching Achievement Channel, is a motivational channel.
This is Corpus Ken, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a powerful conversation. Today's episode reminds us that no matter where we are posted, we all have the power to create impact, learn and grow. Your environment may not be perfect, but your attitude can make all the difference. So go ahead and bloom where you are planted. Build connections, gain experience, and let this year shape the best version of you. Thank you for watching Corpus Can. I'm Nofisat Adeyola, reminding you that you can serve, shine, and succeed anywhere you are. Until next time, keep blooming, keep believing, and remember, Corpus Can.
Welcome to the Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity and communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievement, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos, Nigeria. Today, we bring you a story of dedication, recognition, and the transformative power of education, a story that truly embodies our motto: achievement is not just a destination, but it's also a journey. For 10 years, Nigerian Breweries PLC, through the Nigerian Breweries Felix Ohiwere Education Trust Fund, has championed the cause of education in Nigeria. The unwavering commitment embodied in the Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is a powerful testament to their corporate philosophy of winning with Nigeria. This isn't just corporate social responsibility, it's an investment in the very foundation of our nation's future.
So for the Felix Ohiwere Education Trust Fund, the focus has been in supporting the advancement of education in Nigeria through infrastructural investments. We have donated about 471 classrooms already all across Nigeria. Annually, we donate about 5,000 books to students in secondary schools across Nigeria. And we then have the Maltina Teacher of the Year competition, where so far in the past 9 years, we have recognized about 241 teachers and 9 winners who have won prizes in terms of infrastructural investments for the schools that they emerge from, such as classroom blocks, auditoriums, a language laboratory from our last winner. And for themselves, they win a grand prize of 6.5 million naira, as well as a capacity building training. We had some go to the University of Manchester, and more recently this year to the Tampere University in Finland.
In the early days, fewer teachers were as aware of the value of the competition as they are today. So you're getting more and more entries. But I think one of the very best of the champions is the very first one from way back 10 years ago. We've had many good ones, and each of them have had impacts, in their communities, especially given the support that they get from the Felix Ohiwere Foundation, the trust that is supporting this process. But really what is important is self-motivated teachers
who want to change the world. They are not as many as we'd like to see, but they are phenomenal when you find them. You know, people who literally live the lives of their pupils in order to help them find themselves. And we saw a couple. One terrific one from this year was a gentleman who essentially said that the essence of his life was to, what he used, challenge mathematics, you know, because he wasn't doing so well in it. At a point in time, he said, what the heck? I would challenge mathematics, and went on to become a maths teacher. And a terrific one at that, very creative and all of that. So when you see people like that, you know that there's a future for mankind, you know? And so this is the beauty of this competition, this series, the opportunities that provides to see the depth of humanity in its capacity to transform. The triumph of the human spirit is an amazing thing. Possibilities are infinite, and if you have realized it through this program, participate, get involved, you'll be amazed how you can change the world. I remember the famous Margaret Mead quote, you know, you should never underestimate what a few committed individuals can do to change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has.
Since 1994, the Trust Fund has been building more than just classrooms. They've been building opportunities. Over 420 classrooms, sanitary facilities, and libraries stand as monuments to their dedication, impacting 74 communities across all 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And through scholarships, they've opened doors to higher education for countless deserving students.
This project, winning the Multinational Teacher of the Year, has totally changed my life, not just my life, the lives of my students, who of course got given the project, which is an English language lab, a digital English language lab, where they've been able to express themselves and see the world as it is, not just having the usual, you know, the la crème la pour. Now they can exhibit some of the things they see on TV. So it's totally changed not just my life, but that of my students, the other teachers. So I want to say a very big thank you to Multinational Teacher of the Year, the Felix Oyiwere brand. I want to say a very big thank you to Nigerian Breweries for giving us this platform, for making teachers be in spaces that truly matter, and for putting us on tables or tables that we were not called prior to winning this. I want to say this to every teacher out there looking at me thinking, oh, when would this be my turn? I want you to first note that you are the heart of the fulfillment of any education system in the world. You are very important, you are needed, and the world sees and hears you. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but very soon you'll be recognized, and your reward is right here on earth and not in heaven.
This year, the spotlight shines on Ifechukwu of Crown Grace School, Mararaba, Nasarawa State, the winner of the 10th Multina Teacher of the Year Award. His dedication, his passion, his commitment to his students has earned him a well-deserved 10 million naira prize, and all expenses paid international capacity development training, and a 30 million infrastructure boost for his school. This is not just an award for one teacher, it's an investment in the entire community.
Come on, we have to do this together. Drum roll, please. And the winner is...
Esom Nofu Chidiebube Ifechukwu. Congratulations.
Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State.
No wonder he wasn't smiling.
Stand up for the champion.
But the story doesn't just end there. Kehinde from Ogun State and Udo from Akwa Ibom State are also celebrated for their outstanding contributions, receiving 3 million and 2 million naira respectively. And let's not forget the other state champions who also got 1 million naira, demonstrating the depth of talent and dedication within Nigeria's teaching profession. The Multina Teacher of the Year competition is more than just an award. It's a celebration of the unsung heroes who shape our future. It's a powerful reminder that teachers are the foundation upon which all other professions stand. As Hans would say, from Managing Director of Nigerian Breweries PLC. This initiative is about recognizing teachers for their labor of love and their role in shaping noble human beings.
Teachers are the heart and soul of any country, but especially necessary in the country of Nigeria. We have to make sure that we build, with our children, we build a future that they all deserve. Maltina has been a proud sponsor now for 10 years, going from strength to strength, with lots of engagement. Teachers like it. The government is endorsing this in full. Maltina being a proud sponsor, we're really trying to build and going from strength to strength over the last 10 years. And as far as I'm concerned, the next 10 or maybe the next 100 years to come.
This year's record-breaking participation with 1,300 valid entries and champions from every state underscores the profound impact of this initiative on Nigeria's educational landscape. It's a testament to the dedication, resilience, and unwavering spirit of Nigerian teachers. This is what Achievement News is all about, celebrating the power of human potential, the transformative impact of dedication, and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. The Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is a beacon of hope, a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in education and celebrate those who dedicate their lives to shaping the next generation. This is more than just a news story, it's an inspiration to us all.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
At Achievement News, we celebrate stories like this because we believe in empowering you, our viewers, with inspiration and knowledge to fuel your journey to greatness. Don't miss out on our more uplifting stories like this one. Hit the subscribe button on the Achievement channel and join a growing community of dreamers, achievers, and changemakers. Also visit our website at www.achievementchannel.com for more. Teachers inspire, shape, and build the future. The Maltina Teacher of the Year competition is more than an award. It's a movement that uplifts educators, strengthens communities, and empowers the youth. Congratulations to all the winners, and kudos to Nigerian Breweries PLC for championing this transformative vision. At Achievement News, we remind you every achievement begins with a dream and the courage to nurture it. Subscribe to the Achievement channel today and be a part of the movement for greatness. See you next time on the Achievement News, where every story is a step towards empowerment.
Hello and welcome to another inspiring episode of Career Success. It is the show that brings you one-on-one with exceptional individuals whose journeys inspire and motivate us all. This is the Achievement channel and we are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. I am Christine Davis and today we are delving into the world of agriculture and entrepreneurship with a remarkable guest. Joining us is Taiwo Oshinowo, founder, CEO of Tima Farms, an enterprise established in 2016 with the mission to promote food security and reduce hunger in Nigeria. But that's not all. Taiwo is also a certified human resource specialist with a background in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos. She completed the Road to Growth program by the Creasy Blair Foundation for Women, as well as the intensive training in sustainable farming through the Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority. In addition to running her farm, Taiwo is deeply committed to community development. Her Outgrower program trains and empowers women and youth in her community to acquire skills in cassava and tomato processing, helping them become financially independent and contributing to the value chain. We are super thrilled to have her here with us to share her journey and her expertise. Taiwo, you are most welcome to Career Success.
Thank you for having me.
You know, I'm so excited about this interview. I'm so excited about this program. I'm really glad that we have people like you still in Nigeria. As I was saying earlier, I mean, someone looking at you, if I'd seen you before now without your profile, I would have been, okay, who is this, you know, ordinary Nigerian? But reading through your profile and seeing the amount of work you do, I mean, on social media, you are a superwoman. And I really, really hope that our viewers out there that are watching us would take a thing or two, in short, take so much more out of this conversation that we're going to have. You're most welcome. So let's dive into the conversation, Taiwo.
Okay.
Where did this all start from? Take us to your background from school. What is the history of this?
Well, I would say if anybody told me that I will become a farmer, I would say, come of it. How can I do farming job? Well, I know that my grandparents, my mom, they were also a farmer. So how will I go back to that profession when I knew that there is no more money in it?
In farming?
In farming, yes. That was my thought then, because I could relate that. My grandparents, my parents doing farming, I could see the difference between us and other families, how they are doing so well when it comes to white collar job. So during my school days or after my schools, I can never thought of or imagine that I will also go into that profession. So back to your question. When I finished school, and I could say that there was no job, no employment. And my husband came home one night like that. He said, Taiwo, there was a link. They call it Empower. Just open and read through and see what we can do with this instead of just sitting down at home. I said, Empower. What is the benefit? What's the pay? He said, just open and see. I read through. I could see that it's a training that will last for 2 years, and it's in the 4 phases. There is M-Agro, N-Teach, N-Health, and N-Tax. I call myself together that I cannot do N-Agro. Let me do N-Teach. At least if they trained us, I'll be able to teach maybe GSS1, business studies, or social science, or whatever. My husband said, how can you take teacher? Take Agric. I said, Agric. What will I do with Agric? Remember, my mom, my grandfather, they were farmer. So I know what it takes. I can't do it. I stay here in Lagos. No land. So how do you want me to go through that process again? He said, okay, just put in for Agric. I listened to him that year. So 2 years, they taught us so many things in Agric related to poultry, fishery, crops, agribusiness. So it now depends on you if you want to do the whole phases. But I decided to focus on crop production because it's less monitoring, it's giving time for my family, and also I can able to navigate my time, my family, and also for myself. So even if I try to go into poultry, that one is needed at 100% of your time. So I have to focus on crop production. So before I focus on crop production, there is something that came to my mind that my grandfather used to say, when food is out of poverty, then poverty is finished. Then I now relate that if I thought I can start doing like just only tomatoes, vegetables, and some other little things. In fact, even if it is not for sales, for my personal use, if I put all this together, we can live on it. So immediately during the program, I started with a 1 plot of land with cassava plantation. Then before you know it, I started little by little. Then I reached out to all my bosses. In fact, thank God for a fantastic staff in Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority. Oh, wow. They really welcome us with all their harms, their experience, their networking. Though everything is not about money, I kept on saying this, it doesn't come in form of monetary value, but what they gave us that time, it's more than giving us cash that, oh, take this. But the knowledge, the networking, the connectivity, it's a top notch. So immediately during that period, in fact, before I started harvesting on my farm, during their networking stuff, they network with other co-farmers, experienced farmers. Walk to them, sir, your produce, how do you do it? How do you go about it? I want to be off-taking from you. Before you know it, I started uptaking from those farmers, taking from them. So before my own came out, I was able to gain my ground when it comes to marketing. So by the time my own is out like this, I was able to sell off all my produce. In fact, sometimes I'll start taking from my colleague too that, sir, do you still have this, we have that? Because I have market for it.
Incredible.
So I just told one of my boss, Mrs. Ojo, I kept on, I will never forget her. In any place I am today, I will never forget her. So she will call me, Taiwo, how do you want to go about this? How do you want to do your production? During those times, it wasn't easy, I won't lie to you. Where they deployed us, I could remember during 2016, when the Empower started. I stay in Ikoyi Obalende here. They deployed me to Ekpe. So every day I go from Obalende here to Ekpe for my PPA, place of primary assignments. So we will go there every fortnight. Then they deploy me to, if I don't go to Ekpe, I will go to Ikota to go and see the farmers, disseminate information that have been aggregated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture through the extension farmers, because we are the extension officers. So we try to have a word to heart to them, how to go about their production. But me, I do not go there as an officer. I go there as Elena. That's it, sir, because they are mamas. Ma, sir, if I want to plant ugu today, how do I go about it? So they will open their mind to tell me the step-by-step procedure on how to plant, on how to nurture, on how to go to the market, even the challenges on the farms. They will try, even the markets, they will relate everything with me, because I do not go there because as a, I know it all.
Wow. Okay, so you know, the attitude that you have even towards learning. Look at me thinking that Empower did not give any success, because I also applied for Empower.
Really?
I think I applied, but you see, that's the thing about you. My own, when I was applying for Empower, it was to go and get money. Because, you know, they had a stipend of some sort.
You know, I said something the other time that everything is not about money, because the knowledge they impacted. I'm not saying this because I want to credit government, but the knowledge I acquired, yes, that I acquired, I can say that it's more than the money that they might have offered me that time. Wow. Because I'm making as in double of that. You understand?
Viewers, you know, I just want to say we're going to look at the amount of work she does, which also speaks to her attitude. You see her in rice farms with water up to here.
Yes.
You know, navigating through bushes.
That is it.
I mean, but let's take a look at that. And then when we get back, we'll get more insight from her at the studio. You're still watching the Achievement Channel, and this is Career Success. We'll be right back.
Search and search before we could get perfect sites of perfect farmland for our rice production, because rice need water. There are some stages that rice need water for it to grow well, and if not, everything will just will not grow or germinate. So from the upland side, we have to come here. So these are the water has been helping us to grow our further rice. So over 3 months now, I've been hiding this. I've been doing this. We've been putting hands together for it to be successful, because I would like to use our first production, and we need to be very, very careful with it. We don't know if it's going to be out well, or how do I put this. So we thank God everything came out as we planned, as we expected. Harvest time. What's today? Today is Thursday. I told you to place your order before today. It's harvest time at Tima Farms. You know what? Every Mondays and Thursday remain our harvest day at Tima Farms. Don't mind me, I have to take this. Let me show you. The sweet corn.
Welcome back, and you can see the attitude that, you know, she has even on her farm. You know, I've seen you going around harvesting, even eating your sweet corn on your farm. Yeah. So right now, how many produces, farm produces come out of your farm. I've seen gari, I've seen your sweet corn, I've seen your bell peppers, those juicy bell peppers that you have. I've seen, so like, what variety of produce?
Well, we have varieties of produce on our farm, and there is one for the seasonal farming. Then there is one that we always have on a weekly basis. For instance, sweet corn. Sweet corn, we have it every week. We plant every week and we harvest every week.
Every week?
Yes, yes, yes.
You plant
every week and we harvest every week.
Okay.
So it's because we don't want to run at when the customers ask for us, and we kept on telling them that we don't have a produce. So we structure ourselves in the sense that when a customer asks for a corn, we'll be able to deliver anytime. So we harvest twice in a week, Mondays and Thursdays. So that is twice in a week. So and we have cassava.
I've seen ofada rice as well.
Ofada rice and cassava, they are seasonal produce. We harvest that one once in a year. So once we are in a season right now. So once we in a season, we process. Then once it's off season, that's all. And our gari, we also harvest and process ourselves. There was a time we do sell out to people in industrial companies for internal industrial, for alcohol and the likes. But now we produce our gari ourselves because we realize that there are a lot of, limited supplies in the market. This makes gari to be highly expensive. So we decided to do processing ourselves. At least everybody can have access to cassava. There was a reason for that, but I don't know. Maybe it's another topic for that. What caused the shortage or limited of gari in the market at the moment?
You know, gari is 4,000 per pint.
It's even more than that.
Right now.
Because in our farm, we do strictly gari Jebu. And gari Jebu is a quality one. You can't compare gari Jebu with other gari. And it's expensive in the market.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Let's go back to some of your professional training.
Okay.
I know that you have a media strategy in and sustainable farming training. How has that helped you in your success?
I would like to. It has helped a lot, because I can say that when you are in a particular field, if you don't invest in yourself, that means you can never grow. You will just remain. You will think that you are doing better for yourself. Let's look at when I took up a course on marketing and strategy, because remember I said my grandparents were a farmer, and I could see that the growth in them, it's not something that can be boasted of, that I also want to take up this profession.
They were just local
farmers. Thank you. So now when we bring in all these ideas, the creativity, the innovation, it's really bringing this business for the top notch. Even my mom, I forgot to mention that when I told her that I want to go into farming, she was crying that look at the child that I suffered to raise, to train in school with
you
this,
want to go back
and you want to go back to this. You understand? And now if I tell her that I'm not doing a particular crop for this season, it will be the one to be advising me. No, Taiwo, how will you do that? Let's say, okay, it's just that I will be the one to be in charge of this. That kind of thing. So I could say that that training really helped. It helped me to scale up for growth, and that is why you are meeting me here. If I don't do all those training, this and that, definitely achievement might not come to me today to come and say, okay, let's hear from you.
You are a successful farmer. You are.
Thank
Okay, so
you.
let's look at the various organizations that you've worked with. You've worked with Lagos State Agricultural Agency. You've also worked with a National Homegrown Feeding Program.
Yes.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's, as a farmer, they will engage with us to be supplying them all the farm fresh produce directly to the schools, because there was if you remember, okay, I don't know, maybe you know about it, when the government started the homeschool feeding, whereby they engage all farmers to be supplying their produce, because they know that what is coming directly from farm are quality and nutritious compared to something they don't know the basis, or they don't know the foundation where the food is coming from. So related to the Empower program, I was one of the independent monitors whereby they engaged me when I finished my NYM Empower training, because they could select some of the like-minded that are really top of that training to also engage us to monitor the activities of others beneficiaries coming in. Mentors to them, exactly. So we monitor them when it comes to their training, monitor their activities, their welfare, and also the teachers that are taught maybe in the area of NTeach. So it's, like I said, it's a different phases. So like now I go to them, know what their activity is all about, know what they do, know if they are being paid on time, know their records of attendees, whether they are present or not. And if there is any challenges, I bring it on board to discuss it with the right stakeholders.
Wow. So you've moved from N-Agro, you are now on NTeach. You short, you are everywhere.
Everywhere. Because as their coordinator, because I was the coordinator for Etiosa local government.
The entire local government.
Yeah, entire Etiosa local government. You know, we have 20 local governments in Lagos State.
Yes.
So Etiosa local government, I'm their coordinator then. So I have to move around to see if the program is being monitored, is being coordinated according to the plan from the federal states. Because then it was, we are working for federal government.
So you were working for the federal government?
Federal government.
Somebody that was looking for a job?
For a job, yes.
And now you have been contracted as a coordinator by the federal government.
Yes, and I also doing my own farming stuff.
Just look at that.
Yes.
You know what? We'll be back after this short break. There's so much more to unpack on this episode of Career Success. I wish we don't even finish, but you know what? Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are with speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to Career Success. We still have Taiwo at the studio. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our School of Eloquence studio right here in Lagos. Taiwo, I will start calling you Minister of Agriculture because I don't even think the Minister of Agriculture, you know, what I'm saying is that the impact of the work that you are doing is just phenomenal.
Thank you.
I can see that over and over again. So let's look at the Outgrower program. I understand that it focuses heavily on women and youth.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it has to do with agriculture, like also strengthening the food security in Nigeria. Please talk about that.
Well, like I said earlier on, when I started, it's not just about to teach you how to plant alone. It's to teach you how to go about, know the in and outs about the whole industry. From the point of your site selection, to the point of sourcing for your seed, for the point of planting, for the point of marketing. So you have to navigate it all. So I want to, myself as a case study, when I started, I have no idea. In fact, fine, I have the background of farming, but farming not the same. Because the one that we are talking about is about when it comes to modern mechanized farming. Yes. We use irrigation on our farm because you asked me that time that we plant every week and we harvest every week. Because with the help of irrigations, this makes us to plant all year round. Rain or no rain, we are planting. We are producing. We are giving out produce for our communities so that they would not run a shortage of food. This makes us to be up of our whatever we are doing. So back to your questions. The Empower program is not just a program that anybody can just say, oh, it's meant for national cake. It's not about national cake. If you are the person that is well determined that I want to grow with this, so definitely you will grow. So when it comes to agribusiness, you can decide to go into, even if you don't have a farm of yourself. There are some people among me, like my colleagues, they decide to be in the marketing department of take from the production, the farmers, because they will tell you that you cannot do it all. You cannot be the producer and be the marketer and also be in the processing. So like my Gary now, I told you I farm my cassava myself. So there should be another department that will take it for me for another processing. Once they finish processing, another people will take it over to do marketing. So but now me, I'm doing all the three. I'm the producer, I'm the processor, and I'm also into the marketing. Because I realized that in agribusiness, if you are not into processing, you are not making it big.
Wow.
Yes. I learned that in processing, you get more money in processing than to offtake. It has happened to me in the past whereby one of the offtakers, directly or indirectly, I can say he robbed me.
Okay.
He robbed me because when he came to me to buy, to bought tons of cassava from me at the rate of 33,000 naira, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. So I later get to know that, yes, you can blame me for that I do not do my market research well, which I accepted that I didn't do my market research well. So I later find out that it's selling at the rate of 50,000 naira. And I sold at 33,000 naira. So, well, that is it. But when I now convert it to the processing stage, you could see the double money I will make. So a bag of Gary is selling at the rate of 75,000 naira now. If I'm to sell to you, I might not make up to like 50,000 naira as a tubers. Do you get? So in Empower as a whole, as a farmer, there are a lot of things I've learned, which I also urge every other people that wanted to go into farming to see it as not just I want to plant, to see it as a life, as a survivor.
You know, this story that you just shared right now talks about your challenges, some of the challenges. You have a fantastic success story.
Thank you.
But let's because I know that every successful story has challenges. Because I know that you cannot just, it's not a bed of roses. It can never be. Okay? So let's just talk about, for the people that are going through these challenges right now, if you could share, what are those challenges that you had from the beginning?
Let me change my position because the challenges, if I start, we don't have much time. I'll first of all start with land, accessibility of land. First of all, because I've experienced it and I still have some people that is still in that issue at the moment. You see, farming now, there are some lands that we know that is meant for agricultural purposes.
Yes.
It's not really so now. You will see that real estate, I'm sorry because I kept on saying this on my page, that real estate have taken all over the land that is meant for agricultural purposes. Developers, thank you. Because that is number one. My colleague, even me, I've planted on a land of, as in not acres, as in acres, that they just got there and uproot what we have on the land.
You don't say.
Yes. Uproot everything that this land has been sold to so. So if you want any agreement, just go and meet them and have the new contract, you know. And those ones cannot wait, so they have to uproot. And that is number one. Number two, laborers. How to get a commitment as in that we see your job as your own. Not to talk of a young lady trying to see something to do for ourselves. Some of them will look at you like, see the ones that is not even older to my last born. You want to order me around to do this. You know, as a young girl growing up or trying to do something and you are in power or engaging somebody that can be your grandparents as your staff. You know, you don't, sometimes I can say I don't have the control over them. If you ask them to do this, they'll tell you, once she leave like this, they will also find their way. They don't see, that is what I can say when it comes to labors. They do things as they want. You will plant down like this, and before you know it, your co-workers that you are meant, that he or she meant to be on the farm at the time of harvesting or weeding, you will not get them on the farm. Even to see them, it's another problem. Aside that, finance, Yoruba people will say, anybody, any business, it requires money. If you don't have money, you could see that, oh, Taiwo is doing very well. He has everything. But there are sometimes that we need to, maybe I want to diversify. I want to expand. I want to go into some processing. Like this ofada rice that we are doing now. I can tell you, a lot of people walk us to me that, come and sell paddy to me, I want to process. But if I look at my pocket that I don't have enough money to process this, let me sell it out. But if I have money, I'll be able to process to whatever tons of rice I want or I wish to have within this circle. But because of that, we could not fly as in the way we want it. So I can say finance, labor, that is human capital, land, and security.
That's a big one, because I was going to ask
Security.
you about that. How
Security.
are you coping with
Security. Well, I can say that we have hunters because I'm a village girl. Yes, I'm a village girl. We have hunters, I have to engage them. Sir, please, if you want to monitor my farm for a certain period of time. And that time, maybe period that, you know, okay, I have to break this down. There is all this Fulani, you know, and there is other thefts that will just burst into your farm and harvest.
Food insecurity now.
I'm telling you.
I understand.
So, and once I just woke up to them that, sir, please, I want you to monitor this this farm for me for a certain period, because maybe when we realize that it's getting to harvest time, so I have them on the farm to secure that space for me. So if not, before you know it, they will just come into your farm and harvest. They will not just say, they will, it's not just by taking little to just eat.
No, they will harvest the
They
entire
will
farm.
harvest. Like, by the time you come back the next day, you just see everywhere cleared
on your behalf.
What is happening? So you get, so now this has been really helpful, that engage some local hunters, pay them at the end of the month. If it is wages, I pay them, then they secure the farm for me. Then when it comes to, though we've not experienced that in my locality where we farm, about Fulani esmen, so God will not let them reach our side.
Amen.
But
Amen.
for that, you know, there is hunger in the land, so we have to protect that by engaging some local farmers to look after the farm for us.
Okay, so very quickly right now, for the future, because right now you've done so well, where do you see Tima Farms in the next 5 years? Just
well, I hope and I wish to see myself like, because now I forgot to tell you that we have a farm store here in Obalende. So every produce coming from farm comes to store so that everybody can have access to food. It's not that your farm is far, I cannot come. So I hope to see my farm across the 36 states in Nigeria.
Fantastic.
Yes. So have another branch here in Lagos. We're on island now, mainland, then maybe in Abuja, Port Harcourt, because those are the because we do have a lot of orders from Port Harcourt, Abuja, Benin, in fact some Akwa Ibom, I don't know.
We're going to visit your store.
Thank
and
you.
just see. Okay, so very quickly right now, just in a minute, if you could just tell our viewers that are watching you and aspiring to also be farmers, do what you are doing, just in 1 minute. Motivate them, inspire them. What do you have to tell them?
Well, I have to say that whatever they want to do, they should just be focused, be determined. There are a lot of challenges that will arise. You might be hearing from other farmers, maybe your mentors, that, oh, this is what they are facing, but I don't think I have the mind. You can do it. Forget about the challenges. In as much you are determined and you are focused, then, believe me, you will overcome it.
That's it. You've heard it all. You can overcome all of your challenges. We've had a fantastic time with you, Taiwo, at the studio. I really did not want this to end. But that's it for today on the episode Career Success. We've had Taiwo share her amazing work from Tima Farms, showing us that the power of passion, purpose, and community can make a real difference. We hope her story inspires you to pursue your dreams and make bold steps in your careers. Join us next time for more inspiring stories on career success. I'm Christine Davis, and remember, success starts with you. Bye for now.
slip away. Time when you walked out that door. Tell me what you're waiting for. Oh, oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be there.
Hello everyone, I am Oyin Priye Krumale and this is the Achievement Channel. Today we are in one of the most busiest districts in the city of Lagos where the energy is as vibrant as the hustle, and we are here to ask questions from Lagosians on what keeps them moving forward amidst the daily grind in Lagos. It could be very, very tough living in Lagos in these harsh economic times. However, Lagosians keep pushing forward. So we are here to field question what keeps them pushing forward, what are the goals they are striving for, and what makes them think that they can look up to tomorrow.
Okay, so for me, it's a success. I want to be successful. I want to live the life that I want. The life that I want to take care of my parents, my family. I just want to be there for them. And that's what success is for me, actually. It's not about the cars, it's not about the houses or whatnot. I just want to live comfortable. I want to be able to help people. That's it for me. Okay. Well, I have the resilience. At least I've been through school 5 years. I graduated with a good result, and I believe anything is possible as long as I put my mind to it.
Basically, it's just family. So why I said family is because I know what my parents have been through to get me to where I am, and I also know where I'm coming from. So waking up in the morning, the first thing that comes to my head is how my papa and my mama go take their life now, waiting they go chop, all those kind of things. Yeah. Now we understand that the government is not so much good with pension. So instead of waiting for pension, you need to sort out yourself. And this my parents that I'm talking about, they are old, so that's one thing that pushes me. Also, I don't want to starve. Yeah, so if I don't stand up to work, nobody's going to give me free money. You hardly see someone that sends a guy free money without something in return, but that's how life is. Yeah. Why I mention guys is because I know some of my female friends that they can just enter anybody's DM now, voila. Guy, Alpha, I never chop, oh, what's up, and you see someone sending like 5k or 10k or something. But make me follow my normal guy reason, guy, Alpha, you feel something like, man, guy, everywhere dry, oh. That's basically what you hear, yeah? So, that's it. All right. And begging is really, really not my thing. So, instead of me begging, I think I'd rather just make money with the little way I can. So basically, that's what keeps me going, not to beg, to eat. My goal in life right now is to just be one thing, to be the first and the only possible surviving sweetheart to my wife. That's when I get married. To be an amazing husband as well to her, to be the best father to my children, and also to be the best child to my parents. That's all.
Yeah, challenge is part of life, and then as human being, you are meant to face one difficulties or the other. And as also a citizen of Nigeria, we are born into the challenging world, and then the mindset is ability to move on. We need to achieve a goal at all time. For you waking up is an opportunity to also fight the more so that you can attain your desire. Yeah, one of the goals is to be one of a voice in my profession. To be one of those that said, oh, this is a voice, and which is a goal of every professional. And even in life, to be a responsible individual to himself and to the community and to the nation, and also to be a voice in the nation among many people. That is the goal.
So first of all, like you said, Nigeria is a very hard place. If you don't motivate yourself to go out and fetch for yourself, I think hunger will kill you. In the first place, I think not being hungry, as in that hunger to be comfortable is what motivates me to go out every day to, fetch for myself. Me, first of all, I'm a fashionista. You can see me with my measuring tape.
It's very, very obvious.
Yeah, so I think my aim presently is just to be well known, like people like Yomi and maybe some of those high fashion standard guys. I want to reach that level too as well. So things are what I want to achieve at the moment. That's my aim.
Okay. Do you think you can achieve those in Lagos, and what makes you think so?
Yeah, actually, Lagos is basically where you can achieve that easily, because here you have people that have value for what you do. As long as you can give them what you really think you can do, there are people that are ready to pay for the value for what you can offer. So I think Lagos is the best place you can actually achieve.
It's inspiring to see how much determination keeps Lagosians going in the face of the myriad of challenges they face in their daily lives. From success to family life and to personal growth, everyone has got a reason to keep pushing forward. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying, whatever your motivation is, hold tightly to it as you can, because that is the reason why you keep waking up every day and keep pushing forward.
Hello and welcome to Inspire Her, the ultimate destination for women's empowerment, right here on the Achievement Channel. My name is Ongma Helen Odele, and I'm thrilled to be here today and to be joined by my co-hosts on the show. We are in the studios of the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today we will be breaking barriers and shattering glass ceilings as we explore empowering women to lead in male-dominated industries. And joining me are two incredible women who embody the spirit of empowerment. Let's meet them right now. We have Olushola Mimo, a trailblazing farmer and coach at Okpe Farms, who's making waves in the industry. And we have Mrs. Clara Norom, a distinguished businesswoman who's paving the way for women in leadership. As Madam C.J. Walker once said, there is no royal flower-strewn path to success. Whatever success I have attained has been obtained by hard work. So today we will delve into overcoming gender bias, leadership styles, and the power of mentorship and sponsorship. Let's get started on this inspiring journey and explore how women can thrive in industries that are traditionally dominated by men, if there's anything like that. Hello and welcome once again.
Thank you.
It's so good to have you join me for this extraordinary conversation on how we can help to ginger and inspire our sisters out there in the business terrain.
Yeah.
So let's get to meet you. A minute. Introduce yourself in a better way than probably I have done.
Well, I'm Olushola Mimo. I went into organic farming when I realized that most of the food we're actually consuming had so much chemical in them. So I decided to know more, and I discovered that there was actually what you called organic food. And that got me inspired. I came back to Nigeria after learning of these at a conference in California, and I started Okpe Farms. Everybody I told that I wanted to farm, and they say, oh, what kind of farming? I say organic. I say, forget it. It's not possible. You can't do it, you know. And for me, when you say I can't do something, oh, wow. That's when you push me right into it. That's why we're here. Yes. So that's me in brief. And of course, having passed through the School of Eloquence, speaking is also my trade.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, the business terrain.
So my name is Clara Norom, as you've rightly introduced me. I went into a part of business that it was actually my mother's original business. My mother was into oil and gas. Wow. And it was solely male dominated to that point. And then I remember in Port Harcourt then it was so difficult for how would you be going into this kind of business? So my mother and one other lady, Mrs. Lasisi, Alaja Lasisi, were two of the millions of other men. So when I came to Lagos, I've been trying to figure it out. And then suddenly I ran into my friend's colleague who was in banking, and he had this model of retail gas shop. And I loved the mechanized way, simple, not the normal, usual thing that people do. I said I was interested. So yeah, I engaged him as my consultant. And when I started marketing it, and people were saying, oh, but you're a woman. But you're not from this particular tribe. How would you? I said, what has that got to do with success? And apart from what I do, the retail part of
oil and gas, I'm a speaker. As a matter of fact, the School of Eloquence Ubong discovered me. Wow. And I'm glad to meet a mentor, a big sister, who has always inspired me, Mrs. Show Me More.
Okay.
All right.
To say that.
So there's a synergy when you talk success, you know, in being able to communicate your thoughts and your ideas fluently, with confidence, which we get from the School of Eloquence.
Oh, definitely.
And the drive and the special thing that is in a woman also to succeed. All right? You've told me what inspired you into this. It's a family business, so to speak. Your mom started out. How about you? What inspired you into going, becoming a farmer?
I know. My grandfather was a farmer, and he was quite wealthy, contrary to what people feel that, oh, farmers are poor people. Not only that, my mom started growing quite a number of what we ate at home at the back garden. But what then really pushed me into the core farming organically was the fact that she died of cancer of the colon at the age of 72. And I then went on vacation to the US and got these, emails saying that there was a cancer conference in California. That was how I decided I was going. And my sister-in-law was like, that's a very expensive journey. I said, if it's going to take every penny, I want to know what this is about. Got there and then heard everybody talking about organic food. I interviewed over 40 people. I ran outside, I got a recorder, and I started recording them. What is this? How does it feel? What has been your journey? And that was how I came back to Nigeria. I said, if only in honor of my mom, I would set up an organic farm. But they all told me it was not possible. Up till now, people get to my farm and ask me for the boss. Who owns the farm? I said, oh, the shareholder is in Lagos.
But this
I'm
is
representing him.
You're so humble enough not to say outrightly, I am the boss.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. So we're all smiling, the journey so far must have been very thrilling and exciting and fulfilling to some extent. But they're never without hitches here and there. Can we start with you? What are the challenges? At some point where you say, no, maybe the people who said, I shouldn't do this, were right.
Yes. For me, the first stumble was lack of knowledge. I didn't even know anyone who was doing organic farming. So that was a real setback for me. I would sit in the middle of the night listening to YouTube videos. I see a name mentioned in a newspaper. I would trace that person until I find him. Then I met a particular professor in Osun State who was interviewing in the papers, and I called him. I said, I need you because I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just losing money every day. And people have told me I would lose money. And he said, don't mind them. You will do it and you will succeed. Everybody needs that kind of push in their lives. That man, the first time I was a speaker at an event which was organized by the wife of the former vice president, he was in the audience.
Ooh.
I saw him and I said, Prof, what are you doing here? He said, when I saw the flyer
And
that my mentee was going to be a speaker at this kind of event, I knew I had to be there. So that was a low, but he raised the bar for me. And that is one of the things that I feel every woman in any sort of business need. We need each other. We need that mentorship. we need somebody to take you along and show you the ropes. This is how it's done.
All right. And quickly, let's hear some of the obstacles you have faced. Oil and gas is like a no-no for women.
One of the challenges I had was managing people you asked to come, engaging hands. One of the challenges of every business, and it's not have not to do with gender, is the fact that yes, people say there are no jobs, but people are also not willing to work. People are they don't see a vision. So you're talking about a long-term growth for the business. They want immediate gains. And so you have people who steal, who have had so many people. I traveled out and the boy who was working for me stole from the supplier. And so that's been a challenge. But then men are succeeding. And so we are going to succeed.
We are already succeeding. We are already succeeding.
On the path to success, we're already succeeding.
We are.
So for 5 years I've been in it, and I'm not giving up.
You can't give up. That's why we're on this show. We're on this show to let the sisters and mommies out there and our daughters out there to know that they really can never give up. So let's look at how the journey has been so far, how you have been able to navigate and overcome. We're talking about traditionally male-dominated, you know. What's happening with the guys, with our men? Are they encouraging us enough? Or the bias is also another huge challenge?
Okay, so I have a very supportive husband who is not afraid of anything. He gives me the support and all that. But I've also met buyers. I mean, when I'm in the shop, they're thrilled, especially male. In fact, they encourage the support I've gotten so far for my male customers who come, when they come to the shop, they begin to look at it. They ask questions. How did you come with this model? They appreciate it, they love it. And then for women, you know, we are always not too comfortable with each
one
other.
another. Is that true now?
And but they're coming to terms.
True?
They're coming to terms with there's nothing you can do. It's either you leverage on what she has or you go solo. So we need to break that barrier. See, when people talk about male, female, I don't see those barriers. I see that we women need to encourage ourselves. And like I said earlier, my sister here she's been a very, very good support. In fact, when I saw her, I would just say, goodness me, another encounter with her. So we need to, first of all, work with ourselves as women, accept who we are, and then the barrier is already broken.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Finance seems to be one of the key areas that discourage, especially the women, because economic empowerment is not, something that a lot of us are proud of. So, you didn't get a sponsorship.
No.
How? What was it that pushed you to be courageous enough to throw in what money you had to take off?
Let me be honest. I had to drag my husband into this. Sometimes he wonders, what exactly are you doing? You could still go back to your law, because I'm always pulling at him. But really, one of the things that has worked in my favor was the determination and the passion to succeed. One other thing is that now we have strong networks of women. I have associations that I belong to that we support each other. There's so many of them. I could name so many of them. We are now coming together, and surprisingly enough, even the banks are beginning to offer us training.
Because I was going to ask her that question.
Yes, they're beginning to offer training. So it's no longer come and take this money. They will train you, they will empower you with the knowledge so that even when you get the money, you know what to do with it. But where I have my reservation is because I'm also a secondary producer, because I now process some of the things I produce. But as a primary producer, the risk is so high that people like us cannot depend on the kind of loans that that those banks are willing to give. Agric is not a 2 + 2, you get 4. There was a break recently where there was no rain, and so many farmers lost what is in the ground. So we still need our banking industry to look into agric in a different way. My father was the first agric finance director at the CBN, and that was because he traveled the world and realized the quantum of support that farmers were getting. So he came back and made that proposition to the CBN, and they started that agric finance. But now we can't really say agric finance is what we farmers are empowered with, because the rates are too high. It's not working in our favor. They can do better. The risks are so high, most people would rather just avoid us.
Okay. So loans and sponsorships and all of that for oil and gas, especially for women, how easy is it?
So, very difficult, and it's a part that I wouldn't want to trade. Because,
Oh, no.
But I get some training from Zenith Bank and on how to run a business and all that. But approaching them for facilities, no, because the conditions are too stringent. And I said, look at this time, price of gas has really gone up. And usually what people don't know is when the prices are going up, your margins are reduced. And so if you are taking a facility based on yesterday's margin, you'll be stuck at this time because the margins are. So because I'm trading with my money, no matter how small it is, I'm not bothered about, because you're going to manage the crisis of no business. You're also going to manage the crisis of when things go wrong. 2 months ago, all my machines went down. The banks will not.
So you want all of that burden to be yours?
Yeah.
Not an extra, no sleep, thinking of, the interest rate that is piling up.
And then when I approached them and they were telling me, I just started, and they said, they told me what I'm supposed to be doing every month. I said, oh, now no moratorium. Said no, I have to. I said no. So their financing is not tailored as it is.
To assist.
That's the word.
Because whatever business you do, you need a long time to understand there are risks that we would never have thought of that will come your way. So you have to be strong to take the good times and the bad times.
Awesome. Good times and the bad times, and that's natural with life anyway, because the journey is not a straight one.
No, it's not.
It's not a straight. Getting to that successful part is not a straight journey at all. So let's look at strategies. Leadership strategies. You've talked about some trainings here. You've talked about how you pulled whatever resources you had to travel out of Nigeria to get some empowerment training-wise. What are the strategies that you have found to be most effective in breaking through these male-dominated industries?
Yeah. For women, one thing I would encourage is coaching by other women or mentorship by other women. It's not every woman who will be able to afford to buy a ticket to go out, to go learn. But if I come back with that knowledge and I bring probably 10 people together, those 10, imagine them replicating and training another 10. By the end of the year, we probably would have maybe 1 million or more. So that strategy of women helping women or supporting women is a very key one. So in the past, I've had people who would tell me, I've always wanted to do this organic farming, but I don't know where I'm going to get the knowledge. And I say, well, you are here at the right time. When I started, I didn't get that. So if you come there, and I've had quite a number of women come, some of them a whole week. They spend a whole week to understand and learn. Another strategy that would definitely work for us would be if some of these things are policy driven.
Okay.
If they're policy driven, then it will be something that is in the system and is helpful. You can look up to the fact that, there is this policy that would encourage me from here, I'm going to get there. Okay. Right now, we don't have enough of that. Number of things are being done, but we can all say it is still not enough.
You want to add to that?
So, yes, fine. Women mentoring women, it's okay. But women will also have to, on their own, willingly submit to learning. A lot of people don't want to learn. And then you ask somebody, just get a book. They tell you it's expensive. But there are other things they spend money on that will not give knowledge. So women need to willingly submit themselves to learning. It's okay to get them together, but if the willingness is not there to improve on what, it's difficult to train people, especially adults. So if the willingness, there has to be a voluntary submission of self to learn. That's the only way we can break the barriers and then get going with knowledge.
Lucky for you, your husband is supportive. Her husband has been supportive, has even given her money to start this business. Not a lot of women are that lucky. They're having challenges with their spouses. They're also having challenges with the children. How do you think that the women can forge through and push through this immediate family challenge? Let me start from you.
You know, one of the things because I farm in a community of about 40 communities, and I go out of my way to relate with quite a number of the women, because it's at the grassroots that we can actually do a lot more. So when I engage them in conversations, like the ones around me, they make Gary is every 5 days, and all they think of is because their children might come back from school to ask for the odd 500 naira, 200 naira. For a woman who doesn't have the support of any man, that means a lot to her. So one of the things I've had to help them with is a bit of financial literacy. I am not so figure-minded, but I was happy when I made them realize that even in those things they were doing, they were hardly making any money. So just by locally sitting down and asking, how much did you buy the cassava? What are you getting out of this much? Then they realized that, oh, they were just working in vain, you know? So another thing that helps them is now being able to have a purse where, you know, the Ajo system, the savings, where they're putting something aside. 2 weeks ago, I did something that gave me immense joy. I told the women that beekeeping is one of the things I do, and it is something that does not require them to spend so much other than invest in the hive. So I was able to sponsor some of them to a training where they have, well, the training is going to end maybe in another 3 months. So they've come along, and the idea is that the few who I have sponsored, hotel, feeding, you know, all of that, then the knowledge. Luckily enough, the training came free from the UK, you know, through a body. And now they're all excited because I have also been able to make them see the financial implication. So what I just see is that if those of us who are educated can go into our little spheres of influence, talk to them about some of these things, they have a better appreciation. For instance, there was a time I had a huge order that I could never have done all by myself. I got a group of them together. They too contributed. And that money, you can imagine you have a row of women all queued up and they're probably collecting 5,000, 3,000, 4,000.
The joy.
So, the joy. So there are ways. It's only if, like she said, if they're willing to learn, then you can empower yourself in other aspects, you know, and that becomes something that they can own. Even while we were at the beekeeping training, one of them mentioned the fact that, oh, her mother makes, I forgot, tapioca. And everybody in class screamed, how do they make tapioca? And I told her, I said, we're going to become a queen here today, you know. So if they can find other ways, you know, then things will get better.
What it means that
the other skills, yes,
more women should just come forward.
Yes, come forward. Yes, and those of us who are in their area can also bring them together, because some of them see us and they just feel intimidated. Who rides the car to their farm? You know, that kind of, it's strange to them. So if we bring them together, come to their level, I sit down when they're making their gari and we're talking, that helps.
Okay, so sometimes I said to myself that is beyond what I'm doing, beyond selling gas to women. And so you will be amazed to hear that some women just come to buy 1 kg.
Okay.
That's where I saw that I was really adding value. 1 kg just to make food for their children. And sometimes they don't have the money. I've been at a place, I've been in my shop when the woman came and she was screaming. What was the problem? Her cylinder was leaking. And she has told her husband, I said, because my boy has filled the cylinder, I saw the stress of financial. I said, just go. But make sure you throw this cylinder into. Come pick a cylinder here and spread out payment. And so they find, when I travel, they were trying to call me, and because I see the stress. A lot of them have 3 children, but the financial support from the men are not there. Not because the men don't want to, but because they are not able to. So we have to always not create barrier. I'm educated, I'm this level, so we just get everybody together so that we can all move together.
Awesome. So what I've gotten from this is no matter what it is or wherever you are, there's really nothing stopping you.
Exactly. Exactly.
You must find that niche somewhere to contribute to the development of society and also elevate your own status and others.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, my sisters. This has been so rewarding, and I'm looking forward to another round of conversation with you, just like this. Thank you again. Thank you.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
All right, and thank you for joining us on Inspire Her today. I'm Ongma Helen Odele, and I'm so grateful for the inspiring conversations that we have shared with our incredible sisters and guests today. Remember that women's empowerment is a journey that we're all on, and it's together. As Angela Merkel said, I am not a feminist, I'm a realist. And I believe that the world would be a better place if more women were in leadership positions. I beg your pardon, guys. Let's continue to support and celebrate each other's successes. Join us again, same time, for more inspiring conversations on Inspire Her, right here on the Achievement Channel. Bye for now. Thanks for your time.
Welcome to my Eloquence Journey, an exclusive feature from the School of Eloquence, Africa's leading institution for public speaking mastery.
Today, we are spotlighting participants from the Dean Public Speaking Masterclass, a powerful 2-day intensive training designed to transform everyday individuals into intentional, confident, and compelling speakers. Joining us on this special episode is Triona Women, an award-winning Nigerian author and a 6-time beauty pageant queen with a career spanning over 7 years. As the visionary founder of Queen Inspiration with HRH, she has taking this bold step to elevate her communication skills and unlock new opportunities in her career and personal life. In this conversation, we'll explore her journey, the struggles she faced, the defining moments that pushed her to seek change, and the reason she chose the School of Eloquence as the place to begin again. The program is more than just training. It is a breakthrough, a mindset shift, and the start of a powerful transformation. Let's dive into our eloquence journey. Hello, Triona.
Hello.
Welcome to the School of Eloquence.
Thank you.
So I'll be asking you a couple of questions. First of all, congratulations on completing your public speaking class. So my first question for today is, before coming to the School of Eloquence, what was your biggest struggle with public speaking?
Struggle with public speaking? I never really had a struggle with public speaking. I am a motivational speaker. I've been speaking for a while now.
Wow.
I just needed to hone my skills. You know, there's always fine-tuning needed in every field. So that's why I came.
Okay, very nice. Our next question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence for your public speaking training?
Oh, okay. So I had to make research on the available options out there. I went on Google. I didn't really know exactly what to pick. Before now, I never heard about the School of Eloquence.
Okay.
But with the reviews I saw, and even the dean is a very popular person.
Okay.
So when I saw Mr. Motivator being as the dean of the School of Eloquence, that was what informed my decision to go for.
I hope you also give our recommendation to like your other friends and
yes, of course, definitely I will.
Thank you so much. Our next question is, what have you learned so far from the Dean's teaching that has already impacted you?
Oh my God, it was so insightful. I've learned a lot. You know, I know that public speaking is basically like building a house. Prior to now, I never knew that. Like, there is the foundation, there is the body, there is the roofing, and so that analogy just it was like a light bulb moment for me. I learned a lot, and now I have first-hand knowledge of what the public speaking skill really entails.
Our last question is, how do you see yourself transforming by the time you complete this program?
The sky is the limit, or maybe the starting point, because there is no limit, as a matter of fact. So I see myself going very far with this skill. I see doors opened. You know, when you have knowledge is everything. With this newly acquired knowledge, I will really invest it to do exploits in the speaking industry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Once more, congratulations on completing.
I am Triona Uwem. Speak with power.
What a truly inspiring and honest conversation. Listening to Triona share our challenges, breakthrough and expectations remind us of public speaking is not just a professional skill. It is a gateway to confidence, influence and countless opportunities. Here at the School of Eloquence, we believe that every voice matters, every story deserves to be heard, and with the right guidance, anyone can learn to speak with clarity, courage and impact. A heartfelt thank you to our guests for sharing their experience and for taking this important step toward becoming a more effective communicator. Your transformation has already begun, and we look forward to seeing the remarkable progress you'll make by the end of this program. And to everyone watching, if fear or self-doubt has held you back, remember, your eloquence journey can begin today. I'm Abigail Lemafridon, and this has been my eloquence journey on the School of Eloquence. Until next time, keep learning, keep speaking, and keep becoming the best version of yourself. Thank you.
Success is a journey, not a destination. Every great story begins with a spark, a dream, a challenge, a purpose to rise higher. On Journey to the Top, I'm here to guide you through the inspiring stories of those who turned obstacles into stepping stones and setbacks into comebacks. Every week, we'll dive into lessons of grit, growth, and greatness, equipping you with the motivation to scale your own heights. This is Journey to the Top, with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural episode of Journey to the Top on the Achievement Channel. Proudly brought to you from the School of Eloquence studios here in Lagos. And I must say, a happy and prosperous new year to you today. As we embark on a journey of inspiration, determination, and empowerment, setting the tone for a phenomenal 2025. As we begin this year, remember this: the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. This is your year to dream boldly, act fearlessly, and achieve abundantly. And so, to help us kickstart this transformative journey on Journey to the Top, we have a truly remarkable guest whose life and times and achievements epitomize vision, resilience, and purposeful leadership. Mazi Sam Ohabunwa is a name that resonates with excellence and impact. From his foundational roots as a pharmacist to becoming an industry titan and a national advocate for ethical leadership, his journey is proof of his enduring truth that success is not a game of chance, but it is by effort and hard work. His accolade speaks volumes. Officer of the Federal Republic, Member of the Order of Niger, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and a recipient of the National Productivity Order of Merit Award. In 1997, remarkably, Mazi led the first management buyout of Pfizer Incorporated shares from Pfizer Products PLC, transforming that company to what we now know today as Nimet International Pharmaceuticals, quoted on the stock exchange. And Mazi served meritoriously for nearly 2 decades with distinction as both CEO and chairman. But beyond these remarkable milestones, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa has won many hearts with grace and purpose. He is the former presidential aspirant on the platform of the PDP and is also the former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a former chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the NESG, and most importantly, and I think this is also dear to Mazi, is that he is a visionary founder of the Sam Ohabunwa Foundation for Economic Empowerment, SOFI. But for me, beyond the titles and achievements, he is simply the man I refer to as Uncle Sam, because he's been one of my closest mentors. And in my early days as a young publisher of the Achievers Manual, Uncle Sam not only granted me his time and wisdom through those interviews we had, but he also became one of the shoulders I proudly stood upon on my own journey to the top. So it's my pleasure to welcome as our very first guest on this live transforming motivational show, a trailblazer, a mentor, and a living inspiration, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa. Uncle Sam, you know, I probably would have to have written more than 5 volumes about you. It's truly a pleasure to have you on the Achievement Channel.
Thank you, Bong. You're almost making me blush. But I want to thank God for the privilege to be here and to see what you're doing. To God be the glory.
We're so thankful. I'm particularly so thankful. I think this is going to be like our round 3 of interviews.
Yeah.
I remember the first interview we had in 2001. And I remember how we met at Faith Foundation. You had come to deliver a lecture.
Yeah.
I was one of the participants in the Faith Foundation Aspiring Entrepreneurs Program, and you delivered a lecture on entrepreneurship. And I walked up to you, showing you my magazine. I remember how small it was then, as far back as 2001. And I said, I'd love to have an interview with you. And within weeks, you granted me that appointment, and we had that remarkable sit down that I think not only shaped the thinking of our readers, but I think, without a doubt, impacted me so significantly that I'm proud to say I have had you as a mentor for going to 23 years now.
Thanks be to God.
Welcome, Uncle Sam.
I'm very proud of how far you've come.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back after this break. This was just for me to connect with Uncle Sam, having not had the time to sit down like this in over a decade to have a conversation about success and achievement. When we come back, I want you to make sure you have your notes and your pen, because this is a journey to the top. It's a university on its own, the University of Life. There's a lot you're going to learn from this truly remarkable human being. Journey to the Top. We'll be right back.
This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Journey to the Top, where we engage with men and women who have truly undertaken the quest of life through their professions, navigating their way through to the pinnacle of life, and have thus become inspiring examples, lighting up the way as trailblazers for others to follow. And in this first episode of the year, and truly our maiden episode of the show, we have Mazi Sam Ohabua as our guest. So Mazi, let's talk.
Okay.
I know the story to a very large extent, at least in the past 23 years having known you. But I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who want to know how it started for you, the beginnings. Tell us, what were the things that shaped your values and shaped your approach, your principles, your vision about life? Because every journey to the top has got to start at the very beginning.
That's correct. Thank you, Ubong. Again, it's such a great pleasure to be here and to see that you have maintained consistent growth. You've innovated from the same early days of interaction you talked about 23 years ago. And I've watched you and watched the kind of things you did. And I must say that I'm very proud to be called your mentor.
Thank you, sir.
To be sincere to you, as you just said, every building has a foundation. Every success derives from some foundations that have been laid by you or your progenitors. I think that I strongly believe that my life has been impacted by a couple of factors. First is parenthood or parental influence. My parents taught me so many things. My father was a businessman, and my mother was a super businessman. Actually, it was my mother, because way back in primary school, my mother had chain of restaurants, and I was joining her in servicing those restaurants, in preparing the food, taking them to the points, and going to the markets to prepare for the next day. In fact, as a young person, eventually when I went to the secondary school, in those places my mother was working, her restaurants were situated because it was an industrial setup, the Shell residential area in Port Harcourt, Shell IA, the Trans-Amadi industrial layout. She had restaurants in many of those outlets. I remember my friends and I in secondary school taking a contract to do landscaping for some of the buildings that have been done by Micheletti, Taylor Woodrow, and all kinds of companies that were building those places. So we did landscaping, planting flowers as a young secondary school person. So I learned industry, I learned business from my parents, in addition to the other fundamental principles of life and responsibility. I was the first of 12 children, so I learned to be responsible for my younger ones. They were mostly boys, and so I learned a lot from my parents. The other area that impacted my life was, of course, school. I went to two wonderful secondary schools, Okere Grammar School, where my faith in God was built and where those Christian virtues were established. And I went to Government Secondary School, Owerri, where also I learned discipline, I learned respect, I learned, the finesse of presenting yourself and building confidence. When I was climbing here, I saw that you said one of the quotes there by somebody that one of the things that helps you to lose fear of the public or speaking, those kind of was first to know what you're going to talk about, to be confident in, have the knowledge on the subject. So I think that's what's something that I learned in the secondary schools, those two secondary schools. Those sets me on the path. And so when I got to start life, I already had these foundations that had been established, foundation of hard work, industry, diligence, honesty, truthfulness, and preparations. I'm preparing for taking on responsibility, sacrifice, putting others before yourself. These were the things, the leadership as a young person, leadership in the secondary school. I was prefect, I was president of societies, land organization. I remember when I was the president of the junior debating dancing in my school drama, my junior class, the junior society was having more activities than the senior. So the president of the senior debating and dancing called me and said, "Why are you able to do this?" And I began to tell him my secret of how I'm able to organize more activities. So by the time I was ready to go to work, I was already set with these principles and now ready to apply them in a different format.
So would you say all of these influenced your choice of pharmacy? Because I know that at the core of your professional path, you started out as a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
what particularly inspired you?
To be sincere to you, I didn't originally want to, I didn't set out to be a pharmacist. I belong to this group of people who were not sure what they wanted to be, in that I was doing well in everything you asked me to do. I was an all-rounder, did well in the sciences, did well in the arts and extracurricular activities. So it was difficult for me to know what I wanted to do. But because I was doing well, leading my class, term to term, I was now chosen as a science student, and then asked, what would you like to do as a science student? So I began to think of medicine, because that's where they put you. If you're a bright child in the 60s, you either do medicine or engineering, But to be sincere to you, I did well in those sciences, including mathematics, but I had a flair for the liberal, for the arts. I did well in English language, English literature, Latin. Those ones I didn't read for them, but I had to read, and I still did well. But I've been railroaded. There wasn't, as you find today, career counseling. They didn't exist at that time. I would just say, this is a science student. So I agreed. But my heart was somewhere. My heart was in journalism, in history, in geography, in law. That's where my mind was. But I was asked to be so I decided I was going to read medicine. But the war intervened, and I spent 3 years fighting. I was a soldier in the Biafran army. So when the war ended in 1970, I told myself I wasn't going to read medicine again. I've lost 3-4 years. Go and do 7 years in medicine. I'll become a grandfather before. So I said I was not going to. So I was pushed back to that, my love for more liberal. So I chose business administration. When I read all the, prospectus of universities, because you need to apply to individual universities in those days, I decided I was going to do business administration because I was in choose when I read what it involves. And luckily also I read economics in my final year, which was exciting to me. But as God will have it, I met my uncle. I went to visit my uncle who was a civil servant. So he asked me, are you preparing for university? I say yes. In fact, I have my form with me. He said, what are you planning to read? I said, I want to read business administration. He looked at me and said, whose business do you want to administer? Whose business do you want to administer? He said, look, I advise you. Today I'm a civil servant and I'm not enjoying this work. You should go and do a professional course. If you still want to do business, use your professional course to do business. So I said, okay, what do we do? This is medicine where I want. So we began to look what was close to medicine that I would not spend so many years. That's how pharmacy came. But as I tell people, yes, I'm a pharmacist by training, but I'm not practicing pharmacy. I'm actually practicing business administration, business management. That original thought, original thing I went to, I'm using pharmacy as a profession. But my practice, when I left school, I joined Pfizer. I wasn't in any pharmacy shop. I wasn't in the hospital. I didn't do anything really pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical sales and marketing could have been done also by other people in biological science or health. So, but it has accelerated, it made it easy for me to have a stepping stone in Pfizer, and then the rest of the values and talents and that I had now helped me to accelerate in my business.
So you're saying that you enjoy the benefit of a convergence between what your heart really wanted that represented who you taught yourself to be, your real self, and what we could call a special purpose vehicle, in this case being pharmacy.
A pharmacy.
That convergence, and both could actually coexist to still enable an individual thrive and succeed.
That is it. And that's what has accelerated, what has accelerated my performance. Because when I joined Pfizer, it was 15 years between being a first level entry manager and being chairman and CEO. And people say it's a record for a multinational. In fact, when I became area manager, I was under 2 years old. And I had to manage people that were 6-7 years in the company, pharmacists and other professionals. So the liberal communicative side of me, I talked about journalism because I was editor of the secondary school magazine. Even when I went into university, I became editor of. I became a Cobra chief. There was a newspaper in Ife. If you ask anybody, it was one of the most feared newspapers. Cobra. I became a Cobra editor-in-chief of Cobra. I was called Cobra chief, and that was journalism. When I even joined pharmacy, I became editor-in-chief of Nigerian Journal of Pharmacy. I was the first editor who was non-academic. So it's a reflection of those my innate, but I now built on the foundation of pharmacy, and was able to express that that talent, you know, an understanding of where your flair is. If it was today, I wouldn't even go to pharmacy. I would have gone straight. To other more liberal arts and more liberal social sciences. Yeah, but there I've met, like you say, I've merged both. I've met both, and it has caused a leverage. Because if I had done just mere liberal or natural or social science, I probably wouldn't have the opportunity to climb through a pharmaceutical company.
So clearly, from this convergence, you call it merging, something can be said about your being strategic, strategy being a skill. Because there's no way you would have achieved this convergence. There are many that probably had both, but could not see the linkage possibilities. But you did have good strategy sense.
It did, because I had opportunity after reading pharmacy to go and work in the hospital, to go and be a hospital pharmacist or go into community pharmacy. But I chose industrial pharmacy, and through the concept of marketing, because industrial pharmacy at that level entrance was marketing and sales, which agreed with who I was. But the science of pharmacy was enough for me to communicate effectively the science of medicine. So anybody who didn't have the science of medicine but had the skills to communicate will have problem, because you don't have the confidence you speak about when you talk about public speaking or communication. I had the confidence. I was a pharmacist. I knew the sciences, and I could communicate with the skills of communication and articulation that I had. So it was the best of two worlds.
All right, Mazi, there's so much to talk about. When we come back, we're going to hear a lot more. I'm particular about finding out from Uncle Sam what key lessons helped shape him from having to go to war at such a young age, and how that has contributed on his journey, or contributed to his journey to the top. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, this is Journey to the Top, and I've been carrying on a very important and inspirational conversation with Mazi Sam Ohabua. He's told us about his sense of strategy and how he was able to ensure a convergence between his love for the social sciences and liberal arts and his actual course of study. And I think this is very instructive for a lot of young people struggling out there, feeling at a loss as to what do I do? I'm saddled with having studied this particular subject matter, and there is no place for me out there in the marketplace. Perhaps there's something you're missing, and you need to take a more strategic view of your skill set, your passion, your interest, and create your own convergence. And Mazi, I believe that's the point that you made in your last remarks.
Correct.
So still talking about strategy. I can imagine how challenging and how harrowing it must have been for a young Sam Ohabua to be shortlisted into the Biafran army. That was 1967, I believe.
That's when the war started.
When the war started.
But I got into the army in 69.
In 69. So I've been conscripted at such a young age. I wasn't conscripted.
Okay. I volunteered.
Okay, you volunteered.
I actually volunteered in 68.
68, okay.
Should I take it from there?
Yes.
Yeah, when the war started in 67, I was in Form 4. Yeah, so.
And how old were you then?
Form 4, I was just 16 years.
16?
Yes. 66. The war started in 67, July. I was still 16. I became 17 in August. So we were hoping that it would be a short. That's what they told us in school. Just go home. Your teachers are involved in war affairs. you will come back. So we sat down, started reading. It wasn't working. We started all manner of things. I had a conviction on the righteousness of the Biafran situation. So I volunteered to support the effort. In fact, when I went for my first selection at Bonimo Wharf to enter the Navy in 1967, September or October.
That's in Rivers State.
Yeah, Rivers State. I lived in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
So the guys asked me how old I was. I said I was 17. I said 17. I want to join the Navy. Please go and wait after the war. If you want to join Navy, you join. I left. But later on in the Biafra, even if we were 14, we were being conscripted or 13. So in 68, there was an opportunity to volunteer, what they call Port Harcourt volunteers, to go and do some work in Enugu. I volunteered. That was where now from there I went to the army fully. So I was not conscripted. I joined the army by my own volition.
So were you not afraid? In terms of the possible dire consequences, risk to your life?
I was not. That's something about conviction. When I saw the beheaded head of people from this southeastern Nigeria that were being shipped from the north, coming with our heads, so with our breasts. And I had watched all the efforts made to reconcile Nigeria. After the July 1967 second coup, it was supposed to be a revenge coup because the January 66 was regarded as pro-Igbo coup. So this was a pro-Northern coup. And they killed all the soldiers, killed Ironsi, killed everybody. If it ended there would have been no war. But the battle was taken outside the barracks. Civilians were now being killed in Kano, in many parts of the north. And that's what started the trouble. Effort was made to reconcile. Ojukwu asked everybody to go back. People ran away. September, they went back, and a second program happened. People who survived the first one, Ojukwu assured them that all was well. They went back to, the people from the south is like to travel. They are the most strongest believers in Nigeria. So they moved back. Then there was a second program. And what was when I was in Enugu, and I saw at the stations people coming back. So when somebody fights you in his territory, you run to your own territory. He follows you. What are you supposed to do? You either accept me as part of and give me peace, or allow me go to my own way. It's as simple. That was my logic, and that logic still remains today. If we want a country like a country that is mutually acceptable to everybody, where we want to be happy, that's the basis of my New Nigeria group. Let's make a new Nigeria where everybody will be treated equally. So it's the same thing. When it wasn't happening and they needed us to go and fight to defend ourselves, especially when the federal forces came to say, we want to force you back to Nigeria, and yet even Aburi Accord you will not accept anything that would make us have peace. So we went to war with that. I didn't care. I wasn't worried about my own safety. My conviction was that we would not allow ourselves to be beaten outside, driven away. You come back to your own enclave, and you also self-defense. What else are you supposed to do? So Biafra, I went there in self-defense, and of course, I did my utmost, and I give God the glory that I survived. Of course, I had a bullet wound. I was shot. I still carried a scar, but God saved me. And but the war was a great learning.
Yes, that's
first is that it's helped me to destroy fear. I lost 90% of fear because if you are walking to a war front, people are being killed. In fact, the first day I went to the war front, boy, I was trained as an officer, and I didn't finish my training. We were harvested prematurely and then brought to the war front, commissioned, and then was said as a second lieutenant. The first person I met was the commanding officer then, Achuzia. he gave me something. He said, look, in this war, there are two enemies. There's one enemy in the front, there's one enemy behind. The enemy in front, you can kill him or he kills you. But the enemy behind will kill you. There's no opportunity to kill the enemy behind. So choose where you want to stay. You want to stay in front and face the enemy in front, or come back and face the enemy behind. Who was the enemy behind? Himself. So it means go. Don't run back. You know what I mean?
So clearly, like, your bridges have been burned.
No, there's nowhere. There's no
retreat, no surrender. More or less.
Even I told the guy he sold my mind. I say, you're crazy. I don't have anything to do with any enemy behind. I'm going to go and come back. So that was indoctrination that took me. So I was determined to succeed, defend myself, achieve the objectives. In fact, it was irreversible. I remember one particular occasion where we had to retreat because of very difficult terrain and the strength of the opposing soldiers. We retreated. Our commander met us there and said, on your marks, go. We should go back to that place we came back for, whether anything. So we are running. We even waded through water because he was going to fire you if he met you. So we ran back and into our. So I lost fear. Number two, I learned perseverance and adaptability. You know, during the war, at a particular time, even talking about that time I started the war in Uzuakoli, it was early in the year. They've just finished planting the yams and all that and creating mounds. It was open field. Our only protection was lying below the mound. And then there'll be rain. So the water from the mound will soak on your body while you're lying down and firing. You know, for weeks you won't have food, because in fact, I was the ones, it took 2 weeks to bring us food. And when they brought the food, boiled yam, if you open the yam, it became so gummy that you couldn't break it. The gums will hold the yam. Still, we ate 2 weeks old gummy yam. Where did we get water to drink? Water that gathered on the ground, you know, in between two mounds. You collect the water and drink. When you go through that, you don't see any obstacles. You don't see any real serious inhibition to achieving your targets and goals.
Wow, that's so amazing. Yeah. And transferring all of that into corporate life.
Yeah.
Would you say that was one of the bases upon which you were so daring?
Yeah.
So daring as to tell a old fighter that, look, we're going to buy you out.
Yes.
We're going to buy you out. A bunch of management executives who didn't even have
$1
the money. In the very heart of the June 12th scenario, the very heart of the June 12th crisis back then, with all of the economic problems, and you stuck your neck out. Tell us a bit about that. How you became the first Nigerian company. It was the first of its kind.
Yeah, first management buyer.
Yes, management buyer. How did that happen?
Well, first is, like I said, the
courage to
combine the lessons from my parental and school to the war. The war, if the war wasn't that people can die, I will recommend it for everybody. Because the preparation of the war, you can't get it anywhere. You know, it's practice. First, accomplishing. You know, achieving. Yes, you have targets.
Objectives,
you have to get that territory. You have to get it. You have to strategy, because you have to plan. The strategy, for example, which I used in one of my most successful battles, was two successful battles. The first was what led to my promotion from a second lieutenant to local captain, And the battle that, my last battle, there were 2 successful battles. It was successful even though I had wound. It was successful. Strategy. Now, I don't know if I have time to just mention
go ahead,
that.
please.
First strategy, when I did my first, because I was in a war front where we came from another unit to the Aba area. The CEO of our battalion was from that area. So he was bent on showing capacity to liberate his area. We started to fight. He died. He was killed. So then later on, my company commander was killed in the battle. So I immediately became company commander. I was just a platoon commander. I became company commander. My battalion commander has died. My company commander had died. So I was now come to command. And Brigade Headquarters say continue the fight to liberate. There was one market they call a Kapara market on the way to Aba. We want to go launch into Aba. You know, I said, okay, this wants everybody to die. You know, anyone that takes the commander of battalion, you can imagine the number of other non-commissioned and commissioned officers that will have died before the commanding officer would die. Then the battalion commander died. So I told my boys what I told. I said, everybody sit in this. They want us to die. We can't die, all of us. So we sat on our trenches. I say, everybody raise your gun and be shooting. So that they'll be hearing us shoot. But nobody is going to kill anybody. However, after I did that for a while, I told myself this won't go anywhere. So I began to strategize. And I discovered that the enemy in front of us was tough. We were confronting him. What did I do? We've been fighting for, a battle that we came and started fighting for days and weeks. So everybody was getting weary. We were suffering casualties. There were also suffering casualties. So what did I do? I got a strategy. I selected a crack team of 12 soldiers, 14, to go and harass them. I call it a harass. So this is the front where we've been fighting with them. So I took this people to a flank. Then from the flank, they fired them, and we had very strong firing. That flank battle rattled them because it took them by surprise. What did they do? They jumped from their trenches and began to run. When I saw the start run, I came back and recruited my men. We pursued them. That day we covered almost 7 kilometers. Wow. We got to high school, which was a major. After that operation, I became like a star. Look, the unit who came, that we replaced, had been in the position for 6 months. They didn't get 1 inch. But in one day, I did 7 kilometers. It was beyond me. I just don't know how it happened. But that was a strategy that worked well. We hit them from the flank, from the side, where they were not expecting an attack. And the attack was strong. And I mean, it was like what happened to some biblical story where they had beggars, you remember, walking. Yes. And they would say a big army was there. And they ran away. It was exactly what happened.
So strategy, it seems to me that we keep coming back to strategy.
Yeah.
And it seems to me also that a lot of what you learned in strategy, which we've seen in your corporate life, in very significant terms, a lot of that you learned during your time in the military.
It was helpful. I had grown and I didn't honed it. So what I did was I applied them also in the corporate world. One of the things that worked for me is, the power of vision. When I joined Pfizer, I did not plan to make a full career. I planned to spend 5 years and understand how Pfizer operates so I can go set up my own business with my uncle who had already brought money. He wanted me. I said, no, let me go and get experience. So he said, how much time do you want? I said 3 to 5 years. He said 3. But by the 5th year, I had become a senior manager. I couldn't leave anymore. And I had to change my strategy. The next thing I did was to now aspire to become chairman and CEO
of Pfizer.
Of Pfizer.
Uncle Sam,
yeah.
I want you to hold that thought.
Yes.
Let's go for a quick break.
All right.
Africa's only certified speaking professional today. Speak with power. Lead with influence. The gold standard awaits you.
To register, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or visit www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, the program is Journey to the Top, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we've been having a very inspiring and I would dare say as well, life-transforming conversation with no less a person than Mazi Sam Ohabwa. He's talked about strategy, he's even mentioned the principle of the objective, he's mentioned creating a team, he's mentioned determination, loss of fear in the face of danger, the energy, the resilience, the determination to move on towards the achievement of one's goals, as learned during his time serving in the military. And we want to continue that conversation. Mazi,
yeah,
I remember my conversation with you in 2001.
Yeah.
Then you were MD of NIMET.
Yeah.
And I was very curious to know how you rose to become the chief executive.
Yeah.
That was one mountain that you conquered.
Yes.
Because your journey to the top has many sides to it. The corporate side is one.
Yeah.
The social enterprise is another. And of course, the ministry side is another. And then, of course, the national side as well. So you have continued to conquer peak after peak after peak.
Hallelujah.
And so there is a lot we can learn from you.
Yeah.
During that interview, I can still remember the younger version of myself.
Yeah.
Trying to understand how a salesperson became CEO of NIMET.
Yeah.
And I remember you said something that never left me.
Okay.
I use that a lot in the program called The Challenge to Perform that I teach to companies when they ask me to come and inspire performance.
Yeah.
You said, whenever my superiors asked me to deliver 10, I always made sure I delivered 15.
or 20.
Or 20.
Yeah.
I just could not trust their tendencies to discount my performance. Because if they ask me to deliver 10, and I deliver 10, only for the guy to say, after all, that territory you went to, I was the one that gave you the contact.
Yes.
And then they bring me down to 7, I would have accomplished nothing.
I say you will beat their targets.
Absolutely. And I found that so instructive. I know it's a principle that has helped me. In fact, in my training sessions, I refer to it as the detractors discount. Yes. Because in life, you will have those who have detractors. doctors.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about that. How did
Yeah.
you come about that philosophy?
Yeah.
And how did it step by step help you to the top at Nimitz?
Thank you. It is the strategy of being conscious of challenges you are about to face. You have to survey your environment, what they call environmental analysis. And it started early with me. Again, maybe it's also the war training, because you have to survey your environment, know who you're, measure the strength. The SWOT analysis we'll talk about today. In the military is the first thing, because you don't enter into a war blindly. They'll kill you. You must know who you're fighting, his competencies, the size of his ammunition, size of his army, and then you devise how to use small army to defeat a big army. That's a full story. But it helped me when I joined Pfizer. First is that I had a vision. That was a major issue. 5 years, I quit. So when I was walking around doing things like this Armor Against Faith, that's helped me. It was part of the understanding of my environment, how to conquer that environment. I came to a place I knew there was plenty of hostility. Just after the war, all manner of things were still going around, biases. So I said, no, nobody's going to sabotage my work or underestimate my performance. So in order to do so, I will exceed your expectation. And because when I exceed your expectation, you have no choice but to accept. And that's what I did. It helped me so very much. It was we call it magic wand. Because when my guys are struggling to achieve one, because it's sometimes about the same, it's about the same effort, but your focus. Achieving one, me, I'm achieving 1.5, 1.6, 1.8. Consistently, they're wondering how I'm doing it. Because the moment you give me one, I cancel it and put two. So I don't ever think about one. I'm thinking about two. Because where your thoughts are, that's where you're going. Where you're looking at, where you're going to go to. And that's the exemplification. So that helped me to achieve this 5-year vision of knowing everything about Pfizer so that I can go start my business. But in the process of knowing everything about Pfizer, I got promoted so rapidly that I got to a point it was difficult for me to exit. And I changed strategy. And I said, okay, I'm going to stay. I told my uncle, look, forget it. I'm no longer coming to do business. He was disappointed, but he understood. And I said, now I want to aspire to be the chairman and CEO of the company.
So there's nothing wrong in being so aspirational.
No, I was aspiration. The picture I took with my chairman at 5-year-old
salesman,
when he was giving me my 5-year long service award, where he encouraged me because he said, Sam, have you been only 5 years here? I said, yeah. He said, your impact is as if you've been here 10 years. My son, you're doing well, keep it up. The sky is your limit. That's motivational talk. Fired me. I said, no. I can't, after this motivation, the next week I said I'm resigning. Because that was my plan. This was December. My plan was to resign in January, 84. So I took the picture, put behind my desk in the office. And then I walked in the morning, I looked at that picture and said, God, someday I'm going to be like this guy. 10 years from there, I became the chairman and CEO. So it's like magic, but it works because I had envisioned what I wanted to be and I was ready to pay the price. It's not just daydreaming. Everything I did was directed to reaching that goal. And luckily, since I was in a business where they measure outcomes, they measure results. So it was between me and myself and the results. And so it was easy.
This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Welcome back. It's still Journey to the Top, and this is becoming more of a master class with a man who is a master himself, a man I cherish so much as a mentor, who's mentored me, helped me to where I am today. I'm talking about no less a person than Mazi Sab or Habwa. Mazi, we've just been continuing and continuing. I think a day will come when we'll just have it for an entire day and we'll live stream.
Yeah, that's
just
fine.
A masterclass, modules upon modules upon modules.
Yeah, sure.
So let's, because I've been told by my producer that this has got to be the last segment, but I would not want you to leave without talking about that very major setback that Nimet had. Were you expecting it? What really happened? And that was a season of major losses.
It was. There were two major issues I'll just quite touch about. One is this fire, which was in the nobody ever prepares for fire. But we found that it happened, and we lost equipment, we lost materials. It almost crippled the company. And what was more, we didn't have adequate insurance. Fire is not what you have seen one day. So when we made insurance, maybe we insured for 300 million naira. The value of the asset now is 2 billion, but we did not adjust. So it was terrible. But again, the major issue is that once you have a strong faith, I'm not trying to be religious, but if you have a strong faith and capacity, there's nothing you can't turn around. Because I remember one story during the war, when the war ended. Some people who were rich men in Port Harcourt in those days suddenly started having money again. I asked my father, I say, how come we're hearing about these people again, about Guinea and other? My father said, the point is that these guys know the routes that money passes. So they know how to lay traps. So that method they used before the war, they have applied it again, and they are laying traps and the money is coming in. So if we were able to get to where we got while the fire came, all we did is to adjust and do again what we did, because we have known the pattern to get back. We talked to the insurers, they were able to pay the bid well. We talked to the banks, we talked to our creditors, we talked to our suppliers, they offered us more credit, it gave us more. Some bankers gave us some bit of forgiveness or, forbearance. We elicited support because people are willing to help you, but you need to ask for the help. I keep saying that some people die in their mistakes. They don't know when to say, I'm sorry. No, I've missed it. They are too proud. So pride is something that destroys your ability to recover. We came down, admitted our mistakes, admitted our faults, and when people were willing to listen to us, and so we harnessed and harvested that goodwill. First from the goodwill we have long established, and then the promise of a better tomorrow. And that was a big...
So from the ashes...
we rose again. The other point I want to mention is the other problem we faced, and I forgot it. If you remember, there was this popular Kano issue of the Trovan study. There was a study we did of a new products in our final closing years as Pfizer, 1995, 96, which eventually turned, when people now said the drug killed people, and they bad-mouthed Pfizer, went to court, went to all those places. But we're able
those are legacy issues that you have to do.
We're able to overcome that, because the truth of the matter is that first is we told the truth, we had the documentation, and we're able to present, even from the Kano government that took us to court, and the federal government. We're able to show that it was corruption being turned upside down, because some people wanted to corrupt us, because they gave us some leeway, some approval, but those approvals were not documented. So when they asked for money we couldn't give them, they went back and said we're doing certain things without approval. But we were able to produce the documents. Even the DNA, when they say there was many people were killed. This was a trial we did with 200 people, 100 on Trovan, 100 on Rocephin, which was the comparative. And out of this, only 13 people died. 6 from the Trovan and 7 from the Rocephin, which is an already established drug. And then we gave when they were saying thousands, there was no way it was thousands. We produced DNA. In fact, even when Pfizer provided some relief for those who took the medicine, we found that nobody could claim because those who took the medicine have moved on. All the other pretenders, their DNA could not match. So what am I trying to draw attention to is that, do not be afraid of accusation. People are going to accuse you for anything, rightly or wrongly, but make sure they can't prove it. Anytime in life, they will accuse you. You have done nothing, maybe because you're successful, they're jealous, they can't compete with you, probably look for accusation. Don't worry. Don't lose. Just be sure that whatever you're doing, have the appropriate documentation, because evidence must be provided. Even if a court sent you to jail when you haven't done it in the appeal court, the Supreme Court will bring you out. That's a lesson there, and I want people to learn. Be deliberate in what you're doing and put the proper documentation. You never know when it will arrive. I used it in Shopee when the federal government was saying after Buhari came, who was saying we've lost, Shopee money was lost. And they invited us to the National Assembly. I brought the documents, which I had put in a book. When they saw the book, they said go, and that was the end. Then, of course, you were asking about the kind of things we were doing subsequently. I moved on pro-retirement into Sophie, which was a way of giving back, and my pet area of entrepreneurship. Because I've always believed that is what is going to bring salvation for the young people in this country and also for the nation. As many more people that can be self-employed, creating wealth, then the country becomes a good place to live in. I mean, look at what you're doing. Look at the people you're employing, and you started early in life to become an entrepreneur, even if you worked for anybody at all.
I worked 3 years ago.
So that is the way it is. And so it's my pet. It's still growing up. But when I now formed the New Nigeria Group, which was my political organization, that I didn't put too much focus on. I'm returning to it now. That took my time because I had always been disturbed about our country and its chronic underdevelopment, its lack of competitiveness. I had become tired of being told that I come from a third world. Since I was born 70-something years ago, I'm still a third world nation. I'm saying, when are we going to become first world? Especially when other countries have become self-world. That first world, that one led me to the New Nigeria Group, and then eventually became the platform for me to try my hands in the presidential primaries of 2022-2023. It was a great lesson in understanding Nigerian politics. But it's the same courage that I have come with. I mean, people were surprised. I hadn't been governor, I hadn't been the senator, I hadn't been nothing. The first political attempt was to be a president. I mean, it was, you must be a joker, but we went through it. We went around the country. So first you must have what you believe in, and then you must have the courage and the conviction. And it's goodwill. I have not, you have worked at least for government 3 years. The other time you were working for Nemasa, so you have a bit of experience. Yes. I have never worked for government, but I've been close to the public sector. I've held, I've been a board chairman of teaching hospitals, of polytechnics.
And then the shop here.
I've served, even before the shop here, I've been in the National Health Insurance, National Manpower Board, I've served in several boards of the government, so I'm familiar. Then, of course, the ESG interaction, the public-private sector interaction, also gave me an opening to really understand and know what the issues are in the country. So I'm still committed to doing what I can to help our country become a better country, because we have no other country. Right. But I'm doing so from where I stand, because I believe that I may not be president, I may not be governor, but where I stand, I am the governor. Right. I am the president, starting from my house to the concentric circles who are influenced. So I try to model that Nigeria of our dream. And that is why I spend a lot of time with young people who I believe will continue the battle. You talked about succession. I'm a man with always a view that we're going to be here just for a while. So what are you taking away and what are you leaving behind? And one of the greatest things I have said, and I keep saying, the greatest legacy is not in buildings. The greatest legacy is in human beings. What you have said about me today, I don't know how much I'm going to pay to a publicist to say that or to give this unsolicited. And that is what life is all about. If I was dead today and you were at my graveyard or a tribute, what you say today will be what you say, perhaps with more embellishment. For me, that is legacy now. So I'm investing my time and energy, making sure I'm impacting lives, impacting institutions, and helping this nation to become a better place. No one man can solve all the problem. No one man can change the situation, but make sure you're making a contribution. And that's why I think I want to encourage you and people like you, never underrate yourself, never underestimate your contribution, but you must build a foundation. You should not come to this world and act as if you were a passenger or an observer. You must come into this world determined to fulfill your destiny. You have a destiny. You have a purpose. But it's in you to plan how that destiny, how that purpose will be fulfilled. You have to be intentional. You have to be methodical and trusting, and then learn from other people. It helps you to reach that goal and be what God has made you to be.
Wow, Mazi, what a finale. Because I was going to ask you a question. What words do you have for those who are seeing you at the top and want to also continue their journey?
Yeah.
But clearly, you should be a broadcaster. You're a broadcaster. I guess that journalistic bit of you suddenly came to fore.
Yeah.
I cannot thank you enough, Uncle Sam.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today.
What an extraordinary start to the journey to the top. Broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Lagos on the Achievement Channel. This episode has set the stage for what promises to be a year of limitless possibilities. Mazi Sam Ohabo's story reminds us that the very best way to predict the future is actually to create it. So as we step boldly into 2025, let this be the year that you take control of your destiny and climb even higher than you ever thought possible. Here's one last thought to carry with you. Every new year offers you 365 blank pages. So write a story worth reading. The top is not reserved for the lucky. It's for those who work, who persevere, and never stop believing in themselves. Thank you for joining us on this inaugural journey. I am Mr. Motivator, and it has been an honor to share this moment with you. Until next time, stay inspired, stay motivated, and remember, the climb is always worth it. Here is to a transformative 2025. Happy New Year once again.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel, the show that celebrates innovators and game changers making a difference in their communities. Today, we're shining the spotlight on the culinary world. Our champion of change is Alex Oke, a talented binational Nigerian-Russian chef, entrepreneur, and culinary instructor. As a chef owner of Exo Boutique Bakery in Lagos, Alex is fusing traditional French techniques with modern African flavors, inspiring a whole new generation of chefs. I am Pamela Egbo, and I'm excited to be with you today, live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Let's hear his inspiring story. Hi, Alex. Welcome to Champions of Change. It's really great to have you here.
Hi, Pamela. It's fantastic to be here.
So, tell us about your story. You know, you're an extraordinary chef, the founder of Exo Bakery, Boutique Bakery, and you are passionate about CSR, and that's why you're here.
Indeed.
So tell us a little bit first about the story of Exo Bakery.
Okay, great. Well, before I start with Exo Bakery, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Alex Oke. I'm Nigerian dad, Russian mom, but more or less raised in Nigeria. Trained as a chef abroad in Canada, and came back in 2016 to establish a neighborhood bakery, which I called Exo Boutique Bakery. Since then, the bakery has sort of evolved from a small neighborhood bakery into more like a cafe, and we have further plans to take that model even further and to expand into a members club, a co-working space, and a lot more restaurants. We want to create a sort of a lifestyle around the Exo brand. So that's currently what I'm working towards right now.
Fantastic. So I know that you're very passionate about giving back to the community.
Absolutely.
And I know that in at the Exo Bakery, you do a lot of internships.
Indeed.
So tell us about how that works and how that idea for you came about.
Sure. Well, great, absolutely. So if anyone who's been to Exo Bakery will see that we have a few younger, generally as compared to most Nigerian businesses, especially hospitality businesses, a lot of my staff are much younger, certainly much younger, and I've actually gone through the route of vocational education.
Okay.
Right, so we don't always go directly to universities or to hiring companies, talent agencies. Sometimes we go directly to vocational institutions like Wave Academies, Lagoon, for example, and even the culinary schools themselves. What I've done is I've created a 3 to 6 month internship program where anybody who has either gone through culinary education and it's time to do what we call the IT, the practical training aspect of their course, then we liaise with those vocational academies. Then we take on young and very green individuals, where we train them in how things are done in a what I call a boutique kitchen, where everything is done by hand. It's not a commercial kitchen.
Right.
It's more of a sort of a very individualized offering, which means that they have to learn the intricacies of the baking and pastry arts as well as the culinary arts, but to a degree that I would say would be higher than say if they went to work in a commercial bread baking bakery, for example. So generally how it works is they come in, and after 3 months we do a review. and then I usually offer them to stay on. I don't think I've ever had one intern who, after the 3 or 6 months, we asked to leave. Generally, we prepare a package for them, an employment package, where we hope to keep them employed and in the industry, you know, and want to keep them learning as they go, because I don't think 3 to 6 months is enough time to learn you know, the practical aspects of any arts, you know. So for us, it's very important that we keep them working. And along those lines, it's also important that we remunerate them for the work they do. Now, I know it's very commonplace in Lagos to have interns where maybe the intern even pays you. I've seen a lot of, oh my goodness. When I moved here in 2016, I've seen situations where the interns were paying for training, or they were just doing it for free. We actually pay interns in order to ensure that they can get to and from work, they can get home, they can get back to work, and we also usually include some kind of a meal package as well too.
That's amazing.
Such that if a young person wants to learn the practical aspects of the baking and pastry art or the culinary art, they don't have to do it at a loss to themselves.
Right, exactly.
You know, and they are fed, they are, you know, comfortable enough to take on that new information and then kind of run with it. So,
yeah, and supposedly doing that the way you do it, it makes them take ownership.
Absolutely.
And responsibility.
Indeed.
That's great.
And we also don't have a program where we're lurking behind, you know, where I'm like the chef who's, you know, looking for the mistakes they make, you know, and trying to kind of beat them down. What we do is we allow people to make mistakes.
Right.
I believe that in order to learn, especially in the practical aspects of the baking art, you have to mess up a few cakes.
That's right.
A few loaves of bread need to burn.
Please bring those ones to me.
You know, you must make your mistakes, because when you make your mistakes, I feel like that's the best. Experience generally is the best teacher when it comes to stuff like that. So I'm very, very much in the group of people who allow young people to make mistakes so that they can learn. And that's also when interns come in, I usually tell them, don't be scared, don't be worried. I know you will burn a few things. Sure. I know you will mess up a few recipes. I know maybe you're not going to put the yeast in there and we'll be wondering why the bread didn't rise, even though we've waited for 3-4 hours, you know. But I believe that it is important that people make those mistakes, because when you've done it, you've made the mistake, I feel, with your own hands, you generally remember.
That's right.
You generally remember how to do things the right way after that.
That's
and you
amazing.
Remind yourself, well, I'm not going to make that mistake again. So,
that's great.
And to give people the grace to make those mistakes without penalizing them, I think, is another thing too.
That's amazing.
A lot of employers in Nigeria would, when their staff, you know, make a mistake or maybe ruin a big batch or something, they might penalize them and duck their pay or stuff like that.
Yes.
I don't believe in that. So I think we need to give everyone a bit of grace, you know.
Love it.
Nigeria's
Love
had
that.
enough already.
Absolutely, love that.
So
love
yeah,
that.
so let's be nurturing to our young people.
Absolutely, amazing.
Especially since, you know, the youth unemployment is so high right now. So it's important that we keep as many youth employed as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Indeed.
That's great. So tell me, I know that, you know, like I said, paying it back is very important to you.
Yeah.
You recently contributed or got involved in an initiative called Paying It Back to the Streets?
So
back to the streets.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
it.
So it's giving back to the streets.
So what's that about?
Thank you for bringing that up. This is the second year running. So it's actually started in Port Harcourt, actually,
Okay.
the initiative, the person we work with. But this is the second year running that we've actually done a charitable contribution to this initiative. This year specifically, I know that they were trying to raise money to buy shoes for indigent and homeless and those who are, you know, less fortunate. In Makoko, which is very close to us over here. You know, my bakery is located in Victoria Island, and Makoko is just across the creek, you know. So when they said they were trying to raise money to buy shoes, I thought that was very important. So for the second year running, we've done a charitable contribution where we are part of this. We've also provided, logistical support for the teams, when they meet up before they hit the streets to do their outreach. We also provide them with snacks and whatnot. So,
Lovely.
So yeah, second year running, and it was again a resounding success this year.
That's amazing.
Once
That's amazing.
again, indeed.
Well done.
Thank
well
you.
Done.
In the past, we've done work with the Bethesda Home for the Blind.
Yes, right.
This was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Partnered with a client actually who wanted us to make special to donate a percentage of donut sales, because as you know, Exo Bakery is quite well known in Lagos for our donuts. People love the donuts. Yeah. So we wanted to give a percentage of those donut sales, of the revenue from the donut sales, to charity, which we successfully did with a lady called Tiffany Annabelle Davis. So
fantastic.
So yes, it was a fantastic initiative as well too. So we have a long tradition of working with different charitable institutions to either raise money or provide training, provide snacks, provide support in one way or another as part of the corporate social responsibility that Exo Bakery has to Lagos at large. So.
That's fantastic. And so obviously you're a profit-making business, predominantly first and foremost.
Yes.
But in terms of your CSR, how do you balance that? In terms of being a profit-making business and saying, okay, I'm going to be intentional about my CSR. And in terms of looking for the types of organizations that you support or doing your own thing, what is it that is important to you?
Criteria. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I think balancing corporate social responsibility and profits, they run in line with each other. Most people think that it's one or the other.
Right.
I think by focusing on CSR, it impacts the bottom line in a very positive way. Right. Absolutely. There are benefits, financial benefits. I think a firm can draw from giving back to society. I think whether it's with ongoing training where you're adding value to the youth, so over time you've provided a level of education support for a good number of young people over time. That in itself adds value to what your business does through the experience they get. Over time, you're entrenched in the society, and then when you're a community-based organization, even though you might be profit making, you're just part of the community. When we opened Exo Bakery, the idea was to have a community bakery where people would come and it would be supported organically from the ground up. We never sought any loans, stuff like that, to open the bakery initially. This was all the community essentially grew the business. From our first locations to these. So again, and CSR has been a part of this journey all through. So I think if you allow your business to grow organically, allowing the local community to support that growth, and you're giving back along the way, I think that you are going to see some financial rewards from that. And then it gives you more of a staying power.
That's right.
In the community as well too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So we'll take a quick break now and we'll continue this amazing conversation with Alex when we come back.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, and we still have Alex here continuing our amazing conversation. So Alex, tell me, I know you mentioned about youth unemployment earlier.
Yes.
And I know it's an intentional strategy of yours because the level of youth unemployment in Nigeria is at an all-time high.
Around the whole world, actually.
Around the whole world,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
especially in Nigeria.
Right.
And so tell me how you have mentioned, but could you expand on that a little bit? But also, what advice would you give businesses to take a
Right.
chance on these young people? Because one of the things that you said that struck me was you go through the vocational route.
Yes.
Because I know that a lot of places in Nigeria, they want to see the CV, they want to see the your what they call it, your qualifications, and it can put people off and scare people off from applying for these roles. So what advice would you give, and how has it benefited your business?
Great questions. So yes, as you mentioned, youth unemployment is shockingly high around the world. It doesn't matter where you go, you see young people just on the streets. And it's particularly tragic, I would say, in Nigeria. I remember when I moved back to Nigeria after training in Canada, I remember just the number of young people on the streets, you know, versus today, the number of young people on those very streets.
Right.
It's probably grown, I would say, 5-fold, 10-fold. And that's just an indication as to how many young people are falling between the gaps.
Yes, it's actually
right?
35%.
Right.
Unemployment rate.
Shocking numbers. So yes, so that means out of every 3 young people, 1 is going to be unemployed, which is quite sad. And how does that bode well for the development of our economy, for young people developing and honing those skills that they have or they are to get. For us, what we've tried to do is intentionally focus on hiring young people. Just intentionally focus on that. Whether it's from the front of house staff, waitresses, the barman, floor supervisors, to the kitchen staff, chefs, kitchen assistants, bakers. We deliberately try to go for younger people, again, and through the vocational route. So when I get an intern from one of these institutions, what they'll usually do is say, oh, I have 2 people who are in the class after me, younger people from my school. They would I spoke to them about EXO. They would love to come and intern here. So it's almost like what I call a pipeline.
Sure.
It's a pipeline of people, of talent, of skill. And also I would like them to feel welcome. I would like them to feel like, okay, if they go to that vocational institution, there's a good chance that they can come to a well-known and established bakery, cafe, restaurant like EXO, where we are pushing the limit and doing things that you wouldn't necessarily just find anywhere, with a focus on quality, craftsmanship, and delivering a differentiated customer experience every single time.
Yes.
So yeah, for us, it's a no-brainer. If you invest in the youth, you will reap the rewards of that.
Absolutely.
And by virtue of what they are, the youth, they are young, so they've got a long staying power.
Absolutely.
I'd rather cast my lot in with the young people than with the people who have been around. Even though the people who have been around have more money,
right.
It's better to catch them while they're young, and then you sort of instill these values in them at a young age, and then they have a much longer staying power.
That's right.
And then you're impacting society a lot more when you do that as well too.
And also they will have this jackpot mentality that people have. They will want to stay because they're
I can
thriving.
do it here. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Why go abroad when I can do it here?
Exactly.
And you also want to remind them that, while the grass is greener, maybe your neighbors. Well, I say the grass is greener where you water it. If we're watering the grass here, it's going to be greener.
Yeah.
So the more of us who water the grass here, even if you've been trained abroad, you can come back and try to give back to the society. I think it should be better for all of us in the long run.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great. So last but not by no means least, what's next for Chef Alex? And what other areas of CSR do you see yourself getting into?
That's another great question. With CSR, I want to eventually open a training institution. I would like for us to expand, to have a purely training, a pure training kitchen, where even though we are, working with vocational institutions to provide the practical training, I would love for us to actually have the vocational institutions as well too. That way we can extend more scholarship.
That's right.
More training to more people, impact more lives. But this is down the line. More immediately, when I'm working to expand the EXO brand to a bigger location, to be a complete lifestyle brand, as I mentioned earlier, which we're currently in the process of doing right now. So watch this space. check back with us in 6 months to a year. We should have a whole establishment where we have a cafe, restaurants, members club, co-working space, an artist hub, because we're also interested in the fine arts as well too. So we want to provide a space where young creatives feel like they can congregate and they have an ecosystem which allows them to nurture their talents as well too. So we'd love to provide that. So that's the more immediate thing where I'm working towards. And by 2025, you will definitely see something in Victoria Island, and hopefully, maybe other parts of Lagos and Nigeria as well.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, Chef Alex.
It's my pleasure.
It's been wonderful having Chef Alex with us today, and I am imploring everyone to go and support them. The NVI will put all the information about them and about what they do on our platform, and knowing that some of their profits will definitely go into doing CSR stuff. Thank you, Alex, for sharing your passion and vision. Your dedication to African gastronomy and community building is truly championing change. Tune in next time for more stories of innovation and impact. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and it's been a pleasure sharing this story with you. You are watching the Achievement Channel from our School of Eloquence studios in Lagos. See you next time.
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubon Isen. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, Doctor's Orders. And the vision of Doctor's Orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring the show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests, And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents. And of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to, hard chargers,
Okay.
people who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important or how more important are doctors' orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people. It's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having, very high burden of, illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things, maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals, these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really want to achieve, okay, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right, if you want to really excel, your health must cooperate with you, and of course you've got to nurse it well, all right, to make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. I mean, if you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech, you can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. I mean, you're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there, I mean, it can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health, or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. I mean, we should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth, and it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. I mean, if you look at the rising cost of healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, I mean, the adage is there for everyone. is cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better, it's cheaper than cure. Right. So I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, he may be speaking to intellectuals, because I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what he has said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart, and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being, and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you said so far,
right,
to optimum health,
right,
as far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of, I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Supermen.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or, just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep. And then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right? It's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should be diligent. I mean, it's no-brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of, being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health. Right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. It may not die instantly, it may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, yeah, because look at what happened during 2020, COVID-19. I mean, you're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you are like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things. Is either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by, okay? And if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying, at the rate you're going to be buying, will be extremely higher. All right.
So that's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. It's one of the things I'd like us to discuss. We still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctor's orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, if you don't have an holistic view of it, an holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. And when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. And these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah. And then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended. Everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman. But he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. The order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right, they're on the go. They just feel that, oh, I've not eaten today, I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me Five Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that our forefathers, where even at old age, they're still very strong. Why is it that some patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am. Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. More.
But your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. Very true. We need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that you should those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some attention. In short, give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do, and then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it, discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do, and then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type that
goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with... All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now, before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality. But let's just hear from you of how was the question again? My head is how we can boost. I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay. So let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers and stay healthy in these stressful times. And you know, we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right to use that word. The stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance diet we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and co, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise. We need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy, you want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say,
it's
I've
driven.
not done this, I've not
Super
done
driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying. Let me survive this. Let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. You can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise, and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Truly a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel. We do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubong Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Hello, Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and this is Achievement Channel. Today we are out in the bustling commercial district here in Lagos to talk about a skill we all use daily, whether we realize it or not, and that is communication. From the boardroom to the busy marketplace, public speaking shapes how we interact with one another, how we carry out business transactions, and how we connect between one person to the other, whether we realize it or not. I am out here in the bustling city of Lagos to field questions from everyday Lagosians on how they utilize the instruments of public speaking to get their jobs done on a daily basis.
Actually, I'm not really good in public speaking, but I have a lot of people that are into such. Actually, in bringing to public speaking, it helps us to understand things that we don't really understand. It helps us to achieve what we have already, but we don't know how to get it. For instance, you have a money, and you don't know how to move into a business. In public speaking, it helps you to give you an opinion, an idea on how to invest, how to sort out issues, how to get an opinion, or how to be counsel on, especially on marriage issues, on business, and also in other lifestyles or something. That was some time ago. I could remember at Ozumbadiwe, there was somebody that walked up to me, you know. No, he didn't really walk up to me. He was asking for a help. So he has a car, but he told me that his car broke down, so he don't have money to fix it. And we were like 3 boys there, nobody want to like come over it. So when I came into the matter, I tried to find out what that man needed. He said he has a car, but he doesn't have any cash to buy fuel. So I have to like help him because he didn't address it in a way somebody can understand it. So bringing it to public speaking, I could now be able to interfere with my friends that we were sitting in the car. Please, this man is a responsible man. I think for him to have such a situation, you need to help him, even though we don't know who he is. Even though that in the country we are, so many things are going wrong, that helping somebody becomes a way of committing a crime. You help somebody and the person turns out to become somebody that brings problem. So after narrating these issues to them, and I was able to transfer that money to his account. But not just that alone, that happened after some years back. I did it at Zumbadiwe. The same man was the person that drive me. Sometimes I didn't know. So I think if there are some people who have words but they cannot speak, and as a Christian, I'm meant to speak for those who are speechless and help those who are helpless and help those who are weak to be strong. So bringing it to public speaking, it helps to solve issues, it helps to create awareness, it helps to, you know, help people out of their need by balancing what they need in words.
Well, public speaking, number one, it has been a very good avenue to improve your product. You hear me now? To have a very strong background of your business, you know, because by hearing from the public, you need to know your weak point, your area of success, and the next thing to do, so that you can be able to aspire high in your business, your daily activities on your business. Well, on my own part, I have a very small distance. I remember by the time I want to start, I had to invite a lot of people to come and look at the environment so that I can be able to know what tests I can be able to display in that very place. And that it has been of great help to me and of useful to my own personal business.
So did you achieve your aim using that public speaking?
Yes, I'm able to achieve my aim.
What was the outcome?
Well, the outcome is, I think it's yielding profit. Yeah, it's yielding profit. Like in the area of farming, yielding profit. Like the area of the shops I have, it's yielding profit. And things are moving on fine.
The importance of the public speaking is very, 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 very crucial. Very, very, if you know how to handle your speech in the public, my dear brothers and sisters, who are looking at me at this moment, you don't have any problem. You need to be polite to everybody with humility. So it's very, very important. In fact, in my congregation, in my area of work, I do normally, because the way I address people made them to like me, made them, even though there's a problem, they will ask, "Hey, Baba, come, this is what is going on now." And by the grace of God, when I get there, the matter will be settled.
So tell me one of those instances.
Thank you very much. That was last year. There are some boys in my area. They want to foment trouble. Is that me? With the elder of the area. But immediately, I come out of my car. "Excuse me, what is happening here? What is happening here?" Say, "Baba, come and tell me what is going on. All this that are doing." Still may be polite. Wait. When I speak to them, the young one, they all hail us. At the end of the day, they were very cold. When if there's any problem at all, they will call on me. "Baba, come see what is going on." No, immediately I talk to them. The matter will be set.
How important is public speaking to you?
I will put it this way. I told you I'm a comrade, and one of the importance of public speaking, like you rightly said, is how to communicate with the public. That's with people, be it commercial, be it private, be it products you sell, even in school. And as you know, since we passed through the four way of life, as in education and life as a whole, you have to speak out. Even if you want to get a job, you have to network and you speak to people. It's also part of public speaking. So I think public speaking is very important, especially for those who want to venture into public position like politics. Yeah. And also, if you want to also grow in your organization, you have to speak. And when you speak to your colleague, your staff, your subordinate, or those around you, is also public speaking. Yes, I not too far ago, but let me say like 3 years or 4 years ago, I remember when I wanted to contest for the second time as a union rep. I won because of my public speaking, because I have to address the house, they have to ask me questions, and because of the confidence I have in speaking, they have to re-elect me as a second time out to be their rep. So this is one of the importance of public speaking. When you speak and you speak with confidence, you see people want to vote you. And let me portray further. Towards the election we just passed through, when you look at the three candidates, one of the instruments the Labour Party used is the way he speaks. When he speaks with confidence, he gives you some data which could clarify the public, and with that, the people entrust him with the leadership position. It's so unfortunate that the Nigerian play him and he couldn't get there, but these are some of the importance of public speaking.
To me, what I understand by public speaking is an act of informing people, letting people know about a particular thing, attending a program, and then maybe you are asked to give a presentation or you are asked to make a speech. You go out there and you present your speech, or you make your statements based on the topic, maybe, or any area or any subject that has been given to you to talk on or speak on. So that's what I understand by public speaking. My personal experience is that it has helped me. It has made me more courageous. That made me bold, because when you stand to speak in the midst of people that you don't know, that came from different backgrounds, from different places, they have different orientation, and then you being able to rise to speak before them or with them, it helps in giving you self-esteem. So.
Okay, public speaking basically is something that we cannot do without. Very important, and the importance of public speaking can never be stated, because without it, you cannot actually influence people to do certain things. Okay, for example, you need that attribute, to actually command people's obedience to what you actually want them to do per time. And so you cannot actually do without it. It's very important. Very well, a lot of them, but I think I'm going to go with this one. When I was in my 100 level year 1 in the university, there was this issue we had. We had actually paid for a particular thing, our ID card, and at a certain point, the cost rep came again and said we are asked to pay again, and then I told them, no, we cannot pay twice. But then all along, they got to pay this money And after 1, 2, 3 months, the ID cards were not forthcoming. The university ID card came, and the one that we paid for didn't come for. So I have to like use this skill called public speaking to actually influence my fellow students, to make them see that, okay, they have been, duped by the faculty officer and the course rep in connivance, to deprive them of their money. And so, but then we can take up this matter, we can get this money back, and actually maybe get both of them punished. And so I start, by, getting some of them to understand that, okay, this is actually not good. We are fresh law students, and by that, we should protest our rights. So I stood up, get a handful of them on my side, and called a meeting in the classroom. They stood up and spoke to them at length. And at the end of the day, all of them bought the idea, and we went to the dean of the faculty, presented this matter before him, and he was shocked, and he backed us up, and before you know it, the faculty officer was removed because of that. So public speaking is very, very key. In fact, if you are able to fight the, straight things like stage frights and all of that, you'll be confident. You will be able to, make up your sentences in a manner that is very persuasive. That's one attribute of a good public speaker. You must be persuasive. You must be, straight to the point. You must be short and concise as well. Well, in the courtroom, all we do is talk, and you must be able to persuade, the judge, to convince him that your case is believable. Otherwise, you'll not be able to, win any case at all. And the court is a public place. Anybody can come. Even those who don't have matter in court can come and see what's going on in court. So you must have that boldness, that confidence in you that yes, okay. My lecturer once told me that as a lawyer, if it's possible to assemble the whole world together, a lawyer should be able to speak to them confidently without shaking or sweating in his pants. So in the courtroom every day, so what we see, your opponent will talk, you will talk, and whoever's argument is better, the court will be swayed that way.
Now, from the streets to the marketplace, it is clear that communication is key to navigating the challenges in Lagos life. Whether in bargaining a business transaction in what we do, or giving directions at the busy streets, it is clear that how we speak makes the difference in all we do. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying that strong communication is the foundation to success.
Speak with Power.
Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you need to know about public speaking. Speak with Power is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's home of public speaking, where we teach people how to speak well in public. This program is designed to educate you, to inspire you, and to challenge you with reference to the art of public speaking. Many people from various walks of life grapple with this all too important skill. There are people who work for organizations, people involved in sales, people in politics, people who are in the social enterprise sector, and in various other endeavors. When it's time to be heard, when it's time to take the stage, they struggle, they wobble, and in most cases, they fail. This program will unbundle the subject matter and demystify what public speaking is all about. This program will also show you the tips, the techniques, and of course the stories of ordinary people like you and I who have stepped up to the plate, and because they have learned how to speak in public, they have carved a niche for themselves. My name is Ubal Gisied, certified speaking professional and the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and I will be your host throughout this program. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll begin the eloquence journey. For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. essence of this course is to focus you on the subject of public speaking.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there. Welcome back. The program is still Speak with Power, where we teach you everything public speaking. You might be a politician, a classroom teacher, a businessman, an engineer, whatever field of human endeavor you find yourself in. You could even be a traditional ruler or part of the clergy. The truth is, sooner or later, you will be asked to get up in front of people and speak in public. On the program today, we've got a drama skit for you titled The Bland Ambassador. You'll be amazed when this skit comes up, what happens to celebrities when they fail to speak well in public. From the drama skit, we'll hit the road to hear from Nigerians why they fear public speaking. Next will be Inside Masterclass. In the masterclass, you'll find me teaching professionals how they can master this all too important subject matter. And then our guest today on the Eloquence Journey segment tells us how she became a chief executive and how public speaking helped her to rise from nothingness to a position of prominence. So sit tight and let's enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
embraced different types of artists. Artists.
Come on for there, you know even sabi English.
Nah, your speech. Anyways, Oasis is the first of its kind to wanting to take entertainment to the next level. Big shout out to Oasis. Peace. Thank you.
Is that the celeb you were talking about? The one you want to present our new brand, Zeus, in luxurious perfume? No. This is unacceptable. I suggest you pick another person. This will not fly. It's embarrassing.
I'm surprised at this myself. So disappointing. I thought it would be of a good performance, but it cannot be our ambassador. We have to look for another ambassador for our product. I will personally inform the management about our decision. No, it's so disappointing.
I'll do that as fast as possible.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
If you look at how Wikipedia describes public speaking, it says it is a process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to either inform, influence, or persuade or entertain. Because when you're influencing people, you're persuading them. It goes further to say that the purpose of public speaking can range from simply transmitting information to motivating people to act, to simply telling a story. But here is the catch. He says good orators, good speakers, that is, should be able to change the emotions of their listeners and not just inform them. I started out by saying that all of the contexts, all of the various scenarios in public speaking can be surmised as just simply creating a human experience, because people can recollect what you said, how you said it, and then they can connect with it in some ways that gives you credit. However, whether we are speaking to inform or speaking to influence, which is also speaking to persuade or speaking to entertain, one key principle underlines all of speaking. If that speaking is going to be result oriented, and that principle is the eloquence principle. If your speaking is going to be result oriented, you must be eloquent. How will we know that you are eloquent? Eloquence rests on two legs. The two key ingredients that you must know, you must be able to clearly delineate, and which if you do, you can categorically say that you are eloquent. Now the first of the two legs is effectiveness. To be effective. To be effective simply means that the people you're speaking to get what it is that you're speaking about. They understand it, they have a very good appreciation of what you are speaking about. They get it. You might see that in their nodding. It's dawning on them. The facts, the gravity, the intent, the seriousness, the ramifications of what you're saying. It's clear in their mind's eyes. It's not ambiguous, it's not mixed up in any way. It's definite. And so they get it, and that makes you, the speaker, effective. That is the first leg. A lot of people, when they speak, you find it difficult to even understand what is it or what it is they are talking about. You're asking yourself, so what is he saying? What is she saying? They've been speaking for the past 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes seem like an eternity. That's why I tell you, hey, so what are you trying to say? Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Someone goes on rambling, and then you cut it and say, okay, so what is the gist? What are you trying to say? And they keep going, all I'm simply trying to say. They ramble and ramble, they go around in circles, they keep going, and then eventually, because you've nudged them, you've pushed them, you want to extract what is the point of these 30 minutes. What is the essence of your being in front of us to give this narration? It must be clear. If you are in sales, people must get what it is, the value proposition you're bringing to the customer or to that prospect. If you're in health and safety, like you talked about, as you communicate, people must get the reason why they need to comport themselves in a certain manner. If there's a zebra crossing in the environment, there are some places that are marked with certain colors, and you have to walk down a particular path in order to get to where you're going. It must be clear that it's for your safety, it's for your well-being. We want you to leave this place the same way you came in one piece, that is. One reason why you get a lot of these agitations when you're communicating things that tend to carry an air of command to people, especially in a health, safety, environment situation, is because people don't get it. People don't get it. They don't get what it is that's being communicated. They feel they're being belittled. Most times it's because the first leg of eloquence fails. When such people come in and you're able to let them know, sir, as you know, this environment is littered with a lot of danger based on our operations and the logistical activity going on in here. Sometimes there could be equipment movement without notice. And because we want to prevent any unmitigated disaster, we have some safety procedures for your safety. They are precautionary, but it's because we want to be proactive. So based on that, everyone that comes in has to pass through this route for safety, for your safety. But when they show up and say, okay, we have a few safety tips. First, when you come in, go this way, go that way, go this way. What you're doing, you're just reeling out. You're reeling out data. And that data is lifeless as far as that audience is concerned.
Welcome to Speak with Power. Have you ever been to outings or events and people are being called upon to speak and they could not speak? The people who are being perceived as confident, all-powerful, they are being called upon to give a remark or two. And they can't. They become fidgety, they become sweaty, they become nervous, they become marshmallows, so to speak. Here I am today on the streets in Lagos, asking of people's opinion on why they think people are afraid of public speaking. My name is Damilola. Welcome again to Speak with Power. Ma, why do you think that people are scared of public speaking? Why do you think they're afraid of speaking in public?
In my opinion, I would say people are scared because basically the number one thing on ground, I think it's the root cause of it, because they are not well, people are not educated, they are not enlightened, and they are scared because not everyone can express he or herself. And so when you tend to ask people to talk, it's not everybody that really has that courage, that charisma, that self-esteem to come out and really speak or say their minds about things they know.
I think it's all about state of mind and state fright. What I would say about public speaking is that every human being has state fright. Every human being has state fright. But what you have to do is to work on it. Then, after working on it, one of the clues in which you can have confidence in speaking in public is to have the knowledge of what you are speaking about, and be confident. So when you have the knowledge of what you are talking about, when you want to talk about it, it will boost your confidence. They say that preparation is the mother of confidence. So if you are well prepared, you will have confidence, then you will deliver.
Some people are afraid of speaking in the public because of shyness. Another thing is not being bold enough to face the crowd, to face public. Because you know, when you are speaking to a group of people, you'll be having what they call eye contact, and some people used to feel shy when they have eye contact with people, and some people are not composed. If you are not composed, you cannot speak to the public.
Anxiety, people are anxious, people are shy, people are unprepared, people are scared, nervous. Could be a combination of so many things.
They don't have this boldness spirit. Some people are very scared. They even in the midst of their family, they can't talk more about public where people are. So to me, maybe they are not bold enough.
Maybe they don't have confidence in themselves, you know, or that's what I call it. They don't have confidence in themselves, and they feel shy, you know, to speak in public. Maybe due to upbringing. You know, most students of nowadays,
they don't like coming out to express themselves, and we as the parents, we don't encourage our kids to to be outspoken, to express themselves either in the public or at home.
Everybody is trying to cover their kind of identity, because if they don't do that, if they go out or say anything that is against any other person in the public, they will definitely have to pay for it in one way or the other. This is Nigeria.
People are afraid of public speaking because, in Nigeria, our own country is a place that if you speak the truth, either the law enforcement agents or whatever, they can come against you. So that is why a lot of people, when you ask them questions in public, they avoid a lot of things.
Most people are scared of camera, they are scared of facing the camera, and also inferiority complex, So there are so many of them that they are just scared of crowd.
So there it is, you've heard it all. Join us again for another interesting episode of Speak with Power. Speak with Power was brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking at 47B Oduduwa Crescent, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Classes hold Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My name is Kofi Idowu Noel, also known as Kofi the Guru, beast of comedy, Nigeria's most versatile entertainer, comedian, actor, singer, producer, entrepreneur, and a responsible human being. My first time on stage was not just a wake up, take a mic and go in front of an audience. We started very small, which is what I tell young people, start very small. When you're in the midst of your friends that you play with, your confidence level is normal. And they are the first clients and the last clients. Take note of that statement. Your friends that you started with in a small gathering are your first clients, and then they are your last clients. By the fading days of your career, there are still the ones around there who say, you're an old man then, you'll be fooling yourself in front of the young generation that will be like, what's wrong with this old man? But those your friends, because they know the story of how you started in that small parlor with them. From there gradually to the point where you now face the confidence level grew. It was not just wake up one day, there's this crowd in front of you, then you go and meet them and crack a joke. And then because I trained as a stage actor, facing the audience with your lines in your head, you had no choice but to deliver. There was nothing like take two. It's not a camera recording. It's not Nollywood. It's stage. So the combination of training as a stage actor and then having had experience from little gatherings just made it easy for me to stand in front of anybody as a comedian, as a public speaker, whatever I wanted to do in front of people. 1,000 people, one person, it doesn't matter to me. But what is in my head to give to the person, I bring it on board and I deliver it. No fright. I've never had a stage fright, never. Before, during, or after the show, never. First things first, to get out of the inability to confront an audience is to be friends with the audience. Most people don't understand that they are the audience. You have this thing in your head you want to tell somebody, a total stranger that has never met you. They don't know you. So first things first, you have to befriend them. That's why you see when comedians come on stage, area, how that day now? It's a gradual cajole and build up. But But because we're used to the formal ways of presentation in public, good morning ladies and gentlemen, it just makes it flat. Comedians don't do good morning ladies and gentlemen. We go a bit more personal. That's why you see some comedians who just go, hey bros, how you doing? I see your head. They're just trying to warm up and be friends. So the first way to kill that phobia is to be friends with the people you want to speak with. That way, all barriers, all walls come down. When they see you as one of us, then they are ready, they are listening. You know, you won't even know when you start flowing like a stream. You want to get done and they're like, no, it's not time for you to go yet. Continue, don't stop. Because they now feel that, this is our guy, he's talking. So, there should be no phobia if the audience, do you know you speak easily in front of your family? So that's it. Make them your family. That's the only way. The audience should be your family, not a customers. Customers are total strangers who walk on by. But for an audience that needs to hear you over and over again, they have to be family. But when it comes to public speaking, though some is scripted, but it has to be applicable to certain subject matters. Now in entertainment, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to deal on. And then of course, most entertainers are not so eloquent enough to express themselves when it comes to public speaking. Some entertainers, when you watch their interviews, you will be shocked at their diction and their thought processes. You know, first things first, we think in our mother tongue. Okay, but because English is our major expression, except you were born and raised speaking English and thinking in English, I will think first in Yoruba, then apply it. Some persons will think first in Pidgin, then apply it. But because entertainment is generally accepted with a certain lingua, you're supposed to express yourself proficiently in that lingua. Okay, so the only way in entertainment where we can marry public speaking with what we do is to train people in the act of speaking thoughtfully, not only in their thought process, their mother tongue, but for the benefit of the job itself. You need to be able to express yourself in such a way that it carries you as an upright entertainer. It places you right in, you know, I want to listen to Katy Perry now, I will not just hear some trashy talk. There's a way, even if she's caught in a drama, there's a way she's going to use words to pull herself out of that drama. But if it was a Nigerian with the same scenario, he would dust it off by just, because he doesn't understand the perception of using language well to express himself, to cover up defects. You know, we just speak and then we make slangs out of everything. We make games out of everything, jokes out of everything. We just, you know, see they be now. You know, my people, I know they be now. So. And they're like, actually, what I'm asking is, you know, now my sister. Next question. And so we need a lot of entertainers to understand that there is need to enhance your thought processes for the sake of public speaking in entertainment, not just to entertain, but the way I speak, people sometimes I arrogantly say it at interviews. I just want you people to know that I'm very enlightened and educated. I say it with confidence. When I'm talking, people can tell that, oh, there's a difference between this guy and some other entertainers. I don't just use words. I use expressions that tell of depth and value. Okay, most entertainers, their value is in their craft, and they leave it at that. They don't emancipate themselves for the act of the public. They just do that into the work and let it go. When it now comes to the interview, they just feel it's the same thing that was in the work that has to be, you know, it's two different worlds. They don't know. Public image presentation is different from my work in public. You know, this is not Kofi the comedian. This is Kofi the public presentation person. I'm sending myself to the public as an eloquent and thoughtful person right now.
Yes.
But then when you pay me to come and crack jokes, I enter the element of Kofi Baguru, the comedian. So they need to understand these differences. It might be hard for them to want to go back to school, but then you can get training from like this place.
I hope you've enjoyed today's episode of the program Speak with Power, and you can now see how important it is that public speaking be taken seriously in order to avoid the embarrassment faced by the bland ambassador. If you've enjoyed the program, remember that you can also learn the skill, and at the School of Eloquence, we offer you all of the opportunities you require to learn the skill, to practice the skill, and to advance in your use of the skill of public speaking. Till I see you next time, I leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he said, "Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to compel, and speech is to convert." The stage is yours. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Mrs. Imelda Ahuno Suji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubong Isen. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, Doctor's Orders. And the vision of Doctor's Orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring the show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests. And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents, and of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to, hard chargers, people who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important or how more important are doctors' orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people, it's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having very high burden of illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things, maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals, these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really, really want to achieve, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right. If you want to really, really excel, your health must cooperate with you. And of course, you've got to nurse it well. All right. To make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. If you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech. You can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. I mean, you're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there. I mean, it can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. I mean, we should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth. And it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. I mean, if you look at the rising cost of, healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, okay? I mean, the adage is there for everyone. It's cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better, it's cheaper, than cure. Right. So, I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, it may be speaking to intellectuals because, I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what they have said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart, and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being, and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you've said so far,
right,
to optimum health,
right,
as far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of, I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Superman.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or, just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep. And then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right? It's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should be diligent. I mean, it's no-brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of, being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health, right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. It may not die instantly, it may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, yeah, because look at what happened during 2020 COVID-19. You're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you are like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things. Is either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by, okay? And if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying, at the rate you're going to be buying, will be extremely higher. All right.
So that's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. So one of the things I'd like us to discuss, we still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctors' orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, if you don't have an holistic view of it, an holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. And when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. And these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah. And then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended. Everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman. But he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. The order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right, I mean, they're on the go. They just feel that, oh, I've not eaten today, I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me Five Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that our forefathers, where even at old age they're still very strong. Why is it that some patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am? Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. I mean, more.
But your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. Very true. I mean, we need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that, there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that you should those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some attention. In short, give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do, and then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it, discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do, and then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type that
goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with... All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality, but let's just hear from you of how, what's the question again? My head is, how we can boost, I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay, so let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers, and stay healthy in these stressful times. And we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right, use that word. The stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance that we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and co, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise. We need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy, you want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say, I've
driven.
not done this, I've not done
Super
this.
driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying. Let me survive this. Let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. You can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests, to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise, and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel. We do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubong Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Welcome to Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity in communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievements, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, we have a packed show highlighting the diverse range of impactful events we've covered here on Achievement Channel, showcasing empowerment through skills, development, leadership, and national vision. begin with a focus on skills development and empowerment. The CVL Employment Trust Fund recently held an event showcasing its commitment to equipping individuals with valuable skills. The event featured training classes in 3 key areas: electrical installation, digital marketing, and catering. A notable aspect of the electrical installation class was the presence of a determined young woman demonstrating a passion for breaking gender stereotypes in traditionally male-dominated fields. Our news team spoke with several students who shared powerful testimonies about how this initiative is transforming their lives and creating new opportunities.
What I want to say to LSCTF, CVL and KTI is that people have really done well. Thank you for bringing up this opportunity for youths that are not empowered. We thank you and we hope that you continue to do this great job for more of our youths out there.
So far in the journey, I've really learned a lot, starting from learning about the SEO, moving to email marketing, down to content marketing.
And so far here in CVL, LSCTF and KTI, they have impacted me with soft skill and hard skill. And also I have learned a lot of things that I did not even think I was ever going to learn.
I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to King's Trust International. I want to say thank you to Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I want to say thank you to Center for Value in Leadership. And I want to use this opportunity to say to every young mind out there, this is the program you need to step up and become who you want to become.
In the realm of leadership, the CEO Summit 2025 took center stage. The 2-day summit themed Future Ready Leadership provided a platform for critical discussions on navigating the complexities of modern leadership. The summit commenced with a virtual session on Wednesday, April 2nd, featuring renowned thought leader like Professor Pat Utomi, who offered valuable insights into the qualities and strategies essential for effective leadership in the years to come. The in-person session on April 3rd, held at the 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos, featured prominent speakers who addressed key aspects of leadership. Mr. Rume Daniels delivered an impactful presentation on the CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO role in driving long-term impact, highlighting the importance of sustainable practices in corporate strategy. The session concluded with an engaging question and answer segment, fostering a dynamic exchange between speakers and attendees.
We've heard it over and over. To do the same thing and expect a different result is the definition of insanity, right? Yeah. So why are some MDs afraid to call the shots? Yes, we've seen extreme cases where some MDs are actually trigger happy to fire at will. But we have some very, very calm, empathetic bosses. And it's such an honor to have those bosses. I'm telling you, painfully some people take those kind of bosses for granted. Bosses who will not fire at will. Bosses who will temper, justice with the message.
In your opinion, do you think true leaders are born or could they be taught?
I think leaders are made. The environment, the people you meet, and the influences on your life determines. Everybody is born blank, so it's not like a talent. It's learned.
So, do you think leaders are born, or can they grow into the role of leadership?
I think my take to it will be two-pronged. Leaders can be born, and some can also grow into it.
Okay, do you think true leadership is inborn, or do you think it can be taught?
I think that true leadership can be taught. There isn't any kind of nurturing that you require that you cannot get. The idea, however, is to be able to get the correct people to teach it and for you to be able to imbibe it and impact it on others.
Now let's dive deeper into the Bullion Lecture 2025. This year's event, A hallmark of intellectual discourse on economic development was themed Architecting the Energy Sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision. The event commenced with the arrival of guests, followed by formal introductions. The proceedings began with the national anthem, setting a tone of national significance. Mr. NSAB MFR, chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered a welcome address, emphasizing the importance of the lecture's theme. Mrs. Tolulokpe Longe, National President of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, and chairman of the Bullion Lecture 2025, provided opening remarks, setting the stage for the day's discussions. A special guest of honor, Chief Adebayo Adelabo, the Minister of Power, also offered remarks highlighting the government's perspective on the energy sector. The guest lecturer, Professor Bat Naji, founder and Chief Executive Officer of Geometric Power Limited and former Minister of Power, was introduced by the Master of Ceremonies, Sir Azu Arinze, publisher of Yes International. Professor Naji then delivered a comprehensive lecture on architecting the energy sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision, providing in-depth analysis and recommendations. A panel discussion followed, featuring Dr. Ogo Okiti, CEO of Think Business Africa and convener of the Africa Business Convention, and Mr. Victor Okoronkwo, Group Managing Director of ITO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited. The panelists offered diverse perspectives on the challenges and opportunities within Nigeria's energy sector. The event also featured a question and answer session, allowing for audience engagement. The lecture concluded with the presentation of plaques to the resource persons, acknowledging their valuable contributions. Mr. Ray Echebiri, CEO of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered the vote of thanks. The national anthem was then played, and guests were invited to a refreshment session. We also celebrated outstanding achievements at the 2024 Vanguard Personality of the Year Award. The evening was a celebration of excellence, recognizing individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to society. The event began with the arrival of guests and the observance of introductions and protocols. The national anthem set a dignified tone for the evening. The editor of Vanguard Media delivered remarks highlighting the significance of the awards and the recipients' accomplishments. The highlight of the night was, of course, the presentation of awards. The awards were interspersed with entertainment interludes featuring performances that added to the celebratory atmosphere. The pinnacle of the evening was the presentation of the Personality of the Year and Good Governance Award, recognizing exceptional leadership and societal impacts. Mr. Adekunle Adekoya, Deputy Editor, delivered the vote of thanks, expressing gratitude to all those who celebrated to the success of the event. The evening concluded with a final entertainment performance. At Achievement News, we are committed to bringing you stories that highlight the diverse paths to success and the individuals and initiatives that are shaping a brighter future. This event exemplifies the spirit of achievement and the power of collective vision. This is what Achievement News is all about, celebrating the power of human potential and transformative impact of dedication and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. Join us in celebrating this achievement and in striving for your own. Don't miss out on more uplifting stories like this one. Hit the subscribe button on the Achievement channel and join a growing community of dreamers, achievers, and change makers. Be the first to hear the news that motivates, stories that empower, and insights that elevate. Also visit our website at www.achievementchannel.com for more. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step towards empowerment. My name is Comfort Edongse Basi. Thanks for watching.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Hello and welcome to Style to Success, the show where style meets strategy on the journey to professional excellence. I am your host, Ayodele Oluwole, and you are watching Style to Success on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the iconic School of Eloquence studio right here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. On this program, we spotlight bold, stylish, and visionary individuals who have turned personal flair for appearance, creativity, and communication into remarkable success stories. Today's guest is someone whose journey perfectly embodies the spirit of the show, Akinpelumi Akinboye, a seasoned communication expert, prolific content creator, and founder of one of Nigeria's most visited gospel music platforms, BelieversCompanion.com. With over 48 million monthly visitors and 600,000 plus loyal podcast listeners, he is not only a digital media powerhouse, but also a testament to how strategy, creativity, and style can drive outstanding achievements. Akinpelumi Akinboye, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you so much, Ayodele. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I like to say that you look dapper as usual.
Oh, thank you. I can say the same thing about you.
So let's take it back. Let's take it back to the beginning of how you started, your content channel and all. So I like to say that you built a personal, and professional brand. So please take us back. What are those things that sparked your interest, in this communication and media, sector that you have ventured into?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant question. You see, my journey into this started from a point of pain. What do I mean? Back in secondary school, I gained admission into a particular institution. Back in our days, these days, when you write JAMB and the rest of it, you get an SMS, you are notified about your admission. But ours, during our time, was not like that. You had to go to the school to go and check your name if you've been admitted. So I lost an admission due to lack of communication. And I vowed that I would never be in that position again. And of course, I was passionate that nobody should be in that position again. That led to the creation of my first blog called School News Nigeria. I think I was 16 at the time. So that was the beginning for me.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So that's really incredible, I must say. Many people consume content, but not many build empires out of it. So what was your vision when you created BelieversCompanion.com?
You see, my passion for gospel music led to the creation of Believers Companion. However, I was not as passionate as I am now when I started. What really happened was back in the days, people buy CDs to listen to music. So back then I was in the Polytechnic, Osun State Polytechnic, and the choir at the time wanted a song that they've of course purchased the CD, but the CD was giving them problem. And someone said, oh, why not put this song on your blog so we could download it and listen and then rehearse it. So it occurred to me that, okay, I could do that. I know a couple of other blogs who promote secular music. Why can't I just put this song for them to download? So that led to the creation of the first one. So my passion for solving problem, everywhere I find myself, had always led me to channel my ability to do things, and that exactly led to the creation of Believers Companion. First of all, of course, I love listening to gospel music, but at that time there was a problem. This choir needed to rehearse the song. Everybody needs to listen to this song at the same time. The CD was not working. I have a blog already, like I mentioned. I started School News Nigeria when I was quite young, and the opportunity came for me to put up a song for them to download and listen to and rehearse. So I went ahead and do that. And in less than a week or two, I saw that over 40,000 people had downloaded that song on my blog. And I said, wow, so people are actually looking for gospel music. So that led to the creation of Believers Companion from scratch.
Wow, good one. Yeah. Impressive. Well done, my brother. Yeah. Well done. So let's talk about style. We're not just talking about fashion.
Yes.
Now we're talking about, your charisma, your confidence, how you carry yourself. How do you think that has helped, your success and credibility?
You see, there's a popular phrase that says, you are dressed the way you're dressed, right? I strongly believe that your appearance is your first handshake. I mean, especially when you're walking into a meeting, the first thing people observe about you is your style, is what you're wearing. Before you even speak a particular word, they've assessed you based on how you present yourself, and your style goes beyond what you're wearing. Also, how you carry yourself, how you coordinate yourself, how you interact with people. All these define your style and directly define who you are. So I think style is very important in everything you do, especially if you are in an industry where you interact with people a lot. You have to you have to look at your style and pay more attention to your style.
Good one.
Yeah.
Interesting, and I think that's quite insightful. So I think it's now safe to say that the way you appear can have a lot of influence on the places you find yourself, on the doors that will be open to you, on the opportunities that will be around you in whatever you do. So it's a good one. Well done.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next question. Okay. And the next question will be, now behind the scenes. Let's talk about behind the scenes. Let's get real. So what are those daily routines, some discipline that you've imbibed into yourself, that you think has really helped the growth of your brand?
That's a very brilliant question. You see, we celebrate success without discussing the discipline that brought this person to this level. You see, growing up, I want to say a special thank you to my mother for ensuring that some principles, some discipline were introduced to us at a very young age. Like for example, up to today, I still wake up every day by 4:30 a.m. It's by default because I'm used to it, because my mom ensure that we wake up early to do our responsibility, to carry out our responsibility before we step out every day. So because I wake up that early, I have enough time to prepare for my day, to make sure that I do. For example, up to today, I still look for stories of gospel musicians to tell through my blog. I have a 9 to 5. So when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I want to do, of course, after praying, is to write about the gospel musician I want to promote at that particular, maybe throughout the day or until so time. People pay and say, oh, please talk about my song for so number of time or for today or whatsoever. So I have enough time to plan that, to strategize, to come up with content that I can share with my team to say, today, this is what we are doing. So I have enough time in my hand to plan and to get my day ready. And of course, when you're at work, you're at work, you face your work squarely. But after work, because I am used to it, it's easier for me to blend into it, do more work before I sleep. I watch TV, of course. I watch a lot of movies. I watch movies. I have time for all these things because I have planned it, because I have done it over and over and over. Okay, this time I am updating my blog. This time I am looking for stories to tell. This time I am engaging with people. This time I am interviewing people. This time I am training my staff. This time is my leisure time. I have a family, I have a wife, I have a beautiful daughter, which I spend quality time with. So because I have been able to plan these things, it was easy for me to play all these roles without conflicting one another. So that discipline, that ability to plan, to wake up early, to do the things I need to do without thinking about, of course, it's difficult sometimes, but you just know where you're going to, you know where you're going to, and you know what you want to achieve. And because of that, you have enough time to do all these things, to function in all these roles effortlessly.
A good one. So it's safe to say that this discipline that you have imbibed in yourself has really helped you to be consistent for over 13 years in the communication and media space.
Yes.
So that's really impressive.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, we'll be right back after this short break to hear more insightful stories from Akinpelumi Akinboye. Stay tuned.
Again, my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So, Akinpelumi Akinboye, you've studied at Osun State Polytechnic, Bowen University, Michigan State University, and you are currently pursuing an executive MBA at the prestigious University of Lagos Business School. So, how has formal education shaped your, success?
That's a very brilliant question, and I think I'll dwell on it a bit because, a lot of our people say school na scam. My brother, school no be scam. And I'll explain. You see, as an individual, anytime you have the opportunity to get knowledge, please get it, whether formal or informal, because knowledge goes beyond the four corners of a school. Now, while I was at the Polytechnic, I mentioned earlier that I lost an admission due to lack of information. Now, I've always have passion for media and for communication. But for whatsoever reason, God knows how He does these things, I found myself in science class, which, of course, automatically led me to study computer science at Osun State Polytechnic, Ire. And after that, I continued to improve on myself by pursuing a BSc degree at Bowen University, just because, you see, I'm someone that I'm relentless when it comes to seeking knowledge, and I always ask questions. Now, why did I say that? I mentioned that I have a 9 to 5. As a Polytechnic student where I was working, the difference was very clear between HND holders and BSc holders, and I am someone that I'm very passionate about myself, about my growth, and I always want to grow. So because of that, I said, okay, I'm going to get a BSc degree so that I could be in a better position to earn more, right? That was the drive. So I got a BSc degree, and I look at myself, I said, you know what, I need a master's degree. And after a master's degree, I said, oh, you know what, I need to learn business, because now Believers Companion started out of just hobby. It was just a hobby. Do you understand what I mean? It was just a passion. But as the platform continues to grow, I see the reason to learn the business part of doing things, and that led to pursuing a degree at the University of Lagos Business School, which of course has opened my eyes and my mind to see things from a different perspective. So to answer your question, I think education plays a very important role in whatever you're doing. Even if you're a tailor, even if you're a mechanic, you need education. It gives you a different perspective. It opens your mind and your eyes to so many opportunities that might be passing you just because you don't know. Not because you don't know how to do it, but because you don't know that you can do it this way to even achieve more. So education has played a key role in what I'm doing, and I'm grateful to God for the opportunity to have been able to pursue all these degrees, and I've been able to learn and apply.
So now let's move to the next one. 48 million monthly website, visits, and about 600,000 plus podcast listeners. That's really huge. So I just like to know, how have you been able to achieve engagement, at that huge scale?
Thank you very much. You see, sometimes even when I check the statistics, I'm quite surprised, but I think success have footprints. There are ways to explain how this had come to be. You see, back in secondary school, there are some things I didn't mention. There are some things I have done. For example, in secondary school, I used to write notes for my mates. So I used to get their phone number so I could call them to come and get their notes. So I I was gathering database from secondary school, and I never knew I was gathering database, right? So back in the Polytechnic, I happened to be someone that a lot of people are friendly with. I'm friendly with a lot of people, especially in my church. Like I mentioned, my choir needed a song, so I gave them a song. So a lot of people, when they need help, come to me, and I help them probably to solve a problem, do their assignments, or get them whatsoever help. I just happen to be someone that I'm passionate about helping people, right? So because of that, a lot of people became my friend. So in becoming my friend, of course, we exchange numbers. So I have your phone number. So after secondary school, NYSC, I was fortunate to be the president of the sanitation unit of NYSC in Ikoyi here. And of course, everybody wants the phone number of the president, so I have access to the database. Now, on my website, or even up to today, any song I'm writing about, I always end it with, if you want me to share gospel music with you every day, kindly send me a message on WhatsApp. So I put my phone number there for people to reach out to me. So all this that I have mentioned are giving me an access to a large pool of database. So I thought to myself, how can I utilize this to my advantage? So I sent a message out that if you want me to send you gospel music every day, kindly respond to this message. A lot of people responded, and for the past 6 years I have been sharing gospel music to all my content on WhatsApp every day, one every day. And because I am doing that, a lot of people who love gospel music continue to tell their friends about me, who continue to send me message, and my database continues to grow. And in doing that, I have been able to keep them together, feed them something that they love, gospel music, every day. And anytime I post something on my blog or record a podcast, I share the link to them to say, kindly listen to my interview, or kindly listen to the podcast that I have made. And they listen, they love it, they share with their friends, and their friends share with their friends. And most of them follow me. On Instagram, for example, I have over 100,000 followers. On Twitter, I had over 40,000 followers. So all these people got to know me from the little things that I do every day that contributed to the growth of the platform. So when I put out a tweet, or I put out a blog, or I put out a podcast, and I send out the link, and 20,000 people are listening in less than 30 minutes or an hour, it's not because of a special thing that I have done. It's because of the work that I have put in, the database that I have gathered over the years, the people that knows me, that know that, okay, if you follow this person talk about gospel music, this person review songs, this person bring gospel musicians to interview, this person do podcasts that can improve my life, they listen and they share with their friends. So these are my strategies. These are the ways that I've been able to gather an audience for my platform.
Good one, Akinpelu.
Thank you.
I must confess, this has been an insightful time with you. So for aspiring YouTubers, media practitioners, content creators, what would you say are those non-negotiable factors for success in this field?
Put in the work. You have to put in the work. There's no shortcut to success. You see, discipline and determination, they work very well. Success have footprints. If you follow people who are successful, and don't mistake success for fame. Fame is not success. Now, if you're somebody that you are passionate about impacting lives, changing lives, whether you are famous or not does not matter. The most important thing is, last week you were able to impact 10 lives. This week you are doing 20 lives. That's success already. So fame is not success. You see, I always say this everywhere I find myself, that you see, the house of fame and the house of shame, they are neighbors. They live very close to each other. The only thing that separates it is just grace. So if you chase fame, as humans, Yoruba people have a proverb. They say, "Kò sí bí o ṣe fẹ́ rìn, kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ rìn, kó rí má mì." That is, there's no way you will live your life without making mistakes. If you pursue fame and you make life mistake, that is normal. Even the little ones that are normal. Because of the fame, it will become a big deal that can affect your journey, that can affect your brand. So why not focus on impacting life instead of chasing fame? So I will advise young people who want to create content, who want to become a YouTuber or a podcaster, please focus on the goal. And your goal is to educate people. Your goal is to help people become better. Your goal is to become better at your own craft. So those should be your focus, not numbers. Fine, it has been mentioned that, I have over 40 million people that come to my website and listen to me on my podcast every month. Those things are good, but those things are not my focus. my focus every day is to give you a better experience. When you come to Believers Company, I want you to live with a positive impression. I want you to be able to tell your friends about it. So when you do that, the numbers grow. But growing the number is never my focus. Of course, it's good. I want you to also check me out on all my platforms, but that shouldn't be the focus.
This is such an inspiring story.
Thank you.
So let's talk confidence.
Yeah.
You've worked, you operated across Spotify, Boomplay, YouTube, and several other media. So how were you able to develop confidence? How did you develop confidence to cut across these platforms and come out confident and speak up confidently?
If you know me very well, you know I'm a very shy person. I'm the kind of person that if you have a crowd, you would probably find me just in my space. I would just be in my space. You know, I'm a very shy person. But when it comes to talking to people, facing crowd, I don't know. I just, it's an inbuilt thing. It's an inbuilt thing that has been developed over time. You see, I grew up as a Baptist. And if you are a Baptist, you can testify that from the tender age of 5 or even 4, you face the church to read your memory verse. You know, we call it Sunbeam. From Sunbeam, you move to the Royal Ambassador and things like that. So you face the church. The whole church is looking at you, and you are expected to say your memory verse, your Bible verse that has been given to you to study, you know. So from that tender age, I have been exposed to facing crowds, to deliver my lines without fear, you know. So because I have done that from a very tender age, it's very easy for me now. It's not really easy, but it's an inbuilt thing that's become part of me to come on stage and just face the audience and deliver my speech or whatever thing I'm talking about. And once I am done, once I step out, the shy man is available for you to pick on again. I'll just look for a corner and I'll just be there. Except to talk to me, I'll probably not say hello, except when I'm networking, of course. And those were the ways that I've been able to grow myself to face an audience and to grow in confidence over the years.
Good one.
Thank you very
much. So talking about young professionals in your field, you know, how do you think the young professionals can build a brand that it's outstanding like yours?
All right, thank you very much. That's a good question. I think it's a question that everybody can relate with. And the truth is this: put in the work. Put in the work. Forget fame. Like I mentioned, forget fame, forget money. You see, value attracts money. Value attracts money. If you give value, if you solve problem, money will chase you. You won't need to chase money. So I would advise the young professionals, if you are interested in growing a platform, if you are interested in creating something that can outlive you, I would advise that you should focus more on solving problems. That is the best way. The more problem you solve, the more relevant you are, and the more money you make.
Good one.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that's a whole lot of people who can relate with that. And they want to listen to such a deep advice from someone like you. So we move on to the last question. And this has to do with legacy.
Okay.
With everything you have built, what does legacy look for? Akinpelumi, Akinboye. And what's next on your horizon? What are the other things you are thinking of achieving, you know, in the nearest future?
Thank you very much. You see, I happen to be someone who I don't really think a lot about the future. I just take it a day at a time. But if you ask me that, what does legacy means to me, I think it will be the children that I will leave behind. You know, because as far as I'm concerned, these children that God had given to me, they've been given to me for me to train them, for me to model them, for me to prepare them for what they intend to bring into the world, to make the world a better place. So I think my children are going to be the legacy I will leave behind. Of course, I'm doing all this with the intention that someone will continue to do it. For example, someone will be passionate enough to promote African gospel music and say, oh, I want to work with you, I want to do what you're doing, or I want to take over Believers Companion from you. I'm not going to compel my children to say, oh, I have built this thing, this is my legacy, you must continue. No, they are free to do anything they want, but in all they choose to do, let them excel. Let me prepare them. Let me ensure that I built them to impact the world positively. And in doing that, I think that is my legacy. If they can pass it on to their own children, to say, okay, grandpa started from here, grandpa built to here, and grandpa said this to us, and this is why I'm telling you, because I think this has helped me to become who I am today, and I want you to model your life after grandpa, because he did this, he was able to achieve this and this and this, and he led me to follow my own path, and now I have done all this, and I want you to emulate this and continue to impact the world positively. I think that's my legacy. I think that will give me a great satisfaction than any other thing in this life.
This is so impressive, and I must say that we've had, an inspiring episode with you. You've inspired the generation to come, and you've inspired a whole lot of people that are even ahead of you. So it to be a step to learning new things, rebranding oneself, creating self-awareness, and projecting a better tomorrow. Thank you so much, Akinpelumi, for sharing all this with us. And we appreciate you coming to Style to Success.
Thank you so much.
What a powerful and refreshing conversation. Thank you, Akinpelumi, for sharing not just your journey, but your principles, your mindset, and your style. You've shown us that style isn't just about what you wear. It's about how you show up, what you create, and the legacy you leave behind. To our viewers, if you have ever wondered whether your personal flair could translate into success, let Akinpelumi's story be your proof. Let's continue the conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more Style to Success content and updates. Use the hashtag we see possibilities and share your thought with us. I am Ayodele Oluwole. Until next time, keep showing up, stay inspired, and let your style speak for your success. Bye for now.
Welcome to My Eloquence Journey, an exclusive feature from the School of Eloquence, Africa's leading institution for public speaking mastery. Today, we are spotlighting the Dean's Public Speaking class, a powerful, 2-day intensive designed to transform everyday individuals into intentional, confident, and compelling speakers.
I enrolled in this course because lately I've found myself making some speeches and engaging in some public speaking. So I think I should fine-tune the way I speak in public and speak with power, encourage people and inspire people, not make it boring. It's something I can do, but I just think that fine-tuning it and making it in such a professional way, it's way to go. So that's why I'm here.
So my expectations today, I wish to, for now, only to improve in my vocals and, to interact well with around people more.
My expectation for this class is to improve my stage, to overcome my stage fright and to improve on my eloquence communication.
Joining us are Sariondo Kunafemba Edward, Ojek Chidimma Ann, and Obayoha Ugochi Jessica, 3 determined learners who have taken the bold step to elevate their communication and unlock new opportunities in their careers and personal lives. Their journey begins on day 1, the day of discovery. To explore the struggles they faced and the defining moments that pushed them to seek change, we join the conversation in the studio with Nafisat.
Good Emma, welcome to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, Emma.
Okay.
The first goes, which moment or lesson from day 1 stood out most and why?
Okay, in today's class, I kind of want to say that my most basic points in the class is where we had to talk about the tools of public speaking. Yeah, where we're taught about the gestures, how to make the gestures of eye contact, the body language, the beats, and all that. So I kind of like learned the basic things in communicating with people to make it more impacting, like to make people understand and to gather everything together. So I learned how to use my hands, the visual contact, the body language, and all that. So to enable people pay attention more on what I was saying. Yes.
If you had to describe the one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
It's a very fantastic word.
Good day, sir, and welcome to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, sir.
Okay.
The first one is, which moment or lesson from day one stood out to you the most and why?
Okay. I would say the lesson that stood up for me the most is the structure of public speaking. Yeah. The reason is, before now, I don't know how to structure speak. Most time I'll have idea to communicate, but my inability to structure it, I'll not be able to, communicate it better for my audience to get the proper idea of my message and what it's all about. At the end of the day, I end up mixing a lot of information together, which will contradict the understanding of my audience. But undertaking this class and giving the proper orientation about how to structure a speech, I have been able to know how to structure my speech and what to do if I am to actually give a speech or have a presentation with any of these. So that particular aspect and lesson actually did a lot to me, and it actually stand out, and I really appreciate that I actually learned it.
The next one is, if you have to describe the one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, ma, and welcome to my eloquence journey.
Thank you so much. Good day.
Good day, ma. I have some questions here for you on your eloquence journey. Okay. The first one is, which moment or lesson from day one stood out to you the most and why?
Okay, I can say it was after the presentation was the highlight for me because I didn't see it coming. And then after the presentation, there was a little correction in my head. I didn't feel it was anything, but I mean, coming for the course and the coaching, I noticed that, oh, this could be not a problem, but some kind of fine-tuning of how a public speech should be made, and it was a highlight for me, and I think that was commendable.
If you had to describe the one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be? Just a word.
Loaded.
Oh, I didn't see loaded coming, but I think I like that word.
Loaded.
Thank you very much, ma.
You're welcome.
But discovery is only the first step. This program is more than training, it is a breakthrough and a profound mindset shift. Overnight, the lessons from the Dean's class began to settle. Between the end of day 1 and the start of day 2, the hesitation we saw at the beginning began to vanish. Sariondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi weren't just learning techniques, they were finding their authority. The transformation is now in motion. To capture the final breakthrough and the results of this life-changing journey, we return to the studio with Abigail.
Hello, Ms. Jessica.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask you some questions.
Okay.
So my first question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, it was a recommendation from a family friend who has been
a member of the school. So,
okay. So my next question is, what area in public speaking have you improved on after the training?
Okay, I've really improved in my vocals, in my boldness, trying to face the crowd, because it has been a challenge for me facing audience. So I kind of improved very well, but way forward I know I will do better.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you say your expectations were met?
Yes, very well, very well. But I wish to advance in more classes so I can be perfect.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Chidimma.
Hi.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking class.
Thank you.
I have some questions for you today. My number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, so as you grow in career, you get to a level where a lot of public speaking is expected from you, either to address the audience, or you have to make some speech in the boardroom, or you will need to talk to people, I mean, in an exposed environment where you have a lot of crowd and you need to address people or motivate people to do something. So there's need for the fine-tuning and being skillful about it so that you can be able to send the right message.
All right. So my next question is, what areas in public speaking have you improved on after completing the training?
Okay, so I think my body composure, my body movement, my facial expression, the way my eye contact, the way I contact and I connect with my audience, the body movement, not being too stiff, not holding on to the lectern, and a lot has been learnt in 2 days, and I'm really impressed.
Okay, so would you say the expectations you had before you came, would you say they were met?
Oh, sure. The expectations were met in a very short time. I expected that before I could be able to grab something, it would take maybe 2 or 3 sessions. But I mean, even on the first day, it was, like I said earlier, it was loaded, and I have a lot of take-homes, and there are a lot of improvements in my second public speech today. Yeah, there was a lot of improvement. So I have a lot to take home, and I'm impressed. Yeah.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Oh, I've actually done that. I have 2 people that are already coming. Maybe the next session in February. Yeah, and one said in March. So I've already done that already. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edward.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you some questions. My number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Yeah, I chose School of Eloquence because when I wanted to improve my public speaking, and I was trying to find out which of the center or which of the institute is very good or can be able to cater for my need. I went online and searched, and I got some names. So when I checked their profile and tried to know where they specialize in, I saw that School of Eloquence was well positioned for what I wanted to get, and was more advanced. Yeah, and even when I tried to search for the preference, the search result shows School of Eloquence first. Okay. So at the end of the day, I find out about School of Eloquence. I asked some of my friends, and I get one person that told me that he's aware of the place, and the place is actually good, and that is the only place in Lagos where you can actually get weight trained in terms of eloquence. And you try to tell me about the owner of the place and who he is, and I will say, okay, there is actually a place and that I really need it to go.
So what area of public speaking would you say you have improved on after completing the training?
Yeah, completing this training, I improved I improved. I was coming in as, which word would I use to describe I was coming? I was coming as a total novice without any clue about public speaking, and I have many lapses, and I have many lapses here, from stage fright to unstructured speaking. I don't have any idea about speaking or presenting actually, but after the completion of this class, I think I'm going home with idea of what public speaking is all about, and how to engage my audience, and how to structure my speech, and what is expected of me from the audience, and what I'm expecting from the audience. Yes, what to give the audience, and how to structure it, and how to refine it, or how to present it better. And in a long way, in my own profession, which is architecture and construction, it's a long way to actually help me to communicate my designs better. Unlike before, where I've struggled, I don't have a clue on how to present my design to my clients. Yes.
So would you say the expectations you had before coming were met?
Yes, I would say yes. Yeah, because the expectation I was having before coming here, they were met. Yeah, and I will say that in this way. If I did not participate in this program, yes, I might be probably thinking that, because how am I going to overcome stage fright and all those things? But most of those things is more of psychological than how we understand it to be. And coming here and meeting with Mr. Esen Obon face to face, and how he take me through the process, I discovered that actually I can, have the power to overcome the stage fright and everything. And he gave me the basic I need. Yes. So it's made in a way, because the basic thing and the bottom line of everything is to overcome it completely, totally, is to practice, and practice, which is, I know, is very, but the basic expectation, I know they are made 100%.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Of course, sure. I have a lot of people in my mind that I have to recommend this course for, because, and I believe that as I'm going out, at least the difference I will make around my colleague and around the people, my peers, I think they should be able to, be surprised, and probably it's a place of mine to. It's my place to recommend a place here and tell them how the journey was and how it is, and to be able to guide others as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Two days. One undeniable shift. What began as a challenge has become a triumph. Sari Ondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi have proven that when you choose the School of Eloquence, you aren't just attending a class, you are beginning again. They leave here today not just as learners, but as speakers ready to command any stage.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
This has been my eloquence journey. One journey. Total transformation. Your path to mastery begins here at the School of Eloquence.
Speak with power.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change, the program dedicated to showcasing and celebrating individuals who are making a profound and positive impact in our society. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence here in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we have a truly remarkable champion with us, a woman who is redefining the landscape of education and empowerment for young people, Mrs. Danielle Joshua. She's an education consultant and visionary, passionately advocating for equity in education through her 3 impactful organizations: Transcend Movement, Transcend Education, and the Danielle Bridge Education Consultancy. Her work has achieved a 100% success rate in helping students secure top university offers, while also empowering hundreds of teachers and students across the UK and Nigeria with vital skills. With a deep commitment to purpose and faith, Danielle is on a mission to redefine what's possible for the next generation. Let's get started. Danielle, welcome to Champions of Change.
Thank you for having me.
Great. It's great to have you here. So I'm really excited about our conversation. It's all around education, which I know you're passionate about, and so am I. So tell us, so I know that you already, you have 3 organizations that you are founder of, which is amazing: Transcend Education, Transcend Movement, Bridge Education. It's a mouthful.
Because it's a mouthful.
DBEC for short. Okay. So what inspired you to start that?
Yes, really, thank you so much for having me again. So Transcend Movement, it's funny actually, all of them started at moments of, oh, we need to do something about this.
Right.
So Transcend Movement was the first, and that started when I was in university. And I noticed that I'm a Christian, and there was a lot of young people like myself who had been raised in the Christian household, but were kind of what we would call lukewarm, living as we please, basically, and not really living to the commands of God. And so I realized this, and I realized that I wanted to do something about that. I wanted to help people to really think about their faith and think about their journey and really think about what kind of life they believe that God wants for them. And so I started writing a play, and I realized that we are media. If you want to get a message out, media is the best way. And so I wrote a play and kind of gathered a lot of young people to come and watch, and I was able to get my message across. And so that's how Transcend Movement started. Transcend Education started because I was simply doing mission work in Ghana, and I saw that there was a lot of teachers teaching in kind of rural, deprived schools that weren't qualified. And so they're teaching some of the poorest children in Ghana, but they don't actually have any of the kind of experience or qualifications to really help them teach them the best. And so because of that need, and because I was asked simply, can I come and do something about it, I began. And so that's how Transcend Education started. And then DBEC started simply because people would often just say to me, I really want to get to this uni and I don't know how to write my personal statement. And I was like, oh, this is what the unis are asking for. They want this, structure it like this, and put it together. And a lot of people would get into their unis. And I was like, oh, this is good. I can do something about this. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Amazing. Opportunity met with need, and that's what made you move forward, which is great. So tell me, why education? Obviously you just explained a little bit, but why young people particularly? I know you shared with me before we started about your growing up in the UK and how you saw the disparity in terms of education there. So tell us a little bit about that. Why young people and why education particularly?
Yeah, thank you. So I think young people, because young people are genuinely the future. I know people say that, but they are actually the future. They are what is going to make up majority of the population in years to come. And when I was 16 years old, I began to learn about statistics that I felt there was these statistics are not good. And these statistics were things like, if you are from a black background, if you are black, African or Caribbean background, you're less likely to do well as your white counterparts. If you went to a state school, you're less likely to do well than those who went to a private school. If you're a black, African boy, you're more likely to be excluded and be kind of discriminated. So I saw all of these statistics and I was like, this is wrong. And I think it hit me because it was real. These weren't statistics that that I couldn't grapple my mind with, I could grapple my mind with. I looked around at my peers
Mhm.
and I saw those statistics happening.
Mhm.
And so I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think our lives should be determined because of, you know, where we're from or, you know, how much money we have.
Right.
And so because of that, I was like, no, something needs to be done. And I saw a few things being done. I can't
Mhm.
say that nothing's been done. Things have
Mhm.
been done, but there's more to do.
Mhm.
These are lives of people, you know? So
Mhm.
yeah, that's why.
Great. So, obviously, you work between UK and here. What area have you seen the most progress in, or what country in terms of what you're trying to do,
Yes.
achieve?
You know, what I would probably say is, I would like to say both. It
Mhm.
looks different.
Mhm.
So the disparity in Nigeria is huge, you know, from those who are from low income households to those
Mhm.
who are from high income households. The gap is very wide.
Mm.
Whereas in the UK, the gap is reduced,
Mhm.
but it's there.
Mm.
So there are people who do go hungry. There are people who do come to school and they haven't eaten. There are people from, you know, families maybe where there's domestic abuse or there's physical abuse or all of these different things happening at home, and then they go into school and then we see that manifesting in different ways. So
Mhm.
I would like to say that the impact that I've seen it in both, but it looks very different. I think in Nigeria, with the kind of schools that I've worked with,
Mhm.
what I'm able to bring, I can see the kind of big light bulb moment
Mhm.
with the people because they haven't been as exposed to, you know, what we're providing for them.
Mhm. Mhm.
With the UK, they've been exposed, but they haven't been inspired to do more than where they're at. And
Sure.
so you see the light bulb moment in oh, okay, I can be something. Okay, I
Mhm.
can do this. So
Mhm.
some would probably say my impact is probably wider in Nigeria, and I can understand it
Mhm.
definitely is a lot more in Nigeria because
Mhm.
there's more need.
Mhm.
But I would like to look at it as it looks different, but there is need in both.
Sure.
So yeah.
And can you just talk to us, expand a little bit more about some of your programs that you do, particularly here in Nigeria? So when you go into schools and you work with young people, what exactly do you do?
Yeah, nice. So one of the first things that we do is actually work with the teachers.
Okay.
And why is that? Because one teacher is with 60 students. So if you
Mm.
want to make the biggest impact, you want to go right where their instruction
Mhm.
is being given. And so
Mhm.
we train the teachers. We train
Okay.
the teachers on how to improve classroom interaction, how to assess students, how to reach every child at their need.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, basically how to evolve into the modern 21st century teacher. So
Mhm.
a lot of our work is training teachers. But in
Mhm.
addition to that, we also want to expose and inspire the young people.
Mhm.
And so the way that we do that is we develop career development workshops.
Mm.
There are skills that every job is looking out for.
Right.
They're not just looking out for knowledge. They're looking out for eye contact. They're looking out for good communication. They're looking out for critical thinking. Are you a problem solver? So we try to develop those skills right from beginning of secondary school.
Mhm.
These are the skills that matter regardless of the industry you are going into, whether you're
Mhm.
going into engineering, teaching, or accounting. You need to know how to communicate. You need to know how to sell yourself. You need to know how to provide solutions.
Mhm.
And so these are the skills that we develop from the young people. We try to expose them
Mhm.
also to jobs and different careers as
Mhm.
well, because
Mhm.
a lot of these children, their reality is what is, you know, in their village or in
Sure.
their town or in
Mhm.
their community.
Mhm.
So we're trying to expose them that actually it's not just a doctor, lawyer that you can become. You can actually become, you know, go into tech
Mhm.
and you can go into this industry. And so we want to expose them to
Mhm.
that. We want to bring professionals to their schools and they, you know, engage them
Mhm.
that actually this is the industries you can go into. And so, yeah, that's what we do.
Beautiful, because one of the things I'm a great believer in is critical thinking and getting children to think outside the box. I think even though education, you know, is advancing in this part of the world, I do think that, like you said, a lot of education is about passing an exam.
Yes.
And it's so much more than that. And I see the difference with my daughter who had an education in the UK. One of the things that she learned right from Montessori was actually how to think outside the box.
Right.
And so critical thinking has been a big part of her life, and I see the difference and how important it is to start children young. So that's fantastic that you're doing that. So in terms of the teachers though, what do you you talked about getting teachers to be 21st century teachers. Break that down for me. What does that mean?
So everything starts with the mindset.
Mhm.
I think them understanding, number one, that as a teacher, the world is changing,
Mhm.
right? The world is evolving. Industries are coming into the scene that were not here 20 years ago.
Mhm.
And so because of that, you can't teach the same way that you used to teach 30 years ago.
Right.
Because of that, you need to be aware that, okay, if technology is evolving, then I need to also be aware of technology for myself to be able to pass that on.
Mhm.
If I know that there's these skills, that these top industries in Nigeria, in South Africa, in England, and wherever,
Mhm.
these are what these industries are looking for, I need to be able to bring that out of the students right in my classroom.
Mhm.
So as a maths teacher, I'm not just teaching maths,
Mhm.
I'm inspiring them to be problem solvers. And so being that modern 21st century teacher, it starts with the mindset.
Right.
And it starts with the awareness of the society that you're in.
Mhm.
And then how do we get these students ready, not just A stars, you know,
Mhm.
the nines, and they say in overseas,
Mhm.
but actually, how do we get them to be well-rounded children? I said this last time when I came. I feel that your qualifications will get you to the door,
Mhm.
but what keeps you there is the character, is the values.
Yes.
And so the 21st century teacher is thinking about that.
That's right.
So yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back and continue this very important and informative conversation with Danielle.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Thinking about who your references are. We need to identify them, and we need to make sure that they're okay with giving you that reference. Reference can be your workplace, but also can be your degree as well.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. Right before the break, we were talking to Danielle about her wonderful work that she does in education, both here in Nigeria and in the UK, helping young people transform their lives. So Danielle,
yes,
welcome back.
Thank you.
So tell me, when did you discover that this was your life's purpose?
I like that. I think it was kind of over the years. It was a journey, right? So it wasn't like a light bulb moment. Like I mentioned earlier, I think I would always find myself where there's a need and I'd be like, oh, I can do this, I can help. And then it was kind of expanded more. I think even when I look at, for example, Transcend Movement, even though, yes, I realized that later on in life, the giftings of writing plays started right when I was in church, and you know, they were trying to plan for their church anniversary, and they were like, we need something entertaining, you know, what can we have on stage, you know, that would be really powerful and minister to the people. We were young but also entertaining, and they were like, maybe we can do a play. And I was like, I can write a play. I've never written a play in my life. I was about 12 years old, or probably 11, and I was like, I can write a play, yeah, because I can just create, you know, ideas. I would always spend a lot of time just imagining a life that I didn't have. So I was just like, yeah, I can do that. And that's kind of where I was able to realize that, okay, I have the capacity to write plays. I have the capacity to direct. So that when later, many years later, when the need in university came, I was able to put it together. So yeah, I would say along the journey, I would discover need, and I would provide a solution, and I would enjoy it and realize, okay, I like doing this. Yeah, so.
Fantastic. And so with Transcend Movement, is it something that you're still actively doing, and here in Nigeria as well?
Oh, so
tell us.
Yeah, so Transcend Movement has only been in the UK. So we've done about 7 gospel theatre style productions. We've done it in Manchester, Birmingham, major cities, in Milton Keynes as well. And it's been amazing because a lot of people give their life to Christ when they finish watching the play. And we always give that kind of room for people to decide what they want to do. In Nigeria, it's not something I've brought to Nigeria. I would love to bring to Nigeria. I think it would be great. I know that Lagos, we have theatres, which is fantastic, because I know that other parts of Nigeria, we don't actually have theatres and things like that. So yes, we've not brought it here, but definitely if the opportunity arises, 100% would love to. Yes, okay, well, I'm taking this as a sign that I need to plan.
Please do.
So yes, I will take it seriously, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so let me see. What are some of the challenges that you've had, not just here in Nigeria, but I'd like you to talk about some of the challenges here, but just generally running 3 different organizations, and how do you sort of wear different hats?
Yeah.
What are those challenges?
Yeah, I think it's something that I'm always learning. I think when you run more than one project, it's funny. I always feel like it's so much easier. People that know that they want to do this one thing. I want to be a doctor. And so it's like everything about their life revolves around being a doctor. It's so much easier, I feel. But I feel like when you are quite passionate about different things and you're gifted in different things, it's hard. It's harder. And one thing I've had to know is times and seasons.
Yes.
So yeah, I've had to really know when it's time to ramp up one and when it's time to relax on one another. I've had to learn about delegation a lot as well. Delegating that, okay, in this season I have to trust, I have to put you in charge of this project, that I have to trust that you're going to do, and I've done my best in passing down what I hope to see. And so I think the challenges are just continually knowing the times and seasons on when this needs to start up and when I need to trust what I've done can actually continue. I wouldn't say that this is a challenge for Nigeria. I think it's a challenge anywhere. It's definitely funding, raising the funds to be able to do the work that you're passionate about, to be able to push what you're passionate about. But I think one thing that has helped me is that I don't like to look at what we don't have. I like to look at what we have. Right. And so that's how Transcend Movement initially started. We were in uni. What do we have in uni? But I was connected to a church that has a stage and lights and everything. So you just start to utilize your resources. And I think if you spend more time thinking about, okay, what do I have? And then doing what you have, I do think that eventually the funds and resources that is needed will follow.
Yeah. So I think, we're living in an age now where a lot of young people are exposed to, technology, which is fantastic. But I guess the downside of it as well is, you were talking earlier about life skills, teaching them life skills. And I don't know whether you agree with me, but I find that the generations, the current Gen Zs, I would say have no life skills, very little, because they're always looking at a phone.
Yeah.
That's the downside of technology. It can actually isolate.
100%.
So how does your sort of organization deal with that when you talk to young people?
Yeah, I love what you said there. I was teaching in the UK and I saw it firsthand that some of the skills that the children of nowadays, and I don't like to generalize, but many lack is resilience. There's no grit. There's no sticking at something. And it kind of, I think it was reducing a lot with the millennials. Like, I'm a millennial, so it reduced a lot with the millennials, and then it's just gone even worse with the Gen Zs, where there's no resilience. And so because there's no resilience, we have a lot of children suffering, going into depression. I can't take this is too much, I need to go to part-time education, I need to, all of these different things that was not a thing before. And it's because they're not taught to push. They're not taught that actually if you have endurance, that this is the result, that actually the best diamonds come from refining of the fire. We're not taught that anymore. No, we're taught, listen, your peace of mind is all that matters. Exactly. Relax, do what makes you happy. And look, I'm not gonna lie, I love that also sometimes, because sometimes you need to put yourself first because no one else is going to. But then if you don't have the right balance, I mean, it's actually, you're setting yourself up for a disaster. And so a lot of what we do is that character development, is those soft skills, is things like that critical thinking, decision making, setting goals, looking at people who have gone ahead, who have done great things, but not just looking at the result, looking at the process. I think we need to spend more time sharing the process, because sometimes I do think people genuinely think people sleep and wake up and then
become this person.
I'm a millionaire.
Yeah.
Sleep, wake up, and I'm a
Right. And I think, the advent of a lot of social media, Instagram and TikTok, you look at people's lives and you think, oh, they've got a wonderful life. And that's what I think we need to change that narrative.
Yes.
And that grit that you're talking about is really important. Can you think of a great story you could just share about somebody's life, particularly in Nigeria, that has been transformed through the work that you do?
Okay, so we've only been, Transcend Education's only starting in 2021. But what I will say, I remember in Ghana particularly, there was a young boy who would actually trek about 3 hours to the location of where the school was. So the family, they were really struggling. And so a lot of the work that we would do with character development with the teachers to also pass down to the students. And so a lot of the time we would focus on how can we support these children in addition to the education and things like that. And so we put money together, helped him to get a bike so that he can get to school quicker. And now, this is like 4 or 5 years ago. Now, because back then his attendance was really bad because he wasn't able to get to school. And this was the best school in the village, right? When we got him the bike, we did the training with the teachers. Just speaking to one of the teachers, they've said he's now in university. He's now studying engineering. And it's also been the fact that the teacher was able to champion with the student. A lot of the time in Africa, in places in general, a lot of teachers, they'll be like, this one, he's not going anywhere. Right. Wahala, he's stressed, his behavior. And some of the things that we try to train the teachers is looking at how we can inspire the children. And that teacher actually said, thank you for showing me that I can actually inspire this child to be more motivated. And so that's hopefully some of the fruits of what we've been able to contribute. So we're pleased that he's doing what he wants to do.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. So finally, I want you to look into the camera and talk to our viewers, particularly young children. We just touched on it a little bit, about finding purpose and why it's really important to have grit. Because like you said, your purpose, sort of became clearer over time. And I think in this day and age, we have a lot of young people have this microwave mentality that you just, wake up and then it's all there. Particularly in Nigeria, where I think a lot of young people are quite talented. But sometimes they don't have the opportunities and they don't have good role models around them. And what they see is people, driving around in G-Wagons, having a lot of money, and they aspire to have that money, but not going through the process and not even know where the money came from. You understand? So why is education important in becoming successful in life? And not just successful in terms of monetarily, but like you talked about character and all these things. So I'd like you to just talk to the young people, the viewers, and inspire them about what they should really need to be thinking about to becoming that person that they need to be to make an impact in society.
Nice. Yes. Okay. So what I would firstly say to all of you is that legacy. Think about the word legacy and what you want to leave behind. I know you want the nice cars. I know you want the nice houses. Me too. Let's enjoy together. But the reality is that you can have the nice cars, the nice houses, but if you don't have the right character to even sustain what you want, you're going to lose everything, God forbid. And then what do you have, right? Where is your identity? Is your identity in what you have or who you are? And so I want you to start thinking about the fact of what difference can I make? Because if you start to think about the difference that you can make, then the money will follow. The people will follow, and lives, not only your life will change, but the people around you, their lives also will change. So think about making a difference that will sustain you, your family, your friends, and people across the globe. That is what real impact is going to make, and that's where true wealth is. So yeah.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure having you here, and I wish you all the best with the plethora of things that you do in Nigeria and in the UK.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
That's a wrap. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Danielle, for your insights, your passion, and your dedication, which is truly inspiring. It's been an absolute privilege to have you on Champions of Change today. Thank you so much for sharing your journey and your incredible work with us. Remember, every small act of positive change contributes to a better society. If Danielle's story has ignited a spark in you, I encourage you to learn more about her organization and how you can support their invaluable work. Let's continue this very important conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more inspiring content and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. Until next time, keep championing change, keep making a difference, and keep striving for greatness. Bye for now.
My name is Mrs. Imelda Ahunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Every doctor, lawyer, engineer, or leader once sat in the teacher's classroom, and the world is better for it. I am David Obiayo, a proud teacher. Join me every week as we celebrate the champions of the chalkboard, the frontliners of learning, the unsung heroes building tomorrow, today. This is Teacher's World, the home of motivation, mastery, and meaning for educators. Teacher's World, airing on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV platform. I am David Obiayo, the smooth teacher on Instagram, and I teach with pride.
Welcome to Achievers Money. Achievers Money is a show dedicated to exploring the essential skills, strategies, and the mindsets that empower individuals to achieve success in their personal and professional lives. It's a platform where viewers gain valuable insights from experts and thought leaders across various fields, learning how to overcome challenges, maximize their potential, and ultimately achieve their financial and life goals. The show delves into topics like leadership, communication, entrepreneurship, personal finance, and more, offering practical advice and inspiring stories to motivate and equip viewers for success. It's about more than just money. It's about achieving a well-rounded and fulfilling life. I am your host, Dr. Ray Echebiri, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, our guest is a man with a diverse background, from entertainment and real estate to logistics and manufacturing. He is also a member of a prominent royal family in Nigeria. Welcome, Kenny.
It's good to be here.
Right. Now, let's start with your experience over the years. You built businesses across various sectors and various countries. In trucking, even in manufacturing, what is your personal blueprint for turning ideas into money?
Okay, so what I always like to think of is, do I need that service or product that I plan on selling? Do I need it? And if I don't need it, do lots of other people need it? And if I don't need it and do a lot of other people don't need it, does the government say we must have it? There's a lot of things you don't need that the government requires you to have. So I pay attention to all those things, the things that people are gonna buy, whether by choice or by force. And usually I start with a personal problem and I expand from there. And one of my big rules is I never do anything alone. So I always have a partner. I don't think I've ever done any successful business without a partner. I always make sure I have a partner with me that is strong in that business.
Oh, but many
so that's my strategy.
Oh, great. But many people in Nigeria believe that partnership doesn't work here. It really works for you?
I think they're wrong, yes. I don't think anything else would work for me. If I wasn't somebody who partnered frequently by rule, I don't think I would have been able to do as many businesses. And personally, I don't think businesses work the best if it's owned by one person.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, you come from a family of public service, but you veered off that and you're creating a niche for yourself. You've created a path for yourself. How did you do that? And how do you measure impact and income?
Okay. So that I would have to edit that a little bit. So I didn't create a niche for myself. I still work in public service. I work in currently I'm the young professional council president for FIAPSHI, and what we do is literally public service. So we interact with government. We have government officials that are members. We just had our induction ceremony last week. A couple government officials were just inducted into the organization. So it's like a private public mix, and we advocate a lot for better policy, sustainable policy with Lagos State government a lot. So I wouldn't say I've veered away from public service. I just found a way to me, I think that if you're going to be an honest politician or an honest public servant, you need to have your own money and you need to have a steady flow of income so you don't start stealing or looking at the people's money. That's the way I think. So I don't think I'll be giving that much value to the people if I'm not making sure my own bottom line is secure before deciding to be, and I think that's something my family has taken really important, I'm taking really seriously. It's been something I've been taught growing up, like make sure you have a business that sustains you, then go do whatever you want to do for the public.
Right. You brokered a whole lot of businesses in different sectors, and you are doing well in most of these deals. Now, how do you balance the long-term success of these businesses and profitability, which of course should be the bottom line that every businessman should be looking at?
Yes, so different businesses require different mindsets. So there's some businesses that you have to come to terms with the fact that you're not going to make money today or next year or in 3 years. But that doesn't make it not a worthy investment. Then you have to make a business. You have to have a business that creates cash flow for you, so you have day-to-day money. That's why it's important for me to have multiple sources, you know, by way of multiple skill sets. That's the reason why I've been in so many industries, because I basically decided, like coming out of college, that I wasn't gonna be an employee of anyone, and that forced me to keep my mind open and my eyes open for opportunities. So I try to understand that in order to have long-term growth, you have to have a business that's built for long-term success. You also have to have a business that's built for short-term success so you can stay afloat.
Now, how do you now look at long-term businesses, especially when it comes to funding? You know, you may not have all the money in the world to fund that business. So how do you raise money for the long term to be able to fund those businesses?
It's been a trickier puzzle in Nigeria. In the US, money is cheap and money is easy to get. And the moment you've done a couple businesses that have even remotely succeeded, banks are usually willing to give you money. So that wasn't an issue in the US, but in Nigeria, it's a different story. But luckily, my strategy is to live significantly below my means. Again, once I made the commitment that I was always going to be an entrepreneur and never be an employee, I knew that I can't live fat when things are high. So I'm someone who always felt like if I can make $100,000 a year, and I know that there are people who are living and eating every day, but they only make $35,000 a year, then it's possible for me to make $100,000 a year and live on $38,000 a year and leave the rest for investment and long-term growth. So I set myself up to always have something I can just squeeze cash out of. It's like a plant that something that I planted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where I know, okay, this is growing here. So basically frugality. That's my funding mechanism.
That's great. But are you saying that all the businesses you do, you get the funds through this means?
No.
Or you don't borrow?
No, okay, so
that means you don't borrow at all.
In Nigeria,
yeah,
borrowing is just out of the question for me because the mathematics don't make sense. Except for a real estate project. That's a different story. And even then it doesn't make sense, but we can squeeze some sense out of it if we can. What I was able to do is, I mean, this is what I'm a big believer in the return home to Nigeria, but I always tell people, secure yourself there. The US is a place where they have a economic system and an economic pool that can allow you to earn some good money.
Yeah.
So as a business person, you're mostly losing. Every serious business person knows that you're losing, and then 1 or 2 good decisions are what carry you most of your business career. So the times, what I was lucky for was in the times when I had my big wins, I kept a lot of my money. You know, I know some business people who made a lot of money, way more money than me, but they don't have any money today because they did everything they felt like when they had money. And so I think I was deeply affected by the 2008 financial crisis in the US. I was in 12th grade at the time. I watched a lot of my classmates, their parents lose their houses.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for me, my parents were okay, but I know they lost a good amount of money. It just didn't affect them as bad, but I saw people lose their property, lose their houses, people who thought they had a pension. The pension got evaporated. Like people had worked 35 years based on a promise, and that got obliterated by a couple of people at the top making decisions. I was 18 at the time. We were just coming into the Obama era. Then I watched Obama forgive all of them.
Yeah.
That affected me a lot mentally. And so that forced me to know that I can never, ever put myself in a position to trust the system. I watched a lot of my people. Growing up, I had friends who their parents make $300K a year, and they look like they make a lot of money, but they're spending $270K a year.
Yeah.
And so I learned from other people's mistakes. Family members, friends, just adults that I saw. And I guess I was traumatized to a certain degree. And that changed my financial viewpoint and my way of operating moving forward. So I'm not a disciplined person in a lot of ways, but financially I'm very disciplined.
That's great. That's great. Good to know. Now, a lot of people are not as lucky as you are. In the sense that you were able to get a whole lot of money to fund your dreams here in Nigeria from your own personal savings or maybe, some other investments that are yielding you some returns.
Yes.
But now some people have some dreams and they need to fund them. And the only advice they have, the only option they have is more or less to go to the bank to borrow.
Yes.
And the rate is in the region of 30% now. So what is your advice for those people?
Yeah, so for people in that situation, I say it's very important to, companies do this all the time, but I think human beings can start doing that, families can start doing that. First of all, do a feasibility study on the thing the project you're trying to embark on. Do you make enough, do you have access to enough money? Do you know people who are willing to loan it to you? And are you even comfortable taking these loans from them? I know people who would give me money today. I feel very uncomfortable taking it because I'm not gonna prospect with somebody else's money and then tell them stories. So you have to gauge your own comfort level. Some people have to come to terms with the fact that we can't do this. I need to work for a certain amount of time. Now, I say I never wanted to be an employee personally, but I'm not one of those people who speaks against it. Definitely, I know some people who were able to launch some pretty good businesses because they held on to their job for another 4 years and saved, and time over time, you have to come to terms with your limitations. There's a lot of projects I want to take on. I want to build a skyscraper. I can't right now.
Okay.
I have to come to terms with that. One day maybe I will, but I have to build myself towards that come up with a plan for how you can come as close as you can, as possible to it, and try your best, and definitely engage in partnership as much as you can. Networking.
Great. And it's been a very interesting discussion. We need to go on break now.
Okay.
When we return, we continue with this very exciting and interesting discussion with Kenny. Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I find it very interesting, exciting, sympathetic.
Was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. It's still the Achievers Money, and we still have in the studio Kenny. Kenny, it's been an interesting discussion.
Definitely.
And let's continue.
Yes.
Now, it does appear you have a way of spotting where the money is. You've gone into real estate, and all over the world, real estate is a money spinner.
Yes.
And you floated Remax One Lagos. How did you come about that dream?
Well, to be honest, I've always been in real estate, like from a family, so it's my family business, Remax. So what we did was we acquired the Remax franchise and now operate as Remax. So over the course of years, my father and my parents have accumulated real estate holdings. I was in charge of a number of them in Miami growing up, but during a certain point in my life, in my young adulthood, coming out of university. So it wasn't so much that I didn't come up with real estate. Like, no one can take credit for coming up with real estate. Is the oldest time. What we just did is found an appreciation for it. I don't think enough people respect real estate as much as they should. So I wouldn't say that was exactly a shrewd spot. It's just real estate is just tried and tested over time. And I think if you want to protect yourself and protect your assets for as long as possible, real estate is usually the smartest route. So I don't think I could take credit for finding something special in the market from the real estate standpoint, at least. Yeah.
Okay. Now, why did you go for franchising? Why didn't you come up with your own unique name instead of going for Remax One, which is a foreign brand?
So our perspective was, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We have a couple of problems here in Nigeria. We have a huge trust deficit. We massively don't trust each other.
Okay.
And for good reason. Not to say that people trust each other in the US. The only difference is they trust the system. So you don't trust each other and you don't trust the system.
Yeah.
But what we do trust as Nigerians is established brands over time, especially when they're foreign, especially when they're American for some reason. So it's a psychological thing. So people buy with what they're used to. It's like a Nigerian, if you drop them off in the middle of the desert and you put 10 restaurants in front of them and one of them is Tantalizer, they'll probably walk into the Tantalizer. That's just what they're familiar with. That's how people are. So, and I studied data and I saw that about half the new build in Lagos between 2019 and 2022 was bought by people in the diaspora. So they're the ones with the cash who've saved up $100,000 who can convert it to Naira and invest in a property in Nigeria. And I figured it made more sense like actually my mom brought the idea to me, and you know, I thought about it and I completely agreed. I looked at it like, okay, so if I can sell real estate using a brand that they already know and trust, and then they feel like there's some type of accountability, they feel like they believe that I have a great interest in not defrauding them or engaging in any kind of, you know, untrustworthy behavior, they'll be more likely to buy with us, and they're the ones buying at the largest rate. You know, and then also the Nigerians in Nigeria who are HNIs, who have the money to buy these properties, a lot of them are also aware of RE/MAX from their travels and whatnot. So it just made more sense, rather than reinvesting the wheel and then spending millions on establishing trust in your brand.
Okay.
You know, I just figured just pay someone who's already done the hard work of establishing a brand and making it trustworthy, and then use their brand.
Okay. Does it mean that your target is Nigerians in the diaspora, not really Nigerians in Nigeria?
No, my target is not Nigerians in Nigeria. It just so happens that Nigerians in the diaspora are buying at a rate that allows you to keep your lights on, to then launch yourself to sell to the Nigerians. Because you can bring Nigerians up to speed on the brand, but who you really want to impress and target at first are the people with the money right now to keep your business afloat long enough for you to make a profit, to then market the brand to the Nigerians and then make that a Nigerian. So it's very much RE/MAX has a great interest in having a established brand in the largest black nation in the world, with the country with the largest number of people under the age of 18 in Africa. You know, so that's a huge group of people, future homeowners, future adults, future renters. You want to trap them, you want to catch them, but first you need those HNIs and those diaspora people to keep you afloat and keep your bills paid and keep your lights on.
From all indications, actually, you know so much about the Nigerian real estate market. What is your position, or what's your take on the Nigerian real estate market? Is it growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Or are there impediments, if it is not growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Are there impediments, things that are not making it to grow at the rate it's supposed to grow?
It's kind of a half and half answer. So it's growing at a good rate. The amount of units that the average Nigerian could even afford is not growing at a good rate. So what that means is we have a lot of real estate that's unoccupied. We have a lot. I mean, I know if you use you're from the Southeast, you go to the Southeast, there's a high volume of real estate, like value-wise, that's unoccupied. If you go to some places in Anambra State, you have 1 billion naira houses, and there might be 100 of them in one community. That's 100 billion naira worth of real estate that's unused because the owners in Lagos or Abuja or in the US or in London or wherever they live. Lagos, same thing, a lot of like land banking, you know, real estate banking. So there's a lot of unoccupied units in Ikoyi, VI. We have a shortage of affordable housing, which is making the price of housing inflated, which is good for like the real estate professionals as it is now. I don't think it's a good formula for the polity at large. We need a lot more affordable housing. In order to make affordable housing, we would have to get into way more creative ways of debt. They would have to make debt cheaper. They would have to create, you know, using different financial mechanisms, create a way to allow the average Nigerian to be able to one day own a home. There's many Nigerians who rented for years and years and years and had to save up for 30 years just to finally build a house. If you're working, if you can keep a job for 30 years and it's a solid job, you should be able to own a house, in my viewpoint. There's many teachers, university professors, many people, civil servants. Maybe they won't have the house they want, but you should be able to own a property that's yours that you can give to your kids when you die.
Yeah.
And I think that's very, very doable if we're willing to be creative, like financially, private sector and public sector working together.
So in Nigeria, mortgage is an issue?
Mortgage is a huge issue in Nigeria. It's a very huge issue.
And what do you suggest, what are the ways we can get around that?
Okay, personally, I think that the bank or banks who are willing to bet on the housing market are gonna win. There's a thing called REOs. So banks have the ability to engage in the business of REOs. So basically, look, many banks in Nigeria don't want to get into the real estate business. I think that's a huge mistake. They use AMCON, but to me, I think it makes sense that if a man wants to buy a property that's 100 million, that's inevitably going to appreciate over time, why not give him a fair mortgage? And then we also have to have very strict regulation on that space, so that yes, this man is going to engage in this deal with you. You give him a loan, he buys the house, you own the title, and he pays over time. If he misses it, if he starts missing payments up to a certain point, you repossess the property, you keep the money he has already paid you over time, and you get the actual house and whatever value it is. But a lot of banks don't want to get into that business. I will never understand why a bank doesn't want to get into the REO business. But the first bank to decide that I'm going to give people mortgages, I know there's a bunch of microfinance. You go to a bank now, they have like 18 G-Wagons parked in the parking lot because they've collected people's stuff. But the issue is that you have a G-Wagon. That is going to depreciate forever and ever. If it's parked in your parking lot for 1 year, it's lost 1 year of value. In that 1 year, they've made another G-Wagon. So that's the issue. So the moment they're ready to face the real estate industry and actually stop being afraid to run a real estate division in their banks, they'll always be scared of the mortgage space.
Okay, now the next issue I would like you to discuss is entrepreneurship. When should entrepreneurs exit if they are struggling with a particular business?
Okay, that's also an ethical question to me as well, because I'm like an entrepreneur, and I personally think you have an ethical duty to, like, for example, if I start a business, I have a bunch of people, I told them to come work for me. We're gonna grow this thing, blah, blah, blah. I've told them all. If the thing starts going bad, I have an ethical duty to make sure I make it work for the sake of a lot of these people. Some people have given up one job to take the job with me, a job that they could have built their future with. So I think ethically, you should definitely try your best to see it through. So I think it very much matters what the reason for exiting is. If you're exiting because you're at your own limit and there's a company or a business that has way more tools and leverage that can make that company bigger, for example, I think you have a duty to, you have a fiduciary duty to your investors, to yourself. You can make some good money, and a lot of your employees can become part of a larger organization that could take them places they couldn't be, or some of them can take a payout as, original founders. So I think that if you can come out without damaging too many people's lives, get out of it as fast as you can. If you're getting out because it's not working at all,
right.
If you're getting out because it's not working but it can work, you're just not the person who can take it to where it's supposed to go. Then there's also taking on partners. You don't have to exit. There's also taking on partners. Maybe you don't own majority stake anymore, but you can certainly, there's many ways to cut that cake when it comes to fixing a bad business. Now, this is very different from if the business is not working and realistically can't work. That's a different story. But if it's a business that can work and it's just not working under you, maybe take on some partners.
Right, Kenny, one last question, and it's about the youths.
Yes.
Many of them have this entrepreneurial fire burning in them. They want to start their own businesses. Some are also there trying to make money very quickly.
Yes.
What is your advice for the Nigerian youths? Those who want to start their own businesses How do they go about it? What are the right steps that they must take?
Okay, so one of the things I always tell young people is be very self-aware. Self-awareness is one of the most important traits because it allows you to know who you are, audit yourself accurately, audit your surroundings. There's some businesses you just simply can't get into because you're not in a space to get into it. But you can get yourself into that space. So I always tell young people it's very important to network as much as you can, provide value. One of my lucky traits is that I don't have this sense that I'm not afraid to be used. So I think a lot of people, in order to not be used, they never want to do anything for free. Someone who has value and that you need isn't going to hang around you if you're not giving them value. And if you're making them pay you for the value, it's like, fine, I could just go hire someone else. For someone to give you the chance, for someone to give you an opportunity that on paper you might not deserve. Maybe you deserve it spiritually, maybe maybe you deserve it, but on paper, no one can prove that you deserve it. For someone to believe in you and give you those kinds of chances, you have to, one, be willing to provide value without asking for anything in return. That's something that I've always done. And network, take advantage of the people around you and find ways to give them value and grow. That's how you get into rooms. That's how you get opportunities. The reason why you're even allowed to be here is because someone is benefiting from you being there. If you work really hard to not allow people to benefit from you, you'll get the kind of outcomes that comes with that. I see a lot of young people. I know in Nigeria they won't use my head, and I'm like, you probably should let them. That's what's going to allow them to bring you around, call you when this is happening. Oh, come around because you're valuable. Then that's how you network and leverage your network and all those things and take advantage of it for the short and long term. And be honest. If it's fast money, question it. Some fast money is real and pure. Sometimes, if you're lucky, once in 100 times, there's fast money that's real and pure. But more than likely, it's not real and it's not pure. Try to avoid it if you can. Be honest. And I know it sounds cliche, but that matters a lot to people. Even thieves want you to be honest, So I think it matters, just work on yourself a lot. Make money, try to make money as much as you can in different ways. Don't have too much pride. Don't think there's anything that's above you, that's below you. And at the same time, don't think anything is above you. Have audacity, but with guardrails. These are things I would tell young people. I see this every day. I see a lot of young people who could squeeze more juice out of the orange of life, but they don't due to certain maybe character flaws, not believing themselves, believing too much in themselves, all these different things. So definitely audit yourself, be very self-aware, and work on yourself constantly. That's what I would say, tell to the youth.
That's straight from the expert. These are things you may not be able to learn in a business school, but we got all of them here from Achievers Money. Thank you very much, Kenny.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye-bye, viewers. See you next time.
Keep on watching Achievement Channel. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, Achievement Channel is the best. Achievement Channel is the best.
My name is Azu Ishekwene. I'm the editor-in-chief of Leadership. Keep watching the Achievement Channel if you want to be and continue to remain an achiever. Best.
Keep watching Achievement Channel because my name is Ray Chebri. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Okay, my name is Nkechubi and you should watch the Achievement Channel.
Hello, Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and this is Achievement Channel.
Today we are out in the bustling commercial district here in Lagos to talk about a skill we all use daily, whether we realize it or not, and that is communication. From the boardroom to the busy marketplace, public speaking shapes how we interact with one another, how we carry out business transactions, and how we connect between one person to the other, whether we realize it or not. I am out here in the bustling city of Lagos to field questions from everyday Lagosians on how they utilize the instruments of public speaking to get their jobs done on a daily basis.
Actually, I'm not really good in public speaking, but I have a lot of people that are into such. Actually, in bringing to public speaking, it helps us to understand things that we don't really understand. It helps us to achieve what we have already, but we don't know how to get it. For instance, you have a money, and you don't know how to move into a business. In public speaking, it helps you to give you an opinion, an idea on how to invest, how to sort out issues, how to get an opinion, how to be counsel on, especially on marriage issues, on business, and also in other lifestyles or something. That was some time ago. I could remember at Ozumbadiwe, there was somebody that walked up to me, you know. No, he didn't really walk up to me. He was asking for a help. So he has a car, but he told me that his car broke down, so he don't have money to fix it. And we were like 3 boys there, nobody want to like come over it. So when I came into the matter, I tried to find out what that man needed. He said he has a car, but he doesn't have any cash to buy fuel. So I have to like help him because he didn't address it in a way somebody can understand it. So bringing it to public speaking, I could now be able to interfere with my friends that we were sitting in the car. Please, this man is a responsible man. I think for him to have such a situation, you need to help him, even though we don't know who he is. Even though that in the country we are, so many things are going wrong, that helping somebody becomes a way of committing a crime. You help somebody and the person turns out to become somebody that bring problem. So after narrating these issues to them, and I was able to transfer that money to his account. But not just that alone. That happened after some years back. I did it at Zumbadiwe. The same man was the person that drive me. Sometimes I didn't know. So I think if we could, there are some people who have words but they cannot speak. And as a Christian, I'm meant to speak for those who are speechless and help those who are helpless and help those who are weak to be strong. So bringing it to public speaking, it helps to solve issues. It helps to create awareness. It helps to, help people out of their need by balancing what they need in words.
Well, public speaking, number one, it has been a very good avenue to improve your product. You hear me now? To have a very strong background of your business. Because by hearing from the public, you have to know your weak point, your area of success, and the next thing to do, so that you can be able to aspire high in your business, your daily activities on your business. Well, on my own part, I have a very small distance. I remember by the time I want to start, I had to invite a lot of people to come and look at the environment, so that I can be able to know what else I can be able to display in that very place. And that it has been of great help to me and of useful to my business, my own personal business.
So did you achieve your aim using that public speaking?
Yes, I'm able to achieve my aim.
What was the outcome?
Well, the outcome is, I think it's yielding profit. Yeah, it's yielding profit. Like in the area of farming, yielding profit. Like the area of the shops I have, it's yielding profit. And things are moving on fine.
The importance of the public speaking is very, 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 very crucial. Very, very, if you know how to handle your speech in the public, my dear brothers and sisters, who are looking at me at this moment, you don't have any problem. You need to be polite to everybody with humility. So it's very, very important. In fact, in my congregation, in my area of work, I do normally, because the way I address people made them to like me, Let them, even though there is problem, they will have, hey, Baba, come, this is what is going on. Oh. And by the grace of God, when I get there, the matter will be settled.
So tell me one of those instances.
Thank you very much. That was last year. There are some boys in my area. They want to foment trouble. Is that me? With the elder of the area. But immediately, I come out of my car. Excuse me, what is happening here? What is happening here? Say, Baba, come and tell this what is going on. All these elders are doing this. Still may be polite. Wait. When I speak to them, the young one, they all A-laws, at the end of the day, they were very cold. If there's any problem at all, they will call on me. Baba, come, see what is going on. No, immediately I talk to them, the matter will be set.
How important is public speaking to you?
I will put it this way. I told you I'm a comrade, and one of the importance of public speaking, like you rightly said, is how to communicate with the public. That's with people, be it commercial, be it private, be it products you sell, even in school. And as you know, since we passed through the 4 way of life, as in education and life as a whole, you have to speak out. Even if you want to get a job, you have to network and you speak to people. It's also part of public speaking. So I think public speaking is very important, especially for those who want to venture into public position like politics. Yeah. And also if you want to also grow in your organization, you have to speak. And when you speak to your colleague, your staff, your subordinate, or those around you, is also public speaking. Yes, I not too far ago, but let me say like 3 years or 4 years ago, I remember when I wanted to contest for the second time as a union rep. I won because of my public speaking, because I have to address the house, they have to ask me questions, and because of the confidence I have in speaking, they have to re-elect me as a second time out to be their rep. So this is one of the importance of public speaking. When you speak and you speak with confidence, you see people want to vote you. And let me portray further. Towards the election we just passed through, when you look at the 3 candidates, one of the instruments the Labour Party used is the way he speaks. When he speaks with confidence, he gives you some data which could clarify the public, and with that, the people entrust him with the leadership position. It's so unfortunate that the Nigerian play him and he couldn't get there, but these are some of the importance of public speaking.
To me, what I understand by public speaking is an art of informing people, letting people know about a particular thing, attending a program, and then maybe you are asked to give a presentation or you are asked to make a speech. You go out there and you present your speech, or you make your statements based on the topic, maybe, or any area or any subject that has been given to you to talk on or speak on. So that's what I understand by public speaking. My personal experience is that it has helped me. It has made me more courageous. That made me bold, because when you stand to speak in the midst of people that you don't know, that came from different backgrounds, from different places, they have different orientation, and then you being able to rise to speak before them or with them, it helps in giving you self-esteem. So.
Okay, public speaking basically is something that we cannot do without. Very important, and the importance of public speaking can never be overstated, because without it, you cannot actually influence people to do certain things. Okay, for example, you need that attribute, to actually command people's obedience to what you actually want them to do per time. And so you cannot actually do without it. It's very important. Very well, a lot of them, but I think I'm going to go with this one. When I was in my 100 level year 1 in the university, there was this issue we had. We had actually paid for a particular thing, our ID card, and at a certain point, the cost rep came again and said we are asked to pay again, and then I told them, no, we cannot pay twice. But then all along, they were able to, they got to pay this money, and after 1, 2, 3 months, the ID cards were not forthcoming. the university ID card came and the one that we paid for didn't come for. So I have to like use this skill called public speaking to actually influence my fellow students, to make them see that, okay, they have been, duped by the faculty officer and the course rep in connivance, to deprive them of their money. And so, but then we can take up this matter, we can get this money back, and actually maybe get both of them punished. And so I start, by, getting some of them to understand that, okay, this is actually not good. We are fresh law students, and by that, we should protect our rights. So I stood up, get a handful of them on my side, and called a meeting in the classroom. They stood up and spoke to them at length. And at the end of the day, all of them bought the idea, and we went to the dean of the faculty, presented this matter before him, and he was shocked. And he backed us up, and before you know it, the faculty officer was removed because of that. So public speaking is very, very key. In fact, if you are able to fight the, straight things like stage frights and all of that, you'll be confident. You will be able to, make up your sentences in a manner that is very persuasive. That's one attribute of a good public speaker. You must be persuasive. You must be, straight to the point. You must be short and concise as well. Well, in the courtroom, all we do is talk, and you must be able to persuade, the judge, to convince him that your case is believable. Otherwise, you'll not be able to, win any case at all. And the court is a public place. Anybody can come. Even those who don't have matter in court can come and see what's going on in court. So you must have that boldness, that confidence in you that yes, okay. My lecturer once told me that as a lawyer, if it's possible to assemble the whole world together, a lawyer should be able to speak to them confidently without shaking or sweating in his pants. So yeah, in the courtroom every day, so what we see, your opponent will talk, you will talk, and whoever's argument is better, the court, will be swayed that way.
Now, from the streets to the marketplace, it is clear that communication is key to navigating the challenges in Lagos life. Whether in bargaining a business transaction, in what we do, or giving directions at the busy streets, it is clear that how we speak makes the difference in all we do. I am Oyipriye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying that strong communication is the foundation to success.
Day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be day.
Hello everyone, I am Oyipriye Krumale, and this is the Achievement Channel. Today we are in one of the most busiest districts in the city of Lagos, where the energy is as vibrant as the hustle, and we are here to ask questions from Lagosians on what keeps them moving forward amidst the daily grind in Lagos. It could be very, very tough living in Lagos in these harsh economic times. However, Lagosians keep pushing forward. So we are here to field question what keeps them pushing forward. What are the goals they are striving for, and what makes them think that they can look up to tomorrow?
Okay, so for me, it's the success. I want to be successful. I want to live the life that I want. The life that I want to take care of my parents, my family. I just want to be there for them, and that's what success is for me, actually. It's not about the cars, it's not about the houses or whatnot. I just want to live comfortable I want to be able to help people. That's it for me. Okay. Well, I have the resilience. At least I've been through school 5 years. I graduated with a good result, and I believe anything is possible as long as I put my mind to it.
Basically, it's just family. So why I said family is because I know what my parents have been through to get me to where I am, and I also know where I'm coming from. So waking up in the morning, the first thing that comes to my head is how my papa and my mama go take their life now, waiting they go chop, all those kind of things. Yeah. Now we understand that the government is not so much good with pension. So instead of waiting for pension, you need to sort out yourself. And this my parents that I'm talking about, they are old. So that's one thing that pushes me. Also, I don't want to starve. Yeah. So if I don't stand up to work, nobody's going to give me free money. You hardly see someone that sends a guy free money without something in return. But that's how life is here. Why I mention guys is because I know some of my female friends that they can just enter anybody's DM now, voila, guy alpha, I never chop, oh, what's up, and you see someone sending like 5k or 10k or something. But make me follow my normal guy reason guy alpha, you feel something like, man, guy everywhere dry, oh. That's basically what you hear, yeah. So that's it. All right. And begging is really not my thing. So instead of me begging, I think I'd rather just make money with the little way I can. So basically, that's what keeps me going, not to beg, to eat. My goal in life right now is to just be one thing, to be the first and the only possible surviving sweetheart to my wife. That's when I get married. To be an amazing husband as well to her. To be the best father to my children, and also to be the best child to my parents. That's all.
Yeah, challenge is part of life, and then as human being, you are meant to face one difficulties or the other. And as also a citizen of Nigeria, we are born into the challenging world, and then the mindset is ability to move on. We need to achieve a goal at all time. For you waking up is an opportunity to also fight the more so that you can attain your desire. Yeah, one of the goals is to be one of a voice in my profession. To be one of those that said, oh, this is a voice, and which is a goal of every professional. And even in life, to be a responsible individual to himself and to the community and to the nation, and also to be a voice in the nation among many people. That is the goal.
So first of all, like you said, Nigeria is a very hard place. If you don't motivate yourself to go out and fetch for yourself, I think hunger will kill you in the first place. I think not being hungry, as in that hunger to be comfortable, is what motivates me to go out every day to, fetch for myself. Me, first of all, I'm a fashionista. You can see me with my measuring tape.
It's very, very obvious.
Yeah, so I think my aim presently is just to be well known, like people like Yomi and maybe some of those high fashion standard guys. I want to reach that level too as well. So things are what I want to achieve at the moment. That's my aim.
Okay. Do you think you can achieve those in Lagos, and what makes you think so?
Yeah, actually, Lagos is basically where you can achieve that easily, because here you have people that have value for what you do. As long as you can give them what you really think you can do. There are people that are ready to pay for the value, for what you can offer. So I think Lagos is the best place you can actually achieve.
It's inspiring to see how much determination keeps Lagosians going in the face of the myriad of challenges they face in their daily lives. From success to family life and to personal growth, everyone has got a reason to keep pushing forward. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying, whatever your motivation is, hold tightly to it as you can, because that is the reason why you keep waking up every day and keep pushing forward. possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform. Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this, that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here to ask you, what do you want to achieve today? Where do you want to go with your life, with your goals, with your aspirations? What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people know what it is you are seeking to accomplish in your life or in whatever field of human endeavor that you set out to do. And then finally, number 4 is this. And this is where it all comes together. You must do what the dream demands of you to do. If the distance be not traveled, the destination will never be reached. Dreams will remain pie in the sky if we do not take action. So, what actions are you taking? Set goals. Specifically begin to outline what you need to do so that you can begin to work towards them. I leave you with the words of a young lady who was challenged and people felt her dreams were impossible. In fact, they said to her, "Your dreams are not real." Then she replied by saying, "The dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality." Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Welcome to Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity in communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievements, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, we have a packed show highlighting the diverse range of impactful events we've covered here on Achievement Channel, showcasing empowerment through skills, development, leadership, and national vision. We begin with a focus on skills development and empowerment. The CVL Employment Trust Fund recently held an event showcasing its commitment to equipping individuals with valuable skills. The event featured training classes in 3 key areas: electrical installation, digital marketing, and catering. A notable aspect of the electrical installation class was the presence of a determined young woman demonstrating a passion for breaking gender stereotypes in traditionally male-dominated fields. Our news team spoke with several students who shared powerful testimonies about how this initiative is transforming their lives and creating new opportunities.
What I want to say to LSCTF, CVL, and KTI is that you have really done well. Thank you for bringing up this opportunity for youths that are not empowered. We thank you and we hope that you continue to do this great job for more of our youths out there.
So far in the journey, I've really learned a lot, starting from learning about the SEO, moving to email marketing, down to content marketing.
And so far here in CVL, LSCTF, and KTI, they have impacted me with soft skill and hard skill. And also, I have learned a lot of things that I did not even think I was ever going to learn.
I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to King's Trust International. I want to say thank you to Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I want to say thank you to Center for Value in Leadership. And I want to use this opportunity to say to every young mind out there, this is the program you need to step up and become who you want to become.
In the realm of leadership, the CEO Summit 2025 took center stage. The 2-day summit themed Future Ready Leadership provided a platform for critical discussions on navigating the complexities of modern leadership. The summit commenced with a virtual session on Wednesday, April 2nd, featuring renowned thought leader like Professor Pat Utomi, who offered valuable insights into the qualities and strategies essential for effective leadership in the years to come. The in-person session on April 3rd, held at the 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos, featured prominent speakers who addressed key aspects of leadership. Mr. Rume Daniels delivered an impactful presentation on the CEO